I transmigrated into the late Eastern Han as a 3-year-old imperial prince, already burning with fever, freezing from the inside out, and destined to be deposed and murdered later. Great start, new life speedrun, difficulty set to palace politics plus toddler body. The first thing I felt was cold. Not normal cold, not where is my blanket cold. This was the kind of cold that made my bones feel like they had filed a complaint with management and resigned. I tried to move, but my hands were soft and useless, like my body had loaded in before the controls did. I forced my eyes open and immediately knew something was wrong. No dorm ceiling, no familiar bed. Above me were dark red wooden beams, yellow embroidered bed curtains, silk bedding, and that expensive old-world smell of wood and herbs. Two figures knelt by the bed in ancient clothing, heads lowered, not daring to move. Palace maids, eunuchs, and then the dizziness rolled back in. My limbs had no strength. My life was draining from my fingers and feet. I tried to stay awake, because every survival instinct I had was screaming that if I slept now, there might not be a second episode. A maid's crying voice dragged me back. She called me Your Highness and begged me to wake up. I managed to squeeze out 2 words, cold. That was it. Peak royal communication. 3 years old, critically ill, and my first court policy was please increase blanket. The room exploded into motion. Another quilt came over me. Someone shouted for the charcoal brazier. The surface chill eased a little, but the cold buried inside me did not move. Then my mother rushed in. Noble Lady Shen came to the bedside with red eyes and messy hair, still beautiful, but clearly running on panic. She touched my forehead and pulled her hand back like she had touched fire. The physician had already left behind some formula and said I would be fine once I sweated. Except I had been sick for a day and a night. No sweat, no improvement, just a tiny prince lying there like the Han Dynasty had shipped me defective. Noble Lady Shen lost it. She threatened to bury every servant with me if anything happened, and the entire room dropped to its knees. Nobody breathed loudly, nobody blinked too confidently. Palace life, apparently, came with a very aggressive customer service policy. But while she cried, the names finally clicked. Ruier, Noble Lady Shen, eldest prince of the Han Imperial House. I had become Zhao Rui, the short-lived eldest prince of the late Eastern Han, the sick child who, in history, would later be deposed and killed by Duan Zhuo. I had just graduated university in my last life. My future was supposed to be job hunting and questionable instant noodles, not dying in a palace before preschool. No, absolutely not. I screamed inside my head for anything. A system, an old grandpa, a cheat, a refund, whatever department handled transmigrator emergencies. I needed them on the line immediately. And then it answered. A faint blue screen appeared in front of me. Enhancement system, current enhancement points. 10. It also told me that 10 enhancement points would be distributed automatically every day at midnight. That was the whole interface. No tutorial, no customer support, no helpful guide explaining why I had been reborn as a historical tragedy with a fever. Just 10 points and the confidence of a system that knew I would figure it out under threat of death. I tried inspecting myself and the panel opened. I was the eldest prince of the Han Imperial House, age 3, extremely weak and severely ill. My physical stats were terrible. My modern mind had left me with an intelligence of 72, and my combat power was 0.9. Audience, I need you to understand the disrespect. I was not losing a fight to an adult. I was losing a fight to a staircase. Even a dropped teacup had better survival odds than me. At the bottom of the panel there was one option, Enhance. Enhancing myself from +0 to +1 cost 1 point. I had 10, and since I was actively trying not to die, this was not the moment to become a savings influencer. I selected yes. A warm current entered my body, faint but real. It flowed through my limbs, pushed back the bone-deep chill, and made my heavy body loosen slightly. The panel changed at once. Every attribute had risen by roughly 10%. My maximum stamina had increased, and my condition improved from extremely weak and severely ill to weak and recovering. Still embarrassing, but alive embarrassing, which is my favorite category. The actual stamina gain was tiny because my foundation was terrible, but my body really had improved. I groaned from relief, and Noble Lady Shen almost broke down again because from her side, her dying child had finally reacted. I looked at her face, felt the instincts of this little body mix with my adult mind, and forced out a clearer sentence. Mother, cold, feeling a bit better. That one line nearly resurrected the entire palace staff. Noble Lady Shen cried with joy, ordered someone to report my improvement to His Majesty, and called the director of the Imperial Physicians back. Nobody in that room knew the prince had just been stolen back from death by a crude blue menu and 1 enhancement point. I lay in her arms, staring at the 9 points I had left. The late Eastern Han, the Three Kingdoms chaos waiting outside the timeline, and me, Zhao Rui, 3 years old, sickly, historically doomed, holding a system that could strengthen things by 10%. I had arrived. The next morning, March 2, 179 AD, I woke with my throat dry and painful, like I had swallowed sand as a lifestyle choice. The same embroidered bed curtain hung above me. The same palace room surrounded me. It took a few seconds for the new reality to reload. Eastern Han Palace, 3-year-old prince, no reset button. I asked for water. The green-clad maid by my bed hurried over with a warm jade cup and helped me drink. Her name was Xiao Tao. She looked only 12 or 13, and she was terrified in the careful way palace servants learned early. My mind was clearer now. My limbs were still weak, but I no longer felt like death was sitting on my chest taking attendance. I opened the system. Current enhancement points, 19, perfect. I had spent 1 yesterday, kept 9, and midnight added 10 more. This thing paid daily wages on time. Honestly, better than some internships. I was still weak and recovering from serious illness. My strength remained only 3.3, but my stamina had naturally recovered to 1.6 out of 5.5. And my combat power had crawled up to 1.1. My stamina was improving naturally, but that strength of 3.3 was tragic. 1 enhancement only gave me 0.3 strength because my base was so low. Enhancing myself right now was like pouring premium fertilizer onto a bean sprout and asking why it had not become a sacred tree. So I needed better targets. I looked around the room. The bed was expensive wood, but enhancing a bed felt deeply useless unless I planned to defeat Duanzhuo with furniture. The bronze crane lampstand might become brighter. A medicine bowl might become harder to break. None of that helped me survive history. Then noble Lady Shen came in. She wore a lotus root-colored dress, her hair fixed with glittering hairpins, but the dark circles under her eyes proved she had barely slept. She checked my forehead, relaxed when the fever was gone, and held me like she had almost lost the only thing that mattered. That part was not funny. In my previous life, I had no parents. Being held like that felt strange and heavy. This woman would eventually become a formidable empress, but right now she was just a mother who had watched her child almost die. She fed me finely cooked meat congee from a white jade bowl. I ate obediently, and while doing that, my eyes landed on the gold hairpin in her hair. At the tip was a small red bead, a little dull but clearly valuable. I focused on it and used View. View, pure gold inlaid agate hairpins. Grade, fine palace creation. Material, gold and low quality red agate. Value, high. Traits, none. Enhancement level, +0. So the system could inspect objects too. Now we were cooking. Quietly, very quietly. Because nothing says suspicious demon child like staring at your mother's jewelry until reality updates. Enhancing the hairpin cost 1 point. I had 19. I hesitated for exactly 1 second because testing the system mattered. I selected yes. Nothing visible happened to anyone else. No flash, no heavenly music. Noble Lady Shen kept feeding me porridge like normal. But I saw the bead become slightly more vibrant, slightly more translucent. When I inspected it again, the red agate had improved from low quality to ordinary, with better luster and fewer flaws. The value went from high to significantly increased. Enhancement level +1. That confirmed it. The system affected real objects. It did not create an immortal treasure from a hairpin, but it improved what was already there. Noble Lady Shen noticed me staring and asked if I liked her headpiece. I pointed at it like an innocent toddler and said it was bright. Perfect performance. 3-year-old Oscar nominee, Palace Edition. Inside, though, I was losing my mind. If a hairpin could improve, what about a sword? Armor, medicine, a person? That last thought hit hard. I looked at Xiao Tao and inspected her. She was my bedchamber maid, with 65% loyalty based on awe toward my status and dutifulness. Her physical and mental abilities were ordinary, and her enhancement level was +0. So I could view people. Loyalty was visible. That changed everything. Could I enhance loyalty? Could I make people stronger, smarter, more capable? A golden road opened in front of me, and then I immediately slammed the brakes, because I had 18 points left and no idea what enhancing a living person would look like from the outside. In this palace, getting labeled abnormal was not quirky. It was fatal, so I stopped. Noble Lady Shen finished feeding me, told me to take my medicine and rest, and left. The bedchamber quieted down again. I lay there planning in orders. Recover my body, test the system, find reliable people and valuable things. Use enhancement quietly. That was the roadmap. Not glorious yet, but neither is surviving childhood in the late Han. Before I fell asleep, I vaguely felt someone standing in the shadows of the room like a statue. A guard, maybe. I was too tired to think about it. What I did not know was that while I had been staring at the hairpin and secretly checking Xiao Tao, a pair of sharp eyes had watched every tiny movement from the dark. Early the next morning, I woke up to the smell of medicine so bitter it felt personal. Xiao Tao stood by the bed with a dark bowl of decoction, cautious and quiet. Yesterday, she might have treated me like a confused toddler. Now my eyes were too clear, and she clearly did not know what to do with that. The medicine was a chi-boosting and blood-nourishing decoction from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Its grade was common, but its efficacy was weak. It replenished chi, nourished blood, and accelerated physical recovery. The system also added one brutal remark: extremely bitter taste. Thank you, blue screen. Very useful. I had a nose, but if the medicine could be enhanced, it might help me recover faster. I checked my points. Yesterday I spent 1 on the hairpin, went down to 18, and midnight pushed me to 28. Enhancing the decoction to +1 cost 1 point. Yes, immediately, the bowl did not glow. The room did not react. The steam just seemed a little denser, and the color a little deeper. When I inspected it again, the efficacy had risen from weak to common. Same ingredients, same bitter remark, but now it slightly accelerated physical recovery. Tiny improvement, massive implication. I drank it in a few gulps, and it was still so bitter my face folded in on itself. Xiao Tao hurriedly gave me preserved fruit, and I accepted it like a man who had seen the underworld and decided sugar was civilization. After the medicine settled, warmth spread slowly from my stomach into my limbs. It was not as dramatic as directly enhancing myself, but it kept working. My arms and legs felt lighter. The upgraded medicine was real. So I asked Xiao Tao to help me walk. She supported my thin arms while I moved around the bedchamber in tiny steps. My legs were weak. My breathing turned rough before I even finished 1 lap, and sweat gathered on my forehead. I was an imperial prince, yes, but physically I was running on antique battery saver mode. Then I noticed him. Near the inner side of the palace gate, almost blended into the shadows, stood a man in deep gray fitted clothing. Not tall, not loud, not moving. Arms crossed, head lowered, breathing so faint he could have passed for furniture if furniture came with murder potential. I inspected him. Inspect Chen Yue, court swordmaster, Imperial Prince's Guard, loyalty 70%, strength 89, stamina 90, combat power 96, top-tier sword saint. I almost gasped out loud. Chen Yue, the legendary Imperial sword instructor, one of the top swordsmen of the late Han, and he had been standing in my room, watching me, while I was mentally poking jewelry and medicine like a baby with admin privileges. Combat power 96. Mine had been 0.9 at death's door. Do the math. Actually don't. It is bad for morale. His loyalty was already 70%, which meant he was genuinely fulfilling his guard duty. And if enhancement really increased everything by 10%, his strength would jump from 89 to 97.9. His stamina from 90 to 99. A near maximum monster in a Three Kingdoms world, upgraded for the cost of 1 point. That was not a bargain. That was robbery with a blue interface. But the problem was how. Did I need physical contact? Did the target need to belong to me? Did willingness matter? The system explained nothing. Chen Yue was not a hairpin. He was an elite swordsman with senses sharp enough to notice my weirdness. And if I exposed myself too early, I might go from miracle prince to suspicious creature before lunch. So I did not act. I told Xiao Tao I was tired, went back to bed, and pretended to rest while my brain sprinted. There were 27 points left after enhancing the medicine. I needed to recover first, keep experimenting with harmless targets, and wait for a natural chance to touch or point toward Chen Yue without looking like I was casting baby sorcery. Meanwhile, Chen Yue remained in the corner like stone. But when I peeked at him, his crossed finger moved slightly. He had seen enough to know I was not an ordinary 3-year-old. There was calmness in me that did not fit my age, and something he could not name. In the shadows, he showed the faintest hint of interest. Apparently, the deep palace had become less boring. On March 4, the weather warmed a little, and so did my body. I woke able to prop myself up without Xiao Tao doing all the work. The enhanced medicine had done its job. The warmth in my stomach had lasted for a long time, and my strength was slowly coming back. The system showed 37 enhancement points. That checked out. I had 27 after the medicine, midnight gave me 10 more, and now the savings account was looking less tragic. These points were my survival capital. My morning became a routine: medicine, food, and slow walking with Xiao Tao's support. Chen Yue stayed in the shadows. I pretended not to notice him, but my mind kept circling the same problem. How do I enhance a top-tier swordsman naturally? Walking over and hugging his leg was too obvious. Patting him and saying uncle, except this 10% upgrade was also, professionally speaking, insane. I needed a reason, a moment, something that looked accidental. Then near noon, the announcement came. His Majesty had arrived. The whole palace changed instantly. Maids and eunuchs dropped to their knees, heads pressed down, breathing lowered. Even Xiao Tao stopped moving like the air itself had received an imperial command. My father had come, Emperor Ling of Han, Zhao Hong. I had no fond feelings for the man. History did not exactly give him a glowing recommendation, but he was still the emperor, and I was still a sick 3-year-old prince who needed to survive the room. I struggled down from the couch to greet him. Zhao Hong entered in green casual clothes and a Jinxian crown, pale-faced, with heavy bags under his eyes and a tired sharpness hidden in his gaze. He looked thin, lazy even, but the authority around him was real. I shakily tried to kneel. He waved it off and told me my illness was not cured, so I could spare the formalities and lie back down. Good, because my body had about 3 heroic seconds available, and I had already spent 2 of them. Zhao Hong sat by the couch and studied my complexion. He said I looked better than 2 days ago, and that surviving this illness counted as luck. I answered carefully, playing the obedient child who feared and respected his father. He grunted, then looked toward the shadows. Chen Yue stepped forward and bowed. Zhao Hong mentioned that he had heard Chen Yue had been diligent in guarding me. Chen Yue answered that it was his duty. Then my father turned back to me and said the princes of the Han family could not neglect civil or military arts. Once I recovered, he would find me a famous teacher to teach me both, and help strengthen my body so I would not fall ill so easily again. That mattered. This was not just a casual visit. Zhao Hong was thinking about my education, my future, maybe even testing what kind of son had survived. I quickly answered that I would study hard. He seemed faintly satisfied, then asked a few more questions about my daily life. I answered each one carefully. The whole time, I could feel him watching. Not openly suspicious, not warm either. Just measuring. History might call him fatuous, but the man in front of me was not a complete fool. Then right as he was about to leave, my throat betrayed me. I started coughing violently, my small face flushed, my body curled up. Xiao Tao panicked and rushed to pat my back. Zhao Hong frowned. The room tightened again, and Chen Yue moved. Only half a step, almost nothing. His hand lifted slightly, the instinctive reaction of a top martial artist ready to intervene when danger appeared. There it was, the opening. While Xiao Tao supported me and my eyes watered from coughing, I let my small hand wave forward like I was grabbing for balance. My gaze locked onto Chen Yue's lowered hand, and my will slammed into the system. Enhance Chen Yue. The panel appeared. Target Chen Yue. Current enhancement rank +0. Enhancing to +1 requires 1 enhancement point. Current available enhancement points 37. Yes, invisible energy crossed the short distance and entered Chen Yue's body without light, sound, or warning. His body gave the smallest shudder. His eyes, which had been calm like an ancient well, flashed with shock so sharp it almost cut the room. Inside him, the change was enormous. A gentle but majestic force moved through his limbs and bones. Subtle blockages from years of cultivating inner chi cleared in an instant. His muscles and bones filled with new vitality. Even his mind sharpened. For someone at his level, the difference was impossible to miss. He looked around searching for the source, and his gaze finally landed on me, the coughing 3-year-old prince in Xiao Tao's arms. The thought was absurd. A sick child, how could that be the source? But the timing, the gesture, the direction, it all pointed at me. Zhao Hong, impatient now, ordered the imperial physicians to take good care of me and left with his eunuchs and guards. Once he was gone, the pressure in the palace finally eased. My coughing settled too. On the outside, I leaned weakly in Xiao Tao's arms, exhausted and pitiful. On the inside, I was celebrating like I had just pulled a 5-star general with 1 free summon. 1 point was deducted. I had 36 left, and I had seen Chen Yue's shudder. I had seen the flash in his eyes. It worked. Chen Yue returned to the shadows, calm on the surface, but his arms were tighter than before. Deep in his gaze, I caught shock, doubt, inquiry, and something even he probably had not admitted yet. Oh, I closed my eyes and pretended to rest. The signal had landed. Now I just needed to see how Chen Yue reacted. Later, when I woke again, my whole body felt lighter. My throat no longer hurt. My head was clear. The sickness had mostly faded, even if my strength was still pitiful. First thing, I looked at the corner. Chen Yue stood there as always, but he felt different now. Straighter, more restrained, like a precious sword still in its scabbard, except the scabbard was no longer fooling anybody. I inspected him. Loyalty had risen from 70 to 78%. His strength had jumped from 89 to 97.9. His stamina had hit 99, and his other attributes had increased as well. Combat power 97.9. I had to cover my mouth so I would not make a sound. 1.1. This was not cost-effective. This was the system handing me a legendary bodyguard and whispering, "Try not to fumble." Chen Yue sensed my gaze and looked over. This time his eyes were not just calm or curious. They held inquiry, solemnity, and a trace of awe, like he was looking at something impossible and deciding whether to kneel to it later. Then he gave me the slightest nod. Not a formal subject to prince salute, more like a silent acknowledgement. He knew, maybe not the details, but he knew I was extraordinary. That was enough. I gave him the pure innocent smile of a 3-year-old child, because what else was I supposed to do? Explain the upgrade patch notes. Chen Yue lowered his eyelids again, and the aura around him softened slightly. The ice was broken. After that, I drank my enhanced medicine, ate, and checked my points. I had used one on Chen Yue, leaving 36, then Midnight added 10, so I now had 46 enhancement points. The experiment with people was a massive success, but it also proved I had to be careful. Enhancing a person created real changes, and real experts could feel them. I could not spam this in front of the palace like a toddler running a secret training hall. So I turned back to items. My gaze landed on a dusty roll of bamboo slips on the shelf. The Analects. Old, clunky, probably decorative, and absolutely not something anyone expected a 3-year-old to be excited about. I had Xiao Tao bring it over. The system identified it as an ordinary official engraved copy, made of old bamboo pieces, recording Confucian classic texts with no traits and enhancement level +0. I enhanced it, 1 point vanished and the bamboo slips became tougher. The handwriting also got clearer. That was it. No secret martial arts manual. No divine scripture. No instant knowledge download. The Analects did not suddenly become the Tathagata palm, which is honestly rude but fair. The rule became clearer. The system strengthened what already existed. It optimized, it improved, it did not create something from nothing. Still, I kept testing. I had Xiao Tao bring the things used for learning to read and write. Thin wooden tablets, a bald writing brush, and a small jar of low-quality ink. The wooden tablet went from crude softwood to an ordinary dense wood tablet with a smoother writing surface, better ink adhesion, and easier erasing. Useful, not world-breaking, but useful. The bald brush improved too. The bristles aligned and stopped splitting, making it easier to write. Then I enhanced the low-quality ink. It started as crude pine soot and poor glue, dull in color, pungent, and easy to smudge. After one enhancement, it became ordinary ink with reduced impurities, a pitch-black color and less smudging. I picked up the improved brush, dipped it into the improved ink, and wrote a crooked hand on the improved wood tablet. The character was still crooked because, tragically, the system had not enhanced my handwriting skill. But the black was clean, the strokes were clearer, and it did not smear into a disaster. Xiao Tao softly praised me, saying my writing was good today and the ink was so black. I accepted this with the dignity of a prince, who had just spent multiple supernatural points to upgrade stationery. But the lesson mattered. Ordinary items improved ordinary functions. A writing board became better for writing. Ink became better ink. A book became sturdier and clearer, not a secret manual. So if I wanted dramatic results, I needed targets with strong foundations. That brought my thoughts right back to Chen Yue. He had already been top tier, so one enhancement made him terrifying. If I found a refined steel sword, would it become a true divine weapon? If I enhanced someone whose loyalty was already high, would they become absolutely devoted? If I picked the right people and the right objects, I could quietly build power inside the most dangerous era in history. The system showed 42 enhancement points remaining after the item experiments. I still had plenty to work with, but rushing would be stupid. Chen Yue's change needed time to settle. I had confirmed the system's basic rules. For now, my priority was recovery, then slowly using my improving health as an excuse to move around, get closer to Chen Yue, and prepare for a second enhancement when the opportunity was right. I put down the brush and looked out at the bright spring sunlight. My road to strengthening the three kingdoms had only just begun. And the first divine artifact I had created was not a sword, not a treasure, not some glowing imperial relic. It was the man standing silently in the shadows, guarding me now with a brand new gaze. Chen Yue had stopped looking at me like a normal prince, and started looking at me like a 3-year-old mystery box with imperial paperwork. Which honestly fair. Yesterday I touched the man once and turned his combat power into a historical balance patch. Before, his gaze had been professional, then shocked, then curious. Now it had expectation in it, the kind even he probably had not noticed yet. His loyalty was already 78%, which meant he was no longer just completing a guard assignment. He was starting to care about me. That was exactly what I needed. I drank my morning medicine, still quietly enhanced to common effect 8, and let Xiao Tao support me for my recovery walk. My legs were no longer useless noodles. Still weak, yes, but now they belonged to a living child and not a decorative palace cushion. As I walked, I kept glancing toward Chen Yue in the corner. He did not dodge my gaze anymore. He even nodded slightly, softer than before. Good, the timing felt right. I stopped and pointed at the sword on his waist like an innocent child. I asked if his sword was powerful. Xiao Tao nearly panicked and whispered that this was Sword Master Chen, His Majesty's guard, now protecting me. Chen Yue did not mind. He looked at me and said whether a sword was powerful depended on the person using it. Clean answer, very swordsman, zero customer service fluff. So I pushed again and asked if he was powerful. The corner of his mouth twitched. This man, whose combat power could make half the era reconsider its life choices, calmly said he was acceptable. Acceptable? Audience, if Chen Yue is acceptable, then I am a rounding error wearing silk. I showed full toddler admiration and asked him to demonstrate. Chen Yue remembered the mysterious power that had broken through his stagnant cultivation, and his attitude became visibly more respectful. He agreed but told me to watch from a distance because a sword was lethal. Xiao Tao helped me back a few steps. Chen Yue moved to the open space in the bedchamber. He did not draw the sword at first. He only pressed one hand lightly to the hilt and sank his posture. The room changed. One breath earlier, he had been a quiet guard. Now he felt like a sword about to leave the scabbard. A sharp, invisible aura spread from him and made the air feel heavy. Xiao Tao's face went pale, and she gripped my arm tightly. My own heart missed a beat. Then Chen Yue drew. I barely saw it. There was a clear sword chime, a flash of cold light, and the blade moved through the dim room so fast it almost looked unreal. A thrust, a slash, nothing excessive, no fancy performance, just clean, terrifying basics carrying the kind of force that made me believe a boulder would lose an argument instantly. After a few moves, he sheathed the sword. The pressure vanished, and he became the quiet guard again. He explained that basic swordsmanship was thrusting, slashing, parrying, pointing, bursting, clouding, wiping, piercing, and pressing. What he had shown were only basic thrust and slash. Basic? I had just watched a man turn 2 beginner moves into a near-death experience for the furniture, and he called it basic. Martial arts in this era were not playing around. I clapped hard and called him Teacher Chen. That title landed. His eyes softened because he could tell I was actually admiring him, not treating him like a royal toy. Then I asked the real question, could I be as powerful as him in the future? He looked at my small, thin body. In the past, he would probably have treated it as childish talk. But now, after what I had done to him, he answered seriously. If I practiced diligently, he said, I would surely achieve something in time. So I pushed my luck one more step and asked to touch his sword. Xiao Tao nearly dissolved on the spot. Dangerous, absolutely forbidden, reasonable reaction honestly. I was 3 and had the hand strength of wet paper. But Chen Yue hesitated, then offered the sword in its scabbard with both hands. I could lightly touch the scabbard, he said, but not the blade. Perfect? My fingers touched the cold, patterned scabbard, and I inspected it immediately. Inspect, blue steel sword, Chen Yue's personal sword. Treasure grade 100 refined steel. Attack power 45. Comfort with Chen Yue, 95%. Trait, sharpness, slightly increasing armor-piercing ability. Enhancement rank, +0. Beautiful. This was not some random iron stick. This was a top swordsman's personal weapon, already a treasure, already fitted to him at 95%. A 1-point enhancement here was not a stationary upgrade. This was premium equipment optimization. I touched the scabbard a few times like I was just curious, praised the sword, and as I withdrew my hand I locked onto it. Enhance blue steel sword. The system asked for 1 point. I had 51. Yes, the enhancement finished silently. Chen Yue started to take the sword back, then paused. He felt it immediately. The sword was more fitted to him, lighter in the hand, smoother in the scabbard. That sense of being connected to it became clearer, almost like it had synced with his blood. And this time he knew. There was no guessing left. The change happened after I touched it. He looked at me with shock, gratitude, awe, and the tiniest edge of fervor. I gave him a clean little smile. Baby face, no confession, No tutorial, just supernatural service delivered with dimples. Chen Yue took a deep breath, hung the sword back at his waist, and saluted me differently this time. Not the normal ritual bow of a subject. This was solemn, almost like a follower acknowledging the person he had chosen. He thanked me. He did not say for what. He did not need to. I giggled, said he was welcome, yawned, and told Xiao Tao I wanted to sleep. On the bed, I closed my eyes and checked the results. The blue steel sword's attack power had risen from 45 to 49.5, and its compatibility with Chen Yue had reached 100%. True unity of man and sword. Also, Chen Yue's loyalty quietly rose from 78% to 83%. One weapon upgrade, 5 loyalty points. The man liked sword progress more than salary, praise, and probably oxygen. Excellent data. In the corner, Chen Yue gently stroked the sword at his waist. His bottleneck had broken because of me. His personal sword had been sublimated because of me. His sword Dao and his life were now tied to a sickly 3-year-old prince who kept pretending everything was accidental. This time, he was not only protecting the status of a great Han prince, he was protecting me. After that, Chen Yue became proactive in the funniest possible way, silently. He still did not talk much, but whenever I looked over during my morning walk, he would slightly adjust his stance so the blue steel sword at his waist became more visible. My guy was showing off. No words, no smile, just please notice the upgraded blade. I checked him again. Loyalty 85%. Gratitude, awe, willing to die for the cause. That was late-stage emotional resonance, not far from the 91% mark of shared prosperity and ruin. His loyalty was recovering faster than my stamina. Apparently, the ancient version of team building was simple. Give a man a miracle upgrade and watch him become an HR success story. After my walk, I was about to pretend read and practice with my enhanced stationery when arguing broke out outside the sleeping quarters. A young voice insisted that Master had ordered no one to disturb my recovery. A high-pitched eunuch snapped back that he had come under Consort Chen's orders to check on my illness. Consort Chen, the favored consort who gave birth to Prince Zhaozai. Right? A rival branch sending someone to check on the sick eldest prince. Very caring, very warm, completely not suspicious in the way a palace knife is just shiny. Chen Yue frowned, gave me a small signal not to worry, and walked toward the gate. Naturally, I had Xiao Tao help me shuffle over so I could peek from the doorway. I am 3, not dead inside. Outside stood an old, pale eunuch in blue robes with 2 junior eunuchs. Blocking them was a youth around 15 or 16, wearing a clean gray martial outfit. He looked young, nervous, and stubborn, arms spread across the palace gate, refusing to move. He said Sword Master Chen was guarding me and that I needed rest. The old eunuch started raging and called him Luo-en. Luo-en? That name snapped my attention awake. Chen Yue's disciple, a future famous swordsman, was standing right outside my door. Young enough to still have awkward ears and brave enough to block a palace eunuch with nothing but orders and spine. Then Chen Yue stepped out. He barely looked at the old eunuch. He only glanced at Luo and nodded like he approved, and told the eunuch my phoenix body had not recovered, so he would accept Consort Chen's concern on my behalf. Please return. The eunuch's arrogance shrank immediately. Chen Yue's status as imperial teacher carried weight in the palace, and everyone knew he could beat someone first and leave them with nowhere useful to complain afterward. The old eunuch huffed, said he would report back to Consort Chen, and left with his 2 juniors. Luo-en finally breathed out and bowed to Chen Yue. Then he saw me watching from behind the door and nearly panicked. He greeted me, apologized for disturbing me, and said he deserved 10,000 deaths. Palace vocabulary is so dramatic. Somebody bumps a teacup, and suddenly we are negotiating afterlife penalties. I waved my little hand and told him it was fine. He had done well. Chen Yue then ordered Luo-en to stand guard outside the hall from that day onward and await my orders. Luo-en answered loudly, moved to the side of the gate and stood straight, though his red ears gave away how excited he was. This was big. Chen Yue had started placing his own people around me. I inspected Luo-en from inside. He was Chen Yue's disciple and an Imperial Guard apprentice. Loyalty 75%, strength 75, combat power 55. His other abilities were already solid for his age, and his enhancement rank was +0. At 15 or 16, he already had strength 75 and combat power 55. Better than plenty of adult generals. The foundation was excellent, the potential was huge, and my hands were already itching like the upgrade button owed me money. But I could not reach him naturally yet, and Chen Yue was still the core investment. So I held back. I had spent 1 point on the blue steel sword yesterday, leaving 51. After midnight, I had 61. Plenty but not infinite. Then another experiment occurred to me. Could the system enhance martial skills directly? I remembered the basic moves Chen Yue had shown and tried to view basic sword techniques. Nothing, no target, no panel, no response, so the system needed a medium. A manual, a physical object, maybe formal teaching. I called Chen Yue over and asked whether those sword moves had drawings or mnemonics I could look at. Chen Yue was surprised, but he took out a thin, old silk manual from his robes. It contained basic sword technique diagrams and his early insights from when he first studied the sword. He warned me that it was not a profound martial art, and that I absolutely must not imitate it alone or I might injure myself. Correct, very responsible, also handed over. The manual had simple line drawings of sword poses and dense notes in scrawled handwriting from a younger Chen Yue. I inspected it, common quality. It recorded basic sword stances and crude force exertion methods, and reading it could slightly improve understanding of basic sword techniques. Enhancement rank +0. There it was. I spent 1 point. The manual became excellent quality. Its descriptions were more precise, its images more vivid, and reading it could improve understanding of basic sword techniques while slightly increasing comprehension speed. Not instant sword mastery, no knowledge beam to the brains, but a better learning tool, and in a long game that was huge. I asked if I could keep it for a while. Chen Yue agreed. From his side, I was a strange little prince, studying a basic sword manual like it contained state secrets. From my side, it did. I had 60 enhancement points left, and I planned to hoard them for critical moments. Outside the door, Luo stood guard with new purpose. Inside, I held an enhanced sword manual. In the corner, Chen Yue watched with deep eyes. The palace was quietly rearranging itself around me. Soon, I accidentally gained a reputation as a child prodigy. Noble Lady Shen came to see me in the morning, hugged me, and asked if it was true that I could quietly study Master Chen's sword diagrams. I immediately played dumb and said I was just looking at the pictures because the little people were interesting. She smiled and tapped my nose. Ordinary toddlers played with mud, she said, but her son was brilliant. My father had heard about it too and was pleased. Once I recovered, he would find famous scholars to teach me properly. That was a cover I could use. If I revealed something slightly abnormal later, everyone could file it under precocious prince instead of tiny supernatural crisis. Palace rumors were dangerous, but a good rumor could also be armor. I told her I wanted to read and learn skills. She loved that answer, gave me more instructions, and left. Then I turned my attention to the books. The enhanced sword manual proved learning materials could improve comprehension. So what about the Confucian classics? I had no dream of becoming a great scholar for fun, but in this era, knowledge was power. If I wanted to recruit talent, manage territory, and survive court politics, I needed the classics whether I liked it or not. I had Xiao Tao bring over the Analects and the classic of poetry. The bamboo slips came over like two tiny mountains. Ancient education did not believe in lightweight packaging. The Analects was already +1 from my earlier experiment, but that first enhancement had only made it sturdier and clearer. Enhancing it to +2 cost 2 points. I had 70 after midnight. I spent the 2. The Analects became fine quality. It now improved comprehension and memory and even gained a trait. Glimmer, easy to understand. I flipped through it, and sure enough, small explanatory notes had appeared beside difficult passages like they had been printed there all along. When I read, my mind felt clearer. I could almost memorize lines after one pass. This was not a book anymore. This was an ancient study cheat code with bamboo skin. I enhanced the classic of poetry to +2 as well, spending another 2 points and leaving 66. Same type of effect, better comprehension and memory. Suddenly, studying no longer looked like a 10-year cold window prison sentence. With enhanced classics and an adult brain, I could save years. In this era, that kind of time was not convenient. It was survival. Right as I was enjoying my upgraded homework, Luo announced from outside that palace attendant Guo Yang had arrived by His Majesty's order to visit me and provide primary education and lectures. Guo Yang, the famous scholar and calligrapher, father of Guo Wenji. So this was the teacher my father had arranged. Fast shipping from the imperial court, apparently. I quickly sat up, shoved the bamboo slips into a less suspicious pile, and put on my best obedient student face. Guo Yang entered in simple Confucian robes. He was middle-aged, lean, with a 3-strand beard and clear, wise eyes. His temperament was gentle, refined, and not the least bit servile. He saluted properly, neither humble nor arrogant. I called him Teacher Guo and asked him to rise. He noticed the bamboo slips beside me and asked if I was already reciting the classics. I nodded, picked up the +2 Analects, pointed to the sentence about learning and practicing at proper times, and explained that it meant reviewing learned knowledge regularly was a happy thing. I chose an easy sentence on purpose. Because listen, I may be cheating, but I am not trying to speedrun suspicion. Guo Yang was about to praise me, then his gaze stuck to the bamboo slips. He noticed the material seemed smoother and more lustrous than ordinary slips. The handwriting was clear and pleasing, and when he looked at the sentence, his own mind became unusually clear, giving him a simple new understanding of a line he had known for years. That shook him. He asked where the slips came from. I pointed at the bookshelf and said Xiao Tao had brought them because I was bored while sick. Guo Yang compared them with the unenhanced slips from the same shelf. The difference was obvious. The others were ordinary. The ones I held carried something strange, something that calmed the mind and made thought agile. His gaze toward me changed. He had heard the palace rumors. The eldest prince had nearly died, recovered mysteriously, and then started showing unusual precocity. Now the classics in my hand seemed extraordinary too. In his mind, the pieces began arranging themselves into one dangerous, useful conclusion. This prince was not simple. Guo Yang gently said that if I found the book comfortable and easy to understand, it meant my nature was close to the Tao, and I had an affinity with the words of sages. He offered to return the next day and lecture me from the Analects. Beautiful. The man found the explanation for me and wrapped it in scholarly silk. I sweetly thanked teacher Guo. He left still thinking about the miraculous bamboo slips, and Chen Yue watched the whole thing from the corner with a tiny curve at his mouth. Like, yes, Consultant Guo, welcome to the club. No pamphlets, just confusion and loyalty. I checked the system, 66 points left. Now I could study under Guo Yang with enhanced books, keep recovering my body, and keep searching for the next talent worth investing in. My gaze drifted toward Luo and outside the gate. Soon Guo Yang started treating me the way Chen Yue did. Not just as a prince, but as rare jade that might turn into something terrifying if polished correctly. The next morning, he came to lecture on the Analects. He explained carefully, citing classics and references, while I held the +2 bamboo slips and pretended to be a perfectly attentive child. When he reached a difficult part, I pointed to the small annotations that had appeared on the slips and asked if the sentence meant what those little side characters said. Guo Yang leaned over. He saw annotations he had never seen before, and they went straight to the core meaning. His shock was enormous. From his point of view, the classics themselves might be manifesting explanations for me. From my point of view, I was sitting there with patch notes carved into bamboo. He became even more diligent. Sometimes he tested me with questions beyond basic studies, and with the enhanced slips plus my adult comprehension, I kept giving answers that made his eyes brighten. The lecture ended in the most ridiculous balance of emotions. He was secretly shaken, and I was secretly cheating. When Guo Yang left, his steps were light, and he muttered about innate holy wisdom and sentient classics. Teacher secured, academic reputation upgraded, no tuition paid. At lunch, noble Lady Shen had the imperial kitchen prepare rock sugar pear soup to nourish my lungs and stop my coughing. It was clear, sweet, and fragrant. Then the obvious question arrived. Could I enhance food? I inspected it. Common grade. It nourished the lungs, satisfied hunger, and tasted slightly sweet. Enhancement rank +0. I had 76 points after midnight, spent 1, and brought it to +1. The soup became excellent grade. Its nourishing effect improved, and the taste became clearer and more refreshing. I tasted it, and yes, the difference was real. The pear flesh was softer, the sweetness cleaner, and the dry itch in my throat smoothed out almost immediately under a cool, moisturizing feeling. So medicine worked, food worked, books worked, weapons worked, people worked. At this point, the system was less a cheat and more a full-service civilization upgrade platform, and I was the only user with administrator access. After lunch, I walked to the palace gate and saw Luo standing straight at his post, lips a little dry. The opportunity arrived wearing excellent posture. I asked Xiao Tao for a bowl of water, took it myself, and walked up to him. Luo startled and bowed. I offered him the water and said he had been standing for a long time, so he must be tired. He was overwhelmed, hands trembling as he accepted it, insisting he was not tired. He drank because he did not dare disobey. While he did, I tested the limits. Inspecting the water bowl in his hand failed. Enhancing Luo failed too, because contact was required. Good, rule confirmed. As he was about to put the bowl down, I pretended to stumble. I cried out, reached forward, and pressed my little hand onto Luo's arm. Xiao Tao and Luo both shouted for me to be careful. Chen Yue leaned forward from the doorway, then stopped when he saw I had steadied myself. His eyes carried understanding. He knew exactly what I was doing. I enhanced Luo and 1 point. Invisible energy surged from my palm into his body. Luo and stiffened, the empty bowl frozen in his hand. Heat exploded through his limbs and bones. His fatigue vanished. His mind cleared, his senses sharpened. He looked at Chen Yue, confused, and Chen Yue gave him the tiniest nod. The kind that said, yes, that happened, and yes, keep breathing. Then Luo and looked at me. The math assembled behind his eyes. His master had changed recently. Palace rumors around me were strange. Now he had felt a transformation the instant I touched him. The conclusion was absurd, but impossible to ignore. It was me. I smiled innocently and asked why his face was so red. He dropped to one knee, with his fists cupped above him. Voice trembling but firm, Luo thanked me for my grace and swore that in this life and the next, he was willing to die for me. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, he would not hesitate even at 10,000 deaths. That was no longer loyalty to my title. That was loyalty to me. I inspected him. His loyalty had shot from 75 to 95%. His strength rose from 75 to 82.5. His other abilities improved with it, and his enhancement rank became +1. Combat power 82.5. His loyalty jumped straight into shared glory and loss. 1 cup of water, 1 fake stumble, 1 point. And I had a young future swordsman ready to throw himself into history on my behalf. The return on investment was getting indecent. I quickly told him to get up and said it was just a bowl of water. No need for such a grand gesture. Very normal, very casual, definitely not a supernatural recruitment ritual in broad daylight. Chen Yue watched from the doorway with the faintest smile. Good, his expression seemed to say. Another one? Now I had Chen Yue and Luo N, 2 martial talents with loyalty nearly maxed out. The start was becoming smoother, which immediately made me think bigger. The next cornerstone had to be money. Recovering, studying, and collecting sword experts was nice, but my modern knowledge kept itching to do something practical. Soap came to mind first. Simple to make, easy raw materials. In the late Eastern Han, a cleaning product like that could become a money printer. With money, I could support people, build hidden influence, and prepare for the chaos before it swallowed me. But I needed the right operators. Noble Lady Shen was too visible. Chen Yue and Luo were guards, not merchants, and they stayed too close to me. I needed someone in the palace with status, information access, and no obvious connection to a recovering prince. Then I thought of Gao Xiu, the junior eunuch who would later command the Ziyuan army in history. He should already be serving around Zhao Hong, and eunuchs occupied a special position, not easily pulled around by court officials. If I could make him mine while everyone thought we had nothing to do with each other, he would be perfect. So I chose him. After a night, my 74 points became 84. Enough for a heavy investment. I told Noble Lady Shen I wanted fresh air in the Imperial Garden. She now agreed to almost anything, only telling Chen Yue and Xiao Tao to watch over me carefully. The garden was full of early spring flowers, but I was not there for scenery. I pretended to chase a butterfly while drifting toward the palace, where Zhao Hong usually handled government affairs. Chen Yue followed close, alert. Luo stayed a little farther back. Soon I saw Gao Xiu. He wore dark green eunuch robes, not especially tall, with shrewd eyes, a pale face, and thin lips. He was directing several little eunuchs to move documents, already giving off the energy of someone who knew where the real levers were. I inspected him. Junior eunuch, loyalty 59%, intelligence 75, politics 72, leadership 70. His physical abilities were also unusually strong, with combat power 65. Enhancement rank +0. Those numbers were excellent for a eunuch. Intelligence, politics, and leadership were exactly what I needed. His loyalty was the problem, which meant the solution was expensive. I accidentally stumbled toward him while chasing the butterfly. Chen Yue reacted instantly and caught me, but my small hand had already grabbed Gao Xiu's sleeve. The surrounding eunuchs panicked. Gao Xiu frowned for a breath, then recognized me and bowed respectfully, calm but emotionless. Contact achieved. I ordered the system to enhance Gao Xiu continuously. +1 cost 1 point, +2 cost 2, +3 cost 4, +4 cost 8, +5 cost 16, +6 cost 32. Total cost, *63 enhancement points, 63. My savings did not decrease. They suffered a massacre, but Gao Xiu changed in the few seconds I held his sleeve. First he was stunned, then his senses sharpened, then strength filled his body, then his thinking accelerated, then his grasp of power politics broke into a new level. By the 6th enhancement, his whole aura became deep and restrained, and even Chen Yue nearby felt a hint of pressure. Gao Shuo looked at me in shock. He knew only I had touched him. Only after that did he transform. Whether he thought I was a god descended to earth or a prince with supernatural power, the conclusion was the same. This was a blessing and it came with a test. I let go at the right time, smiled innocently, and said I had only been careless. Then, in a voice only he could hear, I told him to swear loyalty to me. Gao Shuo shook. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and publicly framed the moment as his own offense. He said he had collided with me and deserved 10,000 deaths. But while his head was lowered, he gave me the smallest, firmest nod. I inspected him again. Loyalty, asterisk 105%. Fanatically loyal. His intelligence had exploded from 75 to nearly 133. Politics had risen from 72 to over 127. Leadership had passed 124, and even his strength had broken 115. Enhancement rank +6, combat power 115. The man had exploded. This was no longer just a useful eunuch. This was a palace operator, strategist, and hidden power broker upgraded into something ridiculous. Was I poor now? Yes. Was it worth it? Also yes. Painfully yes. My wallet was crying, but the empire-building department was applauding. I said nothing more and let Chen Yue support me as I continued chasing butterflies. Some orders did not need to be spoken in public. A smart person like Gao Shuo understood exactly what came next. That evening, through Chen Yue, I secretly sent Gao Shuo a piece of silk cloth and a bag of small gold cakes. The silk contained the detailed method for making soap, written with my enhanced brush and ink, so the handwriting was clear and resistant to smudging. At the end, I added the instructions. Use this item to make a profit, secretly hoard the funds, keep a single line of contact with Chen Yue, and on the surface show no connection to me. He could even appear slightly distant. Gao Shuo held the silk and the gold cakes like he had received a sacred mission. To him, I had not only given him impossible power. I had trusted him with responsibility, money, and a hidden plan. If soap worked the way I described, it would sweep through Luoyang and bring in endless wealth. He suppressed his excitement and returned to his usual shrewd, serious junior eunuch appearance. But deep in his eyes, loyalty and ambition had ignited. Meanwhile, I stared at my remaining 21 enhancement points and felt the pain settle in. I was broke, again, but now Chen Yue guarded me from the shadows. Luoan stood outside my gate ready to die for me. Guo Yang believed I had holy wisdom, and Gao Shuo was about to turn soap into the first cornerstone of my future grand plan. Not bad for a sick 3-year-old who started this life with combat power 0.9 and a fever. My first business nearly starts a palace shadow war over soap, because apparently the late Han can turn hand-washing into organized crime. I make a product, noble ladies fight over it, Consort Chen tries to steal the workshop, official soldiers get involved, and I have to weaponize crying in front of the emperor like the world's smallest lawsuit. But before the soap drama reaches full disaster mode, a few quiet days pass. My body keeps improving. I can run and jump on my own now. Not well, let's be honest. I am still not beating an average 3-year-old in a physical contest unless the contest is who has more system points. But at least I look healthier. My daily schedule becomes almost respectable. In the morning, I study with Guo Yang while quietly using enhanced bamboo slips to cheat. In the afternoon, Chen Yue teaches me the most basic standing posture and breathing methods. I pretend to work very hard, which is technically true, because existing inside this body already counts as strength training. And from time to time, I accidentally bump into Luo and to check whether his loyalty has moved. It is stable at 96%. Beautiful. The young guard is one emotional push away from total dedication, and I am trying very hard not to look like a toddler running a recruitment cult. But what I care about most is the soap business. Through Chen Yue's secret channels, I learned that Gao Shuo is moving fast. Ridiculously fast. After 6 enhancements, that man is no longer just efficient. He is efficiency with court robes and political instincts. In only a few days, he uses the gold cakes I gave him to buy raw materials like lard and plant ash, secretly sets up a workshop in a remote manor outside Luoyang, recruits several absolutely reliable mute servants through his own methods, and starts small-scale production. The first batch of soap is already finished. Then Gao Shuo pushes it through his palace and outside contacts, letting it seep quietly into the circles of noble ladies who care about cleanliness. The product is called Jade Soap. It cleans better than soap pods or rice water, leaves a faint herbal fragrance, and feels much more comfortable to use. The reaction is immediate. Powerful families start asking where it came from. Noble ladies are willing to pay high prices for it. My hidden business empire has finally taken its first real step. Is the scale small? Yes, is the money huge yet? No, but it exists, it is profitable, and the whole line is buried in the shadows under Gao Shuo's control, connected to me only through Chen Yue. That is the part that matters. In palace politics, profit is nice. Plausible deniability is oxygen. I check my points too. Over the past few days, I resist the urge to spend recklessly. And with 10 points arriving every midnight, my balance climbs from 21 to 71. Not bad. I am recovering financially from the Gao Shuo upgrade disaster. Slowly, with trauma. That afternoon, noble Lady Shen comes to see me with a smile she cannot hide, and a small brocade-wrapped box in her hands. She opens it like she is revealing some rare treasure. Inside are several square, slightly yellow pieces of soap with a faint fragrance. My soap, I almost laugh out loud. The product has moved so fast it has looped back into my mother's hands. Gao Shuo's marketing ability was not enhanced for decoration. The man launched palace skincare distribution before I could finish recovering from being poor. I pretend to be curious, pick up a piece, sniff it, and ask what it is. Noble Lady Shen tells me it is called jade soap. It washes hands and face especially clean and leaves a fragrance. Many palace ladies are already using it. Then she adds that it first flowed out from Consort Chen's side, and that Consort Chen treasures it like something worth showing off. That part makes me even happier. Gao Shuo deliberately released the goods through Consort Chen's side. That raises the price, muddies the source, and keeps him clean. It also makes Consort Chen look like the one connected to the product. Excellent work. Terrifying work. My eunuch startup CEO is already playing 3 boards at once. Then noble Lady Shen notices the jade pendant on me. The pendant is something she got from a temple when I was sick, meant to ward off evil and keep me safe. She rubs it between her fingers and says it looks more translucent than before, with better luster. My heart stops for half a beat, because I did enhance that pendant a few days ago out of boredom. 1 point, casual experiment. I thought maybe it would improve luck or protection, and then forgot my mother had functioning eyes. I immediately play dumb and say maybe it changed because I wear it every day and touch it a lot. Then I show her my clean little hands and say, look, my hands are very clean. Deflection level toddler. Success rate somehow excellent. Noble Lady Shen laughs, grabs my hands, praises me for loving cleanliness, smells the soap fragrance, and decides the jade soap will be for my exclusive use from now on. She does not dig deeper into the pendants. Close call, new rule, stop enhancing personal gifts from my mother where she can notice. I am trying to hide a supernatural system, not run a glowing accessory exhibit. She stays for dinner and tells me palace gossip while I act innocent. Which consort made a fool of herself fighting over jade soap? How His Majesty seems interested in some new toy. Little things useless on the surface, but every scrap is intelligence. After dinner, she holds me by the window as lanterns are lit. Her voice lowers. She says my serious illness frightened her badly, and that I must grow up safely. For once, I drop the calculations. I lean into her arms. In my past life, I was an orphan, and care like this was rare enough to feel unreal. I know this woman may become ruthless later. I know the palace changes people, but in this moment, her fear and love are real. So I hug her neck and tell her not to worry. I say I will become very strong in the future, protect mother, and never let anyone bully her. Noble Lady Shen's eyes redden instantly. She hugs me tighter and says she will wait for me to grow up and protect her. The room is warm for a while. Then the palace remembers what kind of story this is. A few days later, news reaches me through Gao Shuo's secret channel. Consort Chen has tracked the source of jade soap to the manor outside the city. She sends people from her maiden family to forcibly take over the workshop and claim the formula. Of course, the moment something makes money, someone with a bigger sleeve tries to put it inside that sleeve. My face darkens. This is my first industry, my first hidden cash line, and I am not letting anyone rip it out of my hands. I send Gao Shuo an order through Chen Yue. Protect the workshop by any means necessary. If needed, I can provide special support. Then I look at my 71 enhancement points. If Consort Chen wants to grab my things, she can test whether her fingers are tough enough. The next morning, my points rise to 81. That number calms me a little. It is not just a balance. It is emergency capital. Guo Yang comes for the morning lesson, but even with enhanced bamboo slips in hand, I am distracted by the workshop. Guo Yang notices at once. He gently asks whether something is troubling me. I say I did not sleep well, because I cannot exactly tell my Confucian teacher that I am stressed about protecting an illegal soap production line from a harem-backed hostile acquisition. Guo Yang does not press. Instead, he tells me stories about ancient figures who stayed calm during danger, including Gu Giant enduring hardship. And annoyingly, it works. I calm down, Worrying changes nothing. Gao Shuo is capable, and my job is to keep my head clear. Meanwhile, outside Luoyang, the first attack arrives. At the remote manor, several ordinary-looking carriages stop nearby. More than a dozen burly servants climb down, each dressed like household staff but carrying themselves like paid trouble. Short clubs hang at their waists. Leading them is a silk-dressed steward from Consort Chen's maiden family, a fleshy-faced man with the confidence of someone used to bullying people who cannot answer back. He pounds on the manor gate and declares that the Chen family has taken a liking to the place. If the people inside know what is good for them, they should leave and hand over the jade soap formula. The gate stays shut. No response. The steward loses face and orders his men to ram it. Then the gate opens a crack. A person in plain peasant clothes stands behind it with their head lowered and says in a raspy voice that this is private property and not for sale. The steward sneers that around Luoyang, anything the Chen family likes belongs to the Chen family. So his men rush forward. The gate opens fully. The peasant lifts his head. His face is ordinary, but his eyes are sharp, and he is one of the trusted guards Gao Shuo arranged at the manor. Gao Shuo personally selected him and gave him special guidance after his own enhancement, raised his leadership and insight to terrifying levels. The guard steps into the attackers instead of away. Several muffled impacts ring out. The first 3 men are sent flying back, hit so hard they scream and collapse, unable to stand. Everyone else freezes. The steward tries to act fierce, but the fear is already leaking through. He asks who they are. The guard does not answer. He slowly draws a short blade from his waist. The blade looks ordinary in shape, but the edge glints cold enough to make the whole courtyard feel different. At the same time, 7 or 8 more plain-clothed people appear silently along the manor walls with bows aimed downward. They are fewer in number, but their killing intent is clean and disciplined. These Chen family servants, who are used to scaring commoners, suddenly remember they enjoy being alive. The steward realizes he has kicked something much harder than expected. He leaves a few empty threats, drags his men back into the carriages, and flees in embarrassment. The manor gate closes again, like nothing happened. When the news reaches me through Gao Shuo, then Chen Yue, I breathe out in relief. But only for a moment. This is not over. Consort Chen has lost face, and people like that do not simply become reasonable. Next time she may send stronger people or use official power. So I give more orders. Gao Shuo must equip the manor guards with better weapons using soap profits. He also needs to find out whom the Chen family might use next, so we can prepare first. Chen Yue accepts the message, and I can see approval in his eyes. Yes, Teacher Chen, I am 3, but my business continuity planning is immaculate. Still, I feel the weakness in our direct power. Chen Yue is terrifying, Luo and has potential. Gao Shuo handles business and intelligence, but my own body is still painfully low. So I inspect myself. Status healthy, strength 3.3, intelligence 79.2, stamina 5 out of 5.5, leadership 38.5, politics 49.5, charm 82.5, enhancement rank +1, combat power 3.5. I am healthy now, but still not exactly a battlefield asset. More like an unusually strategic cushion. Enhancing myself from +1 to +2 costs 2 points. That is cheap enough. I do it. The warm current returns, stronger than the first time. It flows through my body, heats my muscles, makes my bones give faint subtle crackles, and clears my mind like cold water over glass. My new panel appears. Strength 3.63, intelligence 87.12, stamina 5.5 out of 6.05, leadership 42.35, politics 54.45, charm 90.75, enhancement rank +2, combat power 3.9. The physical increase is still tiny. Nobody is inviting me to duel, but the intelligence jump matters. Politics breaking past 50 matters. My thoughts feel sharper, more organized, and more stable. 2 points well spent. I have 79 left. From now on, I decide to enhance myself occasionally, especially when I hit bottlenecks. No giant waste, no panic spending. Just steady foundation building. Then Xiao Tao reports that Luo and requests an audience. He comes in excited and nervous, bows to me and Chen Yue, and says he received news that Gao Shuo's side has driven away the Chen family troublemakers. Luoan does not know the full soap business belongs to me, but he understands his master and Gao Shuo are secretly working for me, so he is thrilled. I nod maturely and tell him well done. He practically lights up. I look at him, loyalty 96%, good foundation, enough points, and more strength means he can help Chen Yue and protect himself. Maybe it is time for another grace. But first, I make an even bigger investment. The next day, my system shows 89 enhancement points. I look at Chen Yue in the corner, whose aura has already become deeper after the earlier upgrades, and I make the decision. 30 points, it hurts just thinking about it, but Chen Yue's value is too high. A super bodyguard matters more than a comfortable balance. Money sitting in the system does not block blades. That afternoon, after Guo Yang finishes teaching and leaves, only Chen Yue and Xiao Tao remain in the bedchamber. Xiao Tao tidies things in the distance. I beckon Chen Yue over. He bows and waits. I lower my voice and tell him to lend me his ear. He looks confused for half a breath, then bends down obediently. I command the system. Enhance Chen Yue continuously to +5. +1 to +2 costs 2 points, leaving 87. +2 to +3 costs 4 points, leaving 83. +3 to +4 costs 8 points, leaving 75. +4 to +5 costs 16 points, leaving 59. 30 enhancement points vanish in a few breaths. Pain, immediate pain, but Chen Yue is hit by power again and again. His meridians widen. His internal energy surges like a river. His muscles and bones grow denser, full of explosive force. His mind clears, and old mysteries in the sword Dao suddenly open to him. He even feels as if his lifespan has extended. When it ends, he straightens up, and for one instant his aura leaks out. The bedchamber seems to dim. The air solidifies. Xiao Tao, tidying clothes in the distance, suddenly feels a chill of alarm and almost drops a jade object from her hand. Chen Yue restrains himself immediately. But the change is done. He looks at me now not only with loyalty and awe, but worship. To him, I have just given him something like a second life. He tries to speak about my great kindness, but I stop him with a look. Then I ask how he feels. He says he feels reborn, as if he has touched the threshold of a higher level in the Sword Dao. I inspect him. Loyalty 110%, die-hard loyalty, worships like a god. Strength 144.2, Intelligence 108.6, Stamina 142.6, Command 118.8, Politics 88.9, Charisma 112.2, Enhancement rank +5, Combat power 144.2, 144.2. This is not a bodyguard anymore. This is a walking emergency clause. My security department has gone from "please protect the prince" to "please do not accidentally alter regional politics by breathing too hard." Now that Chen Yue is fully locked in, I finally tell him the real plan. The soap workshop problem is only the beginning. We need eyes and ears, a hidden force to gather information and handle things that cannot be done openly. He understands immediately. Secret guards, I name it Shadow, quality over quantity, loyalty first, ability second. Gao Xiuo will fund it from soap profits. Chen Yue will select people, train them in secret and place them where needed. For now, focus on Lu Yang and eventually the wider world. Chen Yue kneels on one knee and accepts the command. He vows to forge an invisible blade for me, one that can notice the smallest details and protect me. That lands, I tell him to rise and take it steadily. Find reliable candidates first. Training plans, locations, and resources can go through Gao Xiuo. Chen Yue is confident. He knows wandering swordsmen, hidden experts, and people from all walks of life. With his enhanced intelligence and command ability, he can build this. Then another interruption comes from outside. Luoan blocks someone at the gate, saying I am resting and nobody can disturb me. A shrill eunuch snaps that he came under Attendant Fan's orders to check on my illness. Attendant Fan's side, and probably Attendant Kaien's side too, because those two powerful eunuchs have long arms and even longer curiosity. Nobody sends a palace eunuch to check on illness, unless the illness is gossip with a pulse. Chen Yue steps out. He calmly says my phoenix body has just begun recovering, I need quiet, and we appreciate Attendant Fan's kindness, but the visitor should return. His voice is not loud. It does not need to be. The old eunuch meets that pressure, remembers Chen Yue is not a decorative official, mutters polite words and scurries away. Luoan watches his master force the man back with one sentence, eyes full of admiration. Chen Yue looks at his disciple and realizes Shadow needs reliable core members. Luoan's loyalty is beyond doubt, and because he is young, he will not attract much attention. When Chen Yue reports back, I smile coldly. Attendant Fan and Attendant Kaien are already reaching toward me. Lu Yang's water is getting muddier by the day, but I am not as worried as before. I have Chen Yue at +5. I have Gao Shuo, fanatically loyal, running business and intelligence. I have Luo and growing fast. I have Shadow about to be born. I still have 59 enhancement points and a steady income of 10 more every day. For the first time, I have real pieces on the board. So I tell Chen Yue to hurry with Shadow. We need to know what happens every day in the Imperial Palace and in Luyang. He accepts the order and returns to the corner. This time, when he blends into the darkness, it feels like he has become part of the force he is about to create. The next day, my points have risen to 69, and I follow through on Luo and, under Xiao Tao's supervision, I move around near the doorway, then accidentally slip toward him. Luo and reacts instantly, lunging forward to support my arm. Contact, I confirm his panel first. Loyalty 96%, Strength 82.5, Intelligence 68.2, Stamina 71.5, Leadership 49.5, Politics 44, Charm 77, Enhancement level +1, Combat power 82.5. Then I enhance him to +2. Cost 2 points. Heat floods into Luo An's body, stronger than the first time. His strength surges, his internal energy stirs, his senses sharpen, and even his mind moves a little faster. The hand supporting me trembles, not from effort but from excitement. He knows this feeling now. I wink, stand steady, pat his arm, and quietly tell him to do his job well. Protect himself and protect me. Luo An answers in a low, firm voice that he will protect me to the death. I inspect him again. Loyalty 100%, die-hard loyalty, willing to give his life. Strength 90.75, Intelligence 75.02, Stamina 78.65, Leadership 54.45, Politics 48.4, Charm 84.7, Enhancement level +2, Combat power 90.75, Perfect. At his age, that is already terrifying. Not Chen Yue terrifying, obviously. Chen Yue is currently standing somewhere beyond normal comparison, possibly requiring his own category. But Luo An is now a real young general in the making and fully loyal. I have 67 points left. Good, back to hoarding. The piece lasts about 5 minutes emotionally, because that afternoon Chen Yue receives an urgent coded message from Gao Shuo. The Chen family did not give up. After household servants failed to force their way into the workshop, Consort Chen changed tactics. She whispered to Zhao Hong that the manor outside the city was suspicious, maybe hiding lawless elements, and maybe even connected to restless imperial clan members. Not saying my name outright, just pointing the knife and pretending it is a fan. Zhao Hong becomes suspicious and orders officers and soldiers under the Colonel Director of Retainers to inspect the manor under the excuse of security patrol and checking unknown persons. This is much worse. Household servants can be scared off. Official soldiers in standard uniforms with imperial backing cannot simply be beat unless we are ready to rip off every mask and expose the workshop, Gao Shuo and possibly me. I ask what Gao Shuo says. Chen Yue reports that Gao Shuo has prepared a cover story. The manor is registered under a merchant distantly related to a retired palace eunuch, and on the surface it deals in grain and oil. He has also bribed the commanding officer, but the Chen family has clearly spent money too, and the officer's attitude is ambiguous. If the soldiers insist on a deep search, there may be trouble. Gao Shuo has done what he can. Now we need a second layer. My mind runs through the pieces. 67 points, Luo An at 100% loyalty and 90.75 combat power, Chen Yue at +5, the workshop in danger, and the emperor who accidentally authorized the inspection. Then the plan forms. Chen Yue will secretly leave the palace and personally oversee the manor from the shadows. He cannot reveal his identity. If the soldiers try to force open key areas or harm our people, he can create accidents. Falling rocks, eerie shadows, anything that scares them off. But unless absolutely necessary, no killing. Especially not soldiers. Create chaos, drive them away, keep blood off the floor. Chen Yue understands immediately. With his current strength, making a few terrifying disturbances is easy. Then I turn to Luo An. He is coming with me to see my father. Because while Chen Yue handles the outside, I will handle the palace. I am going to cry first. Yes, that is the strategy. Before Consort Chen's accusation hardens into fact, I will run straight to Zhao Hong and complain that someone is bullying me, spreading rumors that I am connected to lawless people and ruining my reputation. I am 3 years old, recently sick and visibly pitiful. If the court wants theater, I can provide theater with tears. Chen Yue understands and leaves at once, flashing through a side window so quickly even Luo An barely sees him. I grab Luo An's hand, switch my face into grievance mode, and run toward the greenhouse palace. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong is in the greenhouse palace reading memorials, and his mood is already terrible. Disasters here, money shortages there. The empire is basically sending him complaint tickets from every direction. Attendants Fan and Kyan are nearby, carefully smiling and offering harmless stories to keep him calm. Then my crying comes from outside. Father, I stumble in with tears and snot all over my face. Luo and following nervously behind, not daring to stop me. Gate eunuchs trail after us in panic. Zhao Hong looks up, surprised. He has been paying more attention to me since my near-death illness and sudden recovery, so he puts down the memorial and asks what is wrong. I ignore etiquette, run to him, hug his leg, and cry harder. I tell him people are saying bad things about me, that they say I am in league with bad people, that I am a bad child. Is it shameless? Absolutely. Is it effective? Watch. Zhao Hong is annoyed at first and tells me to speak properly. But then I raise my tearful little face and say people from Lady Chen's palace claim there was a bad manor outside the city full of bad people, and that it had something to do with me. I say I stay in the palace every day recovering from illness and almost never go out, so how could I know bad people outside the city? Then I cry again. Inside, I am watching his face. When he hears Lady Chen and manor outside the city, his eyes flicker. He remembers, Consort Chen did mention a suspicious manor. He casually ordered the Colonel Director of Retainers people to inspect it. But now the implication looks ridiculous. A 3-year-old child barely recovered from illness, colluding with outside criminals. His irritation shifts. Now he feels pity for me and dissatisfaction toward Consort Chen. Before he can comfort me, an officer arrives to report on the inspection. Perfect timing, Zhao Hong summons him in. The low-ranking officer reports that they inspected Li family village 30 miles west of Luoyang and found no large number of unknown people, no bandit traces, and nothing suspicious. There are only dozens of households living through farming and some grain and oil trade. The village head has a clean background, tied distantly to a retired old palace eunuch. Zhao Hong listens and glances at me, thinking this really does look like a misunderstanding. Then the officer hesitates. He says something strange happened. When the soldiers tried to go deeper toward the warehouse, an evil wind suddenly rose from flat ground, kicking up sand and stones so badly they could not open their eyes. In the wind, they heard what sounded like a woman weeping. The men were frightened, and since they had found no evidence of wrongdoing, they withdrew to report. Zhao Hong frowns. He is superstitious enough that woman weeping and evil wind lands exactly where it needs to land. I immediately stop crying, tug his sleeve, and ask if the manor is haunted. Then I say the people from Lady Chen's palace also claimed I was related to it. Were they trying to make the ghost come find me? And then I cry again. Audience, this is not acting. This is battlefield control with facial moisture. Zhao Hong looks at me, hears the officer, and becomes even more dissatisfied with Consort Chen's side. From his view, she recklessly accused a prince and pointed him toward an unlucky, possibly haunted manor. He dismisses the officer, pats my head, and tells me to stop crying. Someone must have talked nonsense and wronged me. Since the manor is fine, there is no need to investigate it further. I thank him immediately, turn tears into a smile, wipe my face on my sleeve, and tell him father is the best. Name cleared, Consort Chen receives a bad mark. The workshop survives, but the matter still is not finished. A few days later, Gao Shuo sends an even better follow-up through Chen Yue. After the soldiers were scared off by Chen Yue's ghostly shadow performance, the Chen family still refused to stop. Consort Chen's brother, the real force behind that first steward, comes up with a poisonous scheme. He sends someone to dump prohibited drugs into the village well, planning to frame the villagers as people taking forbidden substances and gathering to cause trouble. Then he can report it to the authorities and wipe out the village in one move. Ugly, dangerous. Also, unfortunately for him, Gao Shuo has intelligence 132.9 and the patience of a smiling knife. The confidant sent to plant the drugs has already been bribed by Gao Shuo. Gao Shuo has him swap the drugs for croton powder instead. So the next day, when Steward Chen leads soldiers to happen past the village, hoping to catch everyone red-handed, the village is peaceful. Nothing happens there. What does happen is that Steward Chen and the servants with him, after drinking the warmly provided tea from the village that morning, start clutching their stomachs halfway through the journey. Faces pale, formation broken, dignity gone, they scramble for somewhere private and become the laughingstock of the outskirts of Luoyang. Gao Shuo did not just block the scheme. He turned it into a public gastrointestinal press conference. And he still is not done. He collects evidence of the Chen family's attempt to plant prohibited drugs, plus their earlier forced entry into private property, and passes it through a censor who happens to have a grudge against the Chen family. The matter reaches court. Consort Chen's influence keeps it from becoming a huge storm, but the Chen family is humiliated, and Zhao Hong lightly reprimands them. For a while, they will not dare eye the soap workshop again. When I hear this, I laugh until I nearly fold over. High intelligence is unfair. Gao Xiuo played them so hard, they almost walked themselves into prison. My 63 points were expensive, yes, but apparently I bought a human conspiracy engine. I tell Chen Yue to pass praise to Gao Xiuo. The soap business can continue expanding, but it must be even more careful. I also order Gao Xiuo to allocate more profit to Chen Yue so Shadow can form faster. Chen Yue accepts, looking deeply satisfied. He understands it now. I do not just have power. I know where to put people's. Gao Xiuo's performance proves it. I check the system. Over the past few days, I resisted spending, and with the automatic 10 points per day, my balance has climbed from 67 to 97, almost back to 3 digits. That makes me breathe easier. After the soap incident, my path becomes clearer. On the surface, I am still a slightly precocious 3-year-old prince, recovering from illness. In the shadows, my business line is growing, my intelligence network is beginning to weave itself, and my core team is becoming stable. I stand by the window and look beyond the palace walls. The Chen family was only the beginning. The Han Empire's storm is still waiting out there, wide and ugly. And under the water, quietly, I am sharpening everything I can reach. With Gao Xiuo handling soap, I turn to the next problem sitting directly in front of me. Bamboo slips. Enhanced bamboo slips are useful, yes. They help me study faster, remember better, and make Guo Yang look at me like I was born with a tiny halo over my head. But they are also heavy, loud, and annoying. One roll barely holds any words, and every time I flip through them, they clatter like ancient homework trying to announce my suffering to the entire palace. I miss paper, then it hits me. The Eastern Han already has paper. Guolun improved papermaking back in the first year of Yuanxing with bark, hemp ends, old cloth, and fishing nets. The problem is that the current paper is expensive, uneven in quality, yellow, fragile, and hard to popularize, which means opportunity. If I can find someone who understands papermaking, then use the system to enhance the person, the materials, or the process, I might be able to make paper better, cheaper, and fit for mass production. Soap makes money. Paper changes knowledge. Paper helps recruitment, education, administration, and eventually public opinion. That is not stationary. That is infrastructure wearing a thin white outfit. The question is where to find the right person without shouting. Hello, I am a suspicious 3-year-old building an industrial base. I remember hearing a little eunuch complain about an old eunuch in the utility department. Supposedly, he is a distant grandnephew of Guo Lun, entered the palace after his family declined, and still fiddles with bark scraps and hemp fibers like an eccentric. Perfect. That afternoon, when Guo Yang comes to lecture, I deliberately sigh over the bamboo slips until he notices. He asks if the classics are too difficult. I shake my head and say the bamboo slips are heavy and troublesome. If only there were something light, thin, cheap, and able to hold many words, it could replace bamboo slips in silk. Guo Yang strokes his beard and gives me exactly the answer I want. Paper already exists. Marquis Guo's paper was lighter than bamboo and cheaper than silk, but the craft partly declined, and current paper is too inconsistent and costly to spread widely. I follow the trail and ask whether Guo Lun had descendants. Guo Yang says a branch of the clan did drift among the common people, and some may still know a little of the craft. He also remembers an old eunuch in the palace who claimed kinship with Marquis Guo and served in the utility department, though he is not sure if the man is still there. Information acquired. I wait until Guo Yang leaves, then call Chen Yue. I tell him to have Gao Xiuo investigate whether there is an old eunuch surnamed Guo in the utility department, related to Guo Lun and familiar with papermaking. Do not bring him yet. Check his background, character, and family first. Look at me learning. A few weeks ago, I would have grabbed the nearest useful person and started pressing enhance like the button owed me money. Now I was running background checks first. Growth, tiny imperial growth. Gao Xiuo's efficiency is still terrifying. One day later, the report comes back. There is such a man. His name is Guo Gu, around 50, truly a distant grandnephew of Guo Lun. When he was young, his family had some money, and he learned basic papermaking from clan elders. Later, the family fell apart, and he was forced into the palace as a eunuch. Because he is stubborn and bad at flattery, he has spent years doing the dirtiest and most exhausting work in the utility department. No children, one older sister outside the palace, whom he supports with his meager salary. Personality, straightforward and stubborn, keeps promises, not greedy for money. That is exactly what I need. Simple background, clear skill, a human tie outside the palace. Decent character. He is not flashy, but he is useful, and useful people are how empires are actually built. I tell Chen Yue to have Gao Xiuo transfer him somewhere easier to contact, then find me a chance to meet him. A few days later, March 25, the chance arrives. Gao Shuo uses his authority as a junior eunuch and claims the palace needs to repair old classics, so someone who understands paper must help identify materials. Guo Gu is temporarily moved to a remote library near my quarters. On a bright spring afternoon, I use the excuse of wanting to find interesting pictures in the library. Chen Yue and Luo escort me there. Luo guards the doors. Chen Yue enters with me. The library smells like dust, mold, old bamboo, and poor storage decisions. A small amount of yellowed paper sits among piles of bamboo slips. Guogu, wearing a faded white uniform, gray-haired and sorrowful, is hunched over damaged pages. When he sees me, he drops to his knees, terrified. I tell him to rise and ask if he understands paper. He says his ancestors were related to Marquis Guo, and when he was young, he saw clan elders working with papermaking, but he only has slight understanding and would not dare claim mastery. I pick up a coarse dark yellow sheet with rough edges and ask if all paper today is like this. He answers honestly, the sheet in my hand is already considered good. Worse paper crumbles at a touch and smears ink terribly. Then his voice carries regret as he says his ancestors' good craft is almost lost. That regret matters. This is not just a technical hire. This is a man whose family craft died slowly in front of him, while he scrubbed palace corners for people who did not care. So I ask him directly, if I give him better materials and money, can he make paper better, whiter, and tougher? His eyes light up for 1 second, then dim. He says papermaking is costly, with bark, hemp, repeated pounding, steaming, bleaching, and a process ordinary families cannot bear. He only thinks about it. Then I step closer and say I can support him. Money, materials, a place. He only needs to focus on research and make paper better than his ancestors' work. Gu freezes. At the same time, I casually place my hand on a roll of coarse straw paper nearby, something he clearly made himself. Contact, I inspect him, old eunuch, descendant of Guo Lun's clan. Loyalty 45%, numb to his situation with slight expectation. Strength 28, intelligence 65, slightly educated and proficient in incomplete papermaking techniques. Stamina 35, leadership 15, politics 30, charisma 40, enhancement level +0, combat power 2.8, average stats very average, but the key phrase is there, papermaking techniques incomplete. I spend 1 point. Warmth flows into his aging body. His spirit lifts. Blurred memories of papermaking suddenly sharpen. Steps he could not solve before begin forming clues. He looks at me in shock. Good, now comes the real hook. I tell him he does not have to answer immediately. If he is willing, I will arrange for him to leave the palace, reunite with his older sister, and receive a stable place with enough resources to focus entirely on papermaking. The paper he makes will change how people under heaven read and write, and the Gyut family craft will flourish again. Leave the palace, reunite with his sister, restore the ancestral craft, change the world. That hits him harder than any silver bribe could. His deadened eyes ignite. He asks if my words are true. I tell him the ruler does not speak in jest. A 3-year-old saying that should be ridiculous. Somehow, in that dusty library it lands. Guogu kneels with tears streaming down his face and swears to serve me with all his strength, restore and improve the ancestral papermaking technique, and not fail my expectations. His loyalty jumps to 70%. That is good, not enough. I continue enhancing him to +2 and +3. His loyalty rises to 102%. Die-hard loyalty, regarding me as a deity and willing to serve unto death. His intelligence reaches 86.4, and the note on his craft changes. Papermaking knowledge significantly completed and deepened. Now we have something. I tell him Gao Shuo will arrange the specifics, and that this matter is known only to heaven, earth, him, me, and the few people around me. It must never leak to a 6th person. Gu swears by Marquis Guo's name that he will not reveal a word. When I leave the library, my mood is excellent. Soap is stable, shadow is forming. Now papermaking has its key talent. My commercial and technological empire is no longer a daydream. It is walking forward one hidden piece at a time. My system shows 130 enhancement points. Black words on white papers. Before long, I may redefine that for this whole era. Early April, 179 CE arrives, and time moves fast. My body is mostly recovered. Running and jumping in the palace are no longer a medical event. My little face is rosier. Guo Yang keeps teaching me, and Chen Yue keeps drilling me in basics. On the surface, my life looks peaceful. Inside, my brain is still committing infrastructure. Under Gao Shuo's management, the soap business is stable and becoming my secret treasury. Guo Gu has been quietly moved out of the palace, and settled with his older sister in a secluded manor outside Luoyang, protected by Shadow's outer personnel arranged by Chen Yue. He has already begun improving papermaking. I know paper will take times, experiments, failures, adjustments. This is not instant noodles. This is technology, so I turn to the next industry. Wine. In this era, wine exists, but most of it is low-alcohol rice wine or turbid wine, bland and not exactly soul-shaking. If I can make high-proof distilled liquor, that is a dimensional strike. Officials want it, nobles want it, merchants want it, and eventually, it can become the signature product of a future drunken immortal tower chain. Yes, chain, if I am trapped in a 3-year-old body, I may as well franchise. I call Chen Yue and tell him we need a winemaker with ancestral craft, preferably someone talented but down on his luck. This time we look outside the palace, use Jianghu connections, or have Gao Shuo inquire through the market. Chen Yue immediately understands. I want to brew new wines. Stronger, purer, more fragrant. A few days later, Chen Yue brings the report. In a secluded alley in Luoyang's West Market, he found Su Yang, about 40, said to be a distant descendant of Su Kang, the ancestral master of winemaking. His family has brewed wine for generations, with ancestral yeast recipes and craftsmanship. But he is stubborn, refuses to water down his wine, has no money to bribe officials, and has been squeezed by competitors until his shop is nearly closed. He has an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 young children. Skills, pressure, clean background, family ties. That is the profile. We are not hiring glamorous people. We are finding capable people the world has stepped on and offering them a ladder with a miracle hidden in the rungs. I arranged to meet Su Yang at another secret manor controlled by Gao Shuo. Under strict guard from Chen Yue and Luo En, I quietly leave the palace by pretending to go play in the royal gardens, then slip away halfway. Su Yang is thin and dark, with rough hands and the faint smell of fermented grain on him. His eyes show exhaustion, but also stubbornness that has not been fully crushed. Even after Chen Yue tells him my identity, he cannot quite believe a child this young would seek out a failing winemaker. I ask directly whether he is a descendant of Su Kang and skilled in winemaking. He says his family did pass down the craft, but in these times, honest brewing makes it hard to survive. That line tells me enough. I ask if I give him capital, the best grains, and no need to worry about costs. Can he brew his best and strongest wine? The light in his eyes appears, then fades. He says he has tried, but due to technical limits, he can only make it a few degrees stronger than ordinary wine. He has no way to improve it further. Correct, fermented wine has a ceiling, so I give him the word that changes everything. Distillation. I explain under the convenient excuse of an immortal teaching me in a dream that fermented wine can be heated, the alcohol vapor collected, and then cooled back into liquid to produce a liquor clear as water and fierce as fire. Su Yang is stunned. Because he actually understands wine, he instantly understands the potential. This is not a trick. This overturns the method. If it works, the result will be unlike anything on the market. While he is still rethinking his entire profession, I step forward and touch an old wine jar he brought. Contact. I inspect him. Down-and-out winemaker, descendant of Su Kang. Loyalty 50%, in distress and longing for opportunity. Strength 55 from years of labor. Intelligence 62, exquisite craftsmanship and good at research. Stamina 60, leadership 20, politics 25, charisma 50, enhancement level +0, combat power 25, good enough to invest. I enhance him twice in a row. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2 points. Total 3 points. My balance moves from 230 to 227. 2 warm currents enter him. His fatigue fades, his arms strengthen, and more importantly, his understanding of winemaking, heat control, yeast, and the distillation method rises sharply. Concepts that were vague become clear. The method I described feels almost like something he has already practiced. Su Yang trembles, drops to his knees, and swears to follow me. Research this divine technique and brew the strongest fine wine under heaven. His oath is that if he breaks it, his wine may turn sour as vinegar and he may have no descendants. For a winemaker, that is not casual. His loyalty rises to 85%. His intelligence reaches 75%, and his winemaking skill is greatly sublimated. I tell him to rise. From now on, he and his family can live here safely and focus on distilled wine. If he needs anything, he tells Chen Yue. His family will have food and clothing without worry. He bows again, overwhelmed. He sees hope for restoring the Su Kang lineage. I return to the palace in a very good mood. Wine, like paper, needs equipment and experiments. It cannot be rushed, But the seed is planted. Soap, papers, wine, the commercial empire is opening one door at a time. By mid-April, around 10 more days have passed. From the 227 points I had at the start of April, the daily 10-point income adds another 100, bringing me to 327 enhancement points. That is enough to launch the restaurant plan. The restaurant is not just for money. It is for intelligence, a place where officials, nobles, merchants, and palace people drink, brag, complain, negotiate, and accidentally tell the furniture state secrets. I summon Chen Yue and tell him to send word to Gao Shuo. We need a restaurant location in a prosperous area where high-ranking officials and noble families gather, but not somewhere too exposed. Ideally, a large residence quiet amid the bustle, with a backyard for our people to enter and exit and store goods. Funding comes from soap profits. Chen Yue points out that a restaurant also needs a capable manager. Gao Shuo cannot appear openly, correct? So I tell him to have Gao Shuo scout candidates. Clever, business-minded, tight-lipped, clean background and with family ties. Once found, bring them for me to personally examine. That means inspect and enhance, obviously. HR, but with supernatural onboarding. Gao Shuo soon returns 2 possible properties. One near Buguang Ward, where many powerful families live, and one near Jinshi, a busy merchant market. He also finds the manager candidate. Lin Fu, nearly 40, formerly managed a medium-sized tavern in Luoyang. His old owner offended someone, the tavern was sealed, and Lin Fu lost his job. He has over 10 years of tavern experience, smooth with people but principled, with elderly parents and young children at home. Struggling, capable, and controllable. We arrange the meeting in an inconspicuous warehouse secretly controlled by Gao Shuo. Lin Fu is brought in blindfolded, heart probably trying to escape through his ribs. When the cloth comes off, he sees me sitting in the main seat, a pink jade little child who looks 3 or 4. He freezes. Reasonable. I do not waste time. I tell him Gao Shuo recommended him as someone good at business. I want to open an extraordinary restaurant, the best in Luoyang, even the world. Is he willing to serve me? Lin Fu stammers that opening a restaurant is not child's play. It requires large capital, unique dishes, excellent service. I tell him I have the capital, the dish methods, and the service rules. He only needs to answer, willing or unwilling. He looks at my composure, thinks of Gao Shuo's reach, and chooses risk. Wealth is found in danger. If I can truly solve dishes and service, he is willing to serve. Good. I step close and pretend to pat the abacus he brought. Contact. I inspect him. Former tavern manager unemployed. Loyalty 58%. Half believing and eager for opportunity. Strength 42. Intelligence 71. Astute calculation and familiar with the market. Stamina 55. Leadership 50. Politics 48. Charisma 65. Enhancement level +0. Combat power 4.2. Excellent manager base. I enhance him twice. Cost 3 points. Balance goes from 327 to 324. Lin Fu's mind clears. Old business problems suddenly make sense. Cost accounting, staff management, and customer psychology all sharpen. He immediately starts forming ideas for how to create the best restaurant in the world. Now his doubt is gone. He bows deeply and calls me Lord. His loyalty rises to 83%. And intelligence reaches 85.9. Business management ability improves, and creativity starts bursting out. That is the kind of manager I need. I choose the residence in Buguang Ward because it is closer to the target customers. Gao Shuo will provide money and the land deed. The restaurant's name will be Drunken Immortal Tower. Lin Fu's eyes light up at the name. Then I give him the real playbook. First, he must find a blacksmith and forge special cooking tools according to my diagrams. Frying pans, and thin-bottomed iron woks. In this era, cooking is mostly steaming, boiling, roasting, and stewing. Stir-frying barely exists, so I explain stir-frying. Strong fire, hot oil, ingredients cut thin or small, tossed quickly in the wok to preserve tenderness and original flavor. Lin Fu listens like I am handing him a treasure map that smells like garlic. Then I explain service, guests guided on entry, private room service, dish introductions, different services for different spending levels. A basic membership system with priority seating and new dish tasting rights. Ancient restaurant management meets modern hospitality. Somewhere in the distance, every old tavern in Luoyang gets nervous and does not know why. Finally, I tell him the restaurant is also our eyes and ears. Pay attention to guest conversations, especially court news, local officials, and popular movements. Write down valuable information and report through Chen Yue's channels. But do not actively pry and do not arouse suspicion. Safety first. Lin Fu understands the weight of the task and accepts. When he leaves full of drive, I know another important piece has fallen into place. Drunken Immortal Tower will not just be a restaurant. It will make money, gather intelligence, observe talent, and become a hidden stronghold under Luyang's prosperity. Soon the preparations accelerate. Early summer heat creeps into Luyang. I sit in the palace fanning myself with a small round fan while Chen Yue reports. Lin Fu, with intelligence 86, is moving fast. The Buguang Ward residence has been purchased and renovated. Elegant private rooms, a bright main hall, custom tables and chairs, and even a small backyard garden for that quiet amid bustle feeling. The first batch of woks has also been forged by a reliable blacksmith. Lin Fu hires several skilled chefs with clean backgrounds and family ties, gathering them secretly at another estate outside the city. Su Yang, because it all connects to food and drink, temporarily manages them and starts stir-fry training. My system balance has climbed near 500, reaching 474 points. Time to boost the core chef team. I leave the palace again and go to the training estate. In the courtyard, chefs sweat around new woks and stoves. Oil sizzles. Ingredients hit hot metal, releasing aroma and smoke. The appetite is there. The technique is not. Some dishes are overcooked. Some are undercooked. The fire control is awkward, and the timing is rough. My gaze lands on an older, diligent chef named Han Shao. He was originally second chef at an old Luyang restaurant, recruited by Lin Fu because he hated his former boss deducting wages and cutting corners. He has potential. I taste his fried sonkai napa cabbage and tell him the heat was too high. The leaves are wilted and not crisp enough. At first, he is clearly not thrilled about being judged by a child. Then he sees Lin Fu and Chen Yue treating me with extreme respect, and his attitude recalibrates at emergency speed. He admits I am right. I pat the rough hand holding his spatula. Contact, I inspect him, chef learning, loyalty 60%, curious about the new employer and satisfied with wages. Strength 58, intelligence 63, good comprehension and skilled at imitation. Stamina 62, leadership 30, politics 25, charisma 55, enhancement level +0, combat power 58. I enhance him twice, spending 3 points and leaving 471. Warmth surges through him, his wrist stabilizes, his perception of heat sharpens several times over. Ingredient characteristics, seasoning combinations, wok tossing, and strength control suddenly become clear. Han Shao looks at his hands, then the wok lips trembling. He thanks me and says he seems to have achieved enlightenment. His loyalty rises to 85%, and intelligence reaches 76.2, with cooking comprehension and innovation significantly improved. Good, I use the same method on 2 other well-performing chefs, spending 3 points each for another 6 total, leaving 465. Now the core chef team has skill and loyalty. A few days later, Drunken Immortal Tower opens quietly in Buguang Ward. No grand fanfare, just a new plaque and open doors. At first, there are not many customers. The location is good but not the absolute center, and the place is new. But everyone who enters notices the difference immediately. The environment is clean and bright. The service staff, mostly poor young men and women with clean backgrounds recruited and trained by Lin Fu, are polite and organized. Then the dishes arrive. Bright colors, strong fragrance, stir-fried textures nobody here is used to. Customers are stunned. The sonkai is vibrant and refreshing. The meat slices are tender, smooth, and fragrant. And then the rare trial supply of Su Yang's early distilled liquor arrives. Clear, mellow, and burning like fire when it enters the throat. Drunken Immortal Brew, small quantity, only for distinguished guests to taste. That is how you create demand. Give them 1 sip of liquid thunder, then tell them there is no inventory. Ancient luxury marketing, now with throat impact. The novel dishes, refined environment Lin Fu's hosting, and the first VIP card system spread the restaurant's reputation through high officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants. And I gain something better than money. Information. Lin Fu sends operational briefings. A son of a Shangshu push complains during a banquet that his father is unhappy after clashing with a eunuch over grain transport. Merchants from Jeju mention large-scale folk sacrificial activities and strict official control. Low-ranking palace eunuchs whisper that Zhao Hong has recently favored consort Chen, leaving noble Lady Shen somewhat neglected. Most of it is gossip, scraps, loose threads, but Chen Yue and the early shadow network filter it. And suddenly, I understand the world outside the palace more directly than before. This is why the restaurant matters. Not just income, Ears, one day I sit in my bedchamber looking at Lin Fu's latest briefing, and the first modest but meaningful restaurant dividend. Luo and guards the door, steadier than ever after training and enhancement. Xiao Tao tidies my desk carefully, now one of the most trusted maids at my side. Chen Yue stands in the corner still as usual, but I know his perception covers the entire room and its surroundings. Shadow is quietly absorbing reliable wandering heroes and retired veterans. Its frame is forming. My system shows 465 points. Then I look at Xiao Tao. She has been with me from the beginning. She brought water when I could barely speak, held medicine when I wanted to resign from taste, and has served me carefully ever since. My core circle needs stability, and she is inside that circle. I call her over, take her hand, and place my small jade pendant in her palm. The same pendant I once accidentally enhanced, making it smoother and brighter. I tell elder sister Xiao Tao she has worked hard taking care of me, and this is for her. She panics immediately, saying it is too precious and she does not dare accept it. I insist, if I say it is hers, it is hers. Contact, I inspect her, Prince's sleeping quarters maid. Loyalty 78%, utterly loyal and filled with gratitude. Strength 38, intelligence 58, meticulous and thoughtful. Stamina 52, leadership 20, politics 35, charisma 72, enhancement level +0, combat power 38. Not bad, I enhance her once. Cost 1 point. Balance 464. The warm current passes through her. Her mind clears, her movements become more nimble, and her understanding of palace affairs and human relations deepens. Her eyes redden. She kneels and thanks me for my grace, swearing to serve me with greater dedication. Her loyalty rises to 88%, and intelligence reaches 63.8. I tell her to rise. The circle around me is getting stronger. Chen Yue, Luo, and Gao Xiu, Gyugu, Su Yang, Lin Fu, Han Xiao, and the chefs. Xiao Tao, each person is a small piece, but together they are becoming a machine. Soap, paper, fine wine, restaurants, intelligence. Tiny streams, all flowing toward the same river. Then drunken immortal tower gets too famous. Early summer in Luoyang turns sultry, and the restaurant's reputation spreads through the upper circles. Business improves by the day. Officials and nobles use it for banquets and business. Drunken immortal brew becomes especially sought after, priced high and still nearly impossible to buy. And tall trees catch wind. Noble Lady Chen notices. She is the birth mother of Prince Zhaozai, granddaughter of Chen Bao, commandant of the 5 offices, and she has long been fighting Noble Lady Shen inside the palace. She is already unhappy that I recovered, gained a reputation for precocious intelligence, and received attention from Zhao Hong. Now the hottest restaurant in Luoyang is managed publicly by Lin Fu, but rumors say it has links to Gao Xiu. In her mind, Gao Xiu is getting close to my side. Technically wrong, I am controlling Gao Xiu, but either way, she hates it. She cannot stand watching her rival's side gain money and fame. So when I am sitting comfortably with a massive 764 enhancement points, Chen Yue brings bad news. Noble Lady Chen has moved. She instructs her family to contact the Colonel Director of Retainers and Officials under the Magistrate of Luoyang. Their charges are that drunken Immortal Tower's ingredients have unclear origins, may contain filth, and its liquor is too strong, confusing the mind and harming public morality. Tomorrow, they plan to send people to seal the restaurant and order it closed for rectification. This is much nastier than stealing a soap workshop. Food safety and public morality are reputation killers. If the restaurant is sealed, even briefly, rumors will do the rest. Reopening becomes difficult. Trust collapses. I ask whether Gao Xiu knows. Chen Yue says yes. Gao Xiu told him to reassure me. He has a plan, and he will make Noble Lady Chen walk in looking for profit and leave with losses instead. That confidence helps. This is exactly why I spent 63 points on him. Sometimes you do not want to personally solve every problem. Sometimes you want to sit back and see what your intelligence, 132.9 subordinate, does to a bureaucracy. The next day, soldiers from the Colonel Director of Retainers and Runners from the Magistrate of Luoyang's office arrive aggressively at Drunken Immortal Tower, drawing a crowd. Leading them is Assistant Magistrate's son, who has received hints from the Chen family and is ready to perform. Before they even display the sealing warrant, Lin Fu walks out with a respectful smile and asks whether the officers have worked up an appetite. Private rooms are available upstairs. The man is facing a forced closure and still tries to upsell. Manager of the Year. Assistant Magistrate's son snaps that someone reported improper ingredients and liquor that confuses minds, so he is here to inspect and close the restaurant immediately. Lin Fu performs surprise and grievance perfectly. He explains that all ingredients are purchased daily from the largest meat and vegetable vendors in the West Market, with receipts to verify them. As for the liquor, he lowers his voice and says drunken immortal brew is produced in tiny quantities. Besides serving honored guests, most of it is sent directly into the palace for His Majesty to enjoy. Assistant Magistrate Sun's heart drops. That connection was not in the briefing. Then horse hooves approach. Gao Xiuo arrives in junior eunuch robes, surrounded by palace guards. He does not even look at the officials first. He speaks directly to Lin Fu and asks whether this month's drunken immortal brew is ready. His Majesty has asked about it several times, he says, because the batch sent the day before yesterday has already been drunk, and His Majesty misses the taste. Lin Fu bows and says it is ready, and they were just about to deliver it to the palace. Only then does Gao Xiuo notice Assistant Magistrate Sun and the others. He asks why they have gathered here with so many people. Could they be intending to seize the liquor reserved for His Majesty? That is not a question. That is a guillotine politely wearing grammar. Assistant Magistrate Sun turns pale and starts sweating. He insists it is a misunderstanding. He only received a minor report and came to inspect. Since the liquor is reserved for His Majesty, surely everything must be fine. He disturbed Gao Xiuo and deserves 10,000 deaths. Gao Xiuo snorts coldly and says they are too idle. His Majesty is worried about state affairs. Yet instead of sharing the sovereign's burden, they listen to slander and harass honest merchants brewing imperial liquor and managing industries for His Majesty. What are their intentions? The official nearly collapses. Gao Xiuo tells them to scram. They scram fast. The crowd watches the entire thing and immediately upgrades drunken immortal tower in their minds. Powerful backer, imperial liquor, even His Majesty drinks it. You cannot buy that kind of advertisement unless you own a Gao Xiuo, and luckily I do. Gao Xiuo quietly tells Lin Fu he did well, and asks whether he knows how to handle similar situations in the future. Lin Fu understands. Then Gao Xiuo leaves grandly with the squad carrying the so-called imperial liquor. He never even steps inside the restaurant. Crisis solved, prestige boosted, enemy slapped, free publicity acquired. The news reaches noble Lady Chen, and she is so angry she smashes a beloved jade rui. She did not expect Gao Xiuo to personally intervene, and she definitely did not expect drunken immortal brew to be going to Zhaohong. Instead of shutting the restaurant down, she helped attach imperial prestige to it. Classic lift rock, drop on own foot behavior. She grits her teeth and swears at Gao Xiuo and me, the sickly brat. Meanwhile, when I receive the full report from Chen Yue, I smile so brightly my face almost looks innocent again. Well done. Having a high IQ subordinate is so relaxing. Gao Xiuo resolved the crisis, used it for advertising, and hit noble Lady Chen's side all at once. Political judo, but with wine jars. I check the system, still 764 points. He solved it without me spending anything. That settles something in my heart. Enhancement points are powerful, but loyal, capable people are even better. If I can build enough Gao Xiuos, Chen Yue's, Lin Fu's, and hidden operators, I do not have to fight every fire with my own tiny hands. The drunken, immortal tower crisis passes, but I know this is only the beginning. The storms ahead will be larger, darker, and less polite. But I am no longer a lone transmigrator hiding behind palace curtains. People have gathered around me now, and when the next wave comes, it will not be meeting a sick child with combat power 0.9. It will be meeting the machine I built in the shadows. But the real heat is political. By the 5th day of the 6th month, the air feels like a steamer. I am lying on a bamboo mat while Xiao Tao fans me, but my mind will not settle. Gao Xiuo already handled the drunken immortal tower crisis beautifully. Yet noble Lady Chen's spite still feels like it is crawling through the palace walls. She failed to touch my restaurant. So what comes next? My mother, noble Lady Shen, is fierce, competitive, and not weak. But noble Lady Chen has better birth, a more sinister style, and Prince Zhao Zai giving her fresh leverage. Zhao Hong has also been neglecting my mother more lately because of that side. If this keeps going, noble Lady Shen might suffer. I look at my system balance, already over 800 points, and make a decision. I cannot just upgrade swords, restaurants, and secret agents while leaving my own mother exposed. She needs an enhancement. The opportunity arrives that afternoon. Noble Lady Shen comes into my bedchamber with several maids, wearing a light purple palace dress and careful makeup, but there is exhaustion and gloom between her brows. Noble Lady Chen's recent favor is clearly pressing on her. She pulls me into her arms, touches my forehead and cheeks, and tells me not to get heatstroke in this weather. Her concern is real, and that makes my decision even firmer. I lean against her, pretend to play with a lock of her hair, then touch the back of her hand and sweetly say Imperial Mother is beautiful. She laughs and pinches my nose. Contact complete. I inspect her. Noble Lady Shen, noble lady of Zhao Hong and birth mother of Prince Zhao Rui. Loyalty to me, 100% mother and son share one heart. Strength 38, intelligence 72, shrewd, capable, jealous. Stamina 65, leadership 45, politics 68, versed in power plays and ambitious. Charm 88, enhancement rank +0, combat power 3.8. Her foundation is honestly excellent. Intelligence 72, politics 68, charm 88, natural loyalty 100. This is not me forcing affection. This is me giving a dangerous woman sharper tools. I enhance Noble Lady Shen 3 times in a row. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2 points. +2 to +3 costs 4 points. Total cost 7 points. My balance drops from 814 to 807. 3 warm currents flow into her body. She trembles slightly, then relaxes as comfort spreads through her. Her mind clears. The schemes she had only half-sensed before suddenly become obvious. Why Noble Lady Chen keeps mentioning Prince upbringing, why she keeps talking about quiet places outside the palace, why every soft word is actually a hand reaching for my throat. At the same time, her complexion improves, her skin becomes smoother, and her natural charm becomes stronger. Even she notices something is different, though she assumes her mood is better and the makeup worked well. I immediately flatter her and say she is even more beautiful. Correct timing, correct target. I am 3, but my emotional support buff game is elite. Noble Lady Shen leaves in a better mood, thoughts sharp and steps light. I watch her go and silently cheer her on. Cut to her palace. Noble Lady Shen dismisses the attendants and sits before the bronze mirror. Her reflection really is more beautiful and confident than before. Her thoughts move quickly now. She thinks of Chen Rong, who has been jumping around lately because she gave birth to child Zai and wants to topple both mother and son. First hinting that I am weak, then suggesting Taoist temples outside the palace are quiet and good for recovery. In the past, Noble Lady Shen might have rushed to Zhao Hong crying and making noise. That could backfire. Now she throws out the bad options before they even reach her mouth. If Chen Rong wants to play, she will play. 3 days later, Zhao Hong holds a small family feast in the Imperial Garden. Noble Lady Shen, Noble Lady Chen, and young Zhao Zai attend. I do not because I am a child, which is extremely convenient. My mother gets to operate without me sitting there like a suspiciously intelligent decorative bun. After the wine has gone around, Noble Lady Chen makes her move. She says the weather is hot, child Zai has not been sleeping well, and Prince Rui was sick recently too. Then she suggests the palace is crowded and noisy, not good for recovery. There is a royal Taoist temple outside the city, peaceful and scenic. If Prince Rui stays there and receives care from a Taoist master, perhaps it would help his health. Very thoughtful, very gentle, very much trying to remove me from the palace. Zhao Hong is moved. He has lost princes before, and he does care about my survival. A quiet place for recovery sounds reasonable on the surface, but Noble Lady Shen sees the blade under the silk. Once I leave the palace, I leave Zhao Hong's sight. From there, whether I recover, weaken, or conveniently die of illness, becomes much easier to arrange. She does not panic. She smiles gratefully and thanks Noble Lady Chen for caring about me. Then she casually says that the mention of Taoist temples reminds her of something. She heard Noble Lady Chen has been close to a Taoist fan from Bashu and donated a lot of incense money for child Zai. Noble Lady Chen's expression changes. That contact is real. She has been using Taoist fan to build momentum around herself and her son with talk of heavenly mandate. And my mother just put that private connection onto the table. Then Noble Lady Shen turns to Zhao Hong. She says I am still young and an imperial prince. Sending me outside the palace would require guards, offerings, daily arrangements, manpower, money. The treasury is already strained. If so many resources are spent just for me, court officials may accuse Zhao Hong of doting on a prince and ignoring state affairs. Good angle, money and reputation. Then she lands the second point. I am Zhao Hong's eldest son, carrying his expectations and the future of the empire. How can my upbringing be left to outsiders? Better that I remain in the palace, personally taught by Zhao Hong under the emperor's grace. With the true dragon son of heaven beside me, what illness or evil would dare approach? That is better than any Taoist master. That is not just argument. That is palace martial arts. She makes Noble Lady Chen's proposal look expensive, suspicious, and almost insulting to the emperor himself. A Taoist temple is better than Zhao Hong's imperial protection. Bold choice, sister. Zhao Hong loves face, and this hits perfectly. He starts thinking, yes, he is the true dragon son of heaven. If his son stays beside him, what illness can touch the child? Sending me away would make it sound like he is inferior to a Taoist. Also expensive and troublesome. When he looks at noble Lady Chen again, his eyes carry scrutiny. Noble Lady Chen tries to speak. Zhao Hong cuts her off. He says I will stay in the palace, and this matter should not be mentioned again. He even says he will personally examine my lessons when he has time. Noble Lady Shen smiles brightly, says a few more considerate words and makes him even happier. Noble Lady Chen sits there with an ashen face, nails nearly digging into her palms, wondering when Noble Lady Shen became this formidable. That night, Chen Yue tells me everything. I roll happily on the bamboo mat. Imperial Mother is mighty. 7 points took her from fierce to frightening. Noble Lady Chen should not dare try to drive me out of the palace again for a while. I check my balance, 837 enhancement points. The palace still has undercurrents, but now I have the system, loyal subordinates, and a smarter, more charming mother on my side. By the 15th of June, the heat gets worse. I sit in the hall eating chilled melons and calculating the next move. 10 days have passed since I enhanced my mother, and my points have risen to 907. Money and people, those are the foundations. So I dismiss Xiao Tao, keep only Chen Yue, and ask for a full report. How is drunken immortal tower? When can a branch open? What about distilled liquor, soap, and paper? These are our money bags and our lifeblood, and confidentiality cannot break. Chen Yue reports steadily. Drunken immortal tower is doing excellent business and bringing in gold every day. Lin Fu has scouted locations for a branch and is waiting for my decision. Su Yang's distilled liquor yield has stabilized, though output is still low because good distillation equipment is hard to forge. The soap workshop has expanded with stable production under Gao Shuo's people. The process is separated, and only a few trusted people know the core lie step. As for Gu's paper, the latest batch is already much better than market paper, white and flexible, and he says it can improve further with more time. Everything is moving, especially paper. That is not just profit. That is a cultural weapon. I tell him to let Lin Fu and Gao Shuo handle the branch, choosing the safest location and clean personnel with families under our control. For distillation equipment, tell Su Yang not to rush. Safety first, secrecy first. Then I ask about Shadow. Chen Yue says Shadow has initially taken shape. Over 300 people have been recruited. Reliable Jianghu wanderers, veterans, and clever street youths. Around 100 are core backbone members. Over 300, Teacher Chen has been busy, but quantity means nothing if the inside rots. I ask whether the 100 core members are reliable. Chen Yue gets serious. He has screened them as best he can, but the human heart is difficult to measure. He needs me to personally inspect them. Correct answer. 2 nights later, in an abandoned warehouse in western Luoyang, 100 men stand in 10 rows under dim lights. Coarse clothes, sharp eyes, agile builds. Some are wanderers, some retired soldiers, some street toughs, and all of them are quiet because Chen Yue is standing in front of them. Beside him is a small figure wrapped completely in a black cloak. Me? Yes, I snuck out of the palace again. Do not look at me like that. I have a secret organization to quality check. Chen Yue tells them they are here to pay respects to their true master. From this day forward, they are loyal to the master alone, and his orders come above everything. They kneel and greet me. I tell them to raise their heads, keeping my voice low and as majestic as a child can manage through cloth and danger. 100 pairs of eyes look over. They cannot see my face, but the small body definitely causes doubts. That is fine. I inspect them all. Panels appear one after another. Loyalty 45, Loyalty 62, Loyalty 38, Loyalty 71, Loyalty 88, Loyalty 29. As expected, mixed. Most sit between 50 and 70%, usable but not secure. More than a dozen are below 50. A few are below 30. Those are either spies, mercenaries with no loyalty, or future betrayals wearing shoes. I tug Chen Yue's robe under the cloak. He understands. Then I walk like I am reviewing troops. When I reach people with loyalty above 70 or strong potential, I pat a shoulder or say, not bad, and enhance them once. Loyalty 71 becomes 78. Loyalty 88 becomes 97. Loyalty 65 becomes 72. Each +1 costs 1 point. I enhance over 60 people, spending more than 60 points, leaving 842. The enhanced men feel warmth pass through their bodies. They become stronger, clearer-minded, and more awed by the mysterious master. Their loyalty rises right there. The low-loyalty ones get nothing but a cold glance. I memorize them. After the review, Chen Yue dismisses everyone through designated routes. No lingering, no gossip, no second thoughts. When the warehouse empties, I remove the cloak and give Chen Yue the list of problematic people. He knows what to do. Shadow does not need disloyal people. They will disappear by accident and no news will leak. Cold, yes. Necessary, also yes. A secret force full of holes is not an intelligence network. It is a future funeral invitation. Then I give Chen Yue 2 more missions. Shadow must send capable, clever people to find 2 warriors. First, go to Nanyang Commandery and find Han Zhong, courtesy Schengen. He should be around 30 to 35, likely an officer or general. He has the courage of 10,000 men. Second, go to Huayuan Commandery and find Wei Bu, courtesy Xianwu. He should be around 19 to 23. His martial prowess is likely even above Han Zhong's, peerless under heaven. Chen Yue is surprised. I live deep in the palace. How would I know 2 obscure men thousands of miles away? He does not ask. At this point, he has wisely filed my knowledge under His Highness is strange. Proceed with loyalty. I warn him not to use force. Treat them politely. Say Zhao Rui, eldest prince of the Great Han, has heard of their brave reputations and admires them, inviting them to Luoyang for a talk. Especially Wei Bu. His temperament may be arrogant. Will they come now? Maybe not. Han Zhong may be underappreciated in Nanyang, but he has family burdens. Wei Bu is ambitious and may not care about a child prince. But recruitment is not always one move. Sometimes you plant the name first. Let them know someone in the capital sees them. Seeds matter. After that, I finally breathe easier. Industries are developing. Shadow has been purged and enhanced. Future generals are being searched for. I have over 800 points left. In this dangerous era, I finally have capital. Then, on June 25, I realize I am still missing one thing. A brain, not mine. Mine is fine, thank you. Enhanced even. But I need a real strategist who can coordinate everything, fill the gaps, and think 3 layers deeper than survival. Chen Yue is powerful. Gao Shuo is terrifyingly capable. But one is a swordsman, one is a eunuch operator. I need a professional planner. I run through the famous strategists of the early 3 kingdoms. The great clan talents from Yingchuan, people like Zun Yu and Guo Jie in the source timeline, are too visible and unlikely to take a child prince seriously right now. Then one name jumps out. Pei Zun, courtesy Wenin. In the original timeline, he should be an obscure Langyuan in Luoyang right now. Frustrated, unappreciated, and preparing to resign and return home to Liang province because he is unaccustomed to the climate and unwell. That is my window. The future poisonous strategist is about to leave the capital. Absolutely not. My points stand at 942. I summon Chen Yue immediately and order Shadow to find Pei Zun in Luoyang. He is from Wuwei in Liang province, likely an inconspicuous Langyuan, possibly already preparing to resign. Find him and invite him secretly. No force, no attention. 2 days later, Shadow delivers. They find him in a simple rented courtyard. He is indeed a Langyuan from Guzheng County, Wuwei Commandery, Liang Province. He recently submitted his resignation, citing climate discomfort and long illness, and plans to leave the capital within days. I choose the manor outside the city where we train cooks for the meeting. At dusk, an inconspicuous carriage enters the manor. Pei Zun steps down, guided by 2 ordinary-looking men with sharp eyes. He is about 30, medium-build, thin-faced, short-bearded, wearing an old faded official robe. His eyes are calm, but there is vigilance and fatigue tucked inside them. He probably thinks some powerful person wants to recruit him as an aide. Then he enters the room and sees me, a 3-year-old child sitting in the main seat. The man's entire worldview has to take a moment. I dismiss Chen Yue and the others to wait outside, then address him by courtesy name. He suppresses the absurdity and bows, asking who I am and why I invited him here. The word invite carries just enough sarcasm to be noticed. Good, he is awake. I do not answer directly. I walk over, and say a man of great talent like him being stuck as a Langyuan and now resigning to return home is a pity. His heart jolts though his face stays calm. He says his talent is meager, his learning shallow and his body weak, so returning home is only helplessness. Sure, Mr. Future Disaster Class Strategist, very humble, very believable. I reach for the old jade pendant at his waist as if curious. He steps back half a step, frowning. Sharp, so I tap the back of his hand instead. Contact, I inspect him. Resigned Langyuan from Wuwei, Liang Province. Loyalty 15%, confused, vigilant, slightly dissatisfied. Strength 41. Intelligence 95, farsighted and insightful into people's hearts. Stamina 53, slightly unwell. Leadership 70. Politics 88, well-versed in power struggles and self-preservation. Charisma 65. Enhancement rank +0. Combat power 41. Intelligence 95. Unenhanced. Politics 88. Unenhanced. The man is already terrifying. The loyalty, however, is basically a locked door with spikes on it. So I go all in. 4 consecutive enhancements. +0 to +1 costs 1. +1 to +2 costs 2. +2 to +3 costs 4. +3 to +4 costs 8. Total 15 points. Balance drops from 942 to 927. 4 warm currents pour into Pei Zun like waves. He groans, trembles, and flushes. His mind almost explodes open. World trends, human deceit, schemes, old texts, unclear patterns, everything suddenly becomes sharp. His physical discomfort vanishes too, replaced by energy. He looks at me with disbelief and deep awe. Immortal, demon, either way not normal. His loyalty jumps from 15 to 65%. Extremely shocked, filled with awe, reassessing. His intelligence reaches 139. Politics reaches 128.7. That is no longer a strategist. That is a national security incident with a beard. Pei Zun asks who exactly I am. Now I show my hand. I put my hands behind my back and tell him I am Zhao Rui, the current first prince. His pupils shrink. The 3-year-old prince who nearly died not long ago. The sick child in the rumors. That child just changed his body and mind with one touch. He understands immediately. This is opportunity and also a token of allegiance. He straightens his robes and bows deeply from the heart, calling me his lord. He asks forgiveness for not knowing my identity and says he is willing to serve me with all his might. I help him up, genuinely delighted. His loyalty is only 65%. But with that intelligence and enough shared interest, I can build from there. I tell him the situation is complex, so he must stay behind the scenes. Chen Yue will arrange a new identity and residence. His first task is to help organize my industries, improve Shadow's structure, fill gaps, and plan for the future. Pei Zun accepts immediately. I can see the calculation already moving in his eyes. Following me may give him more than self-preservation. It may give him a chance to shape the coming chaos. And with that, I finally have the missing piece. Later in the manor study, doors and windows closed, yellow light dim. I sit across from Pei Zun and ask him 3 questions. First, wealth and industry. I have drunk an immortal tower, soap, paper, and distilled liquor. How do we make them safer, more profitable, and more reliable as financial sources? Pei Zun answers that the foundation is concealment and division. Drunken immortal tower can stay as it is for now, with Lin Fu managing openly and Gao Xiu protecting it from the shadows. But future branches should not all use the same name. Use separate names like Wangjiang Tower or Tingyu Pavilion to scatter attention. Good. Then he says the workshops are the lifeblood. Soap, papermaking, brewing. The core processes cannot stay concentrated. Split them immediately. Separate lye production, pulp formulas, and distillation cores into different locations, managed by people who are absolutely loyal and do not know one another. Each craftsman only knows one step, not the whole process. If one site falls, the whole operation survives. That is the answer I needed. Assembly line thinking plus secrecy. Ancient industry compartmentalized. Deliciously paranoid. Very Pei Zun. Then money circulation. Right now too much profit flows through Gao Xiu. Convenient but traceable. Use restaurants, merchant firms, and reputable wealthy merchants to create multiple channels, break the flow into pieces, and convert wealth into hard-to-trace assets. Gold, jewelry, grain, cloth, and raw iron. Now we are not just making money. We are stockpiling for collapse. I approve the plan and order Pei Zun, Gao Xiu, and Chen Yue to implement it together. Second question, Shadow. It has just been established mixed personnel, and I have cleared disloyal people. How should it develop into true eyes, ears, and blade? Pei Zun says Shadow needs excellence, specialization, and depth. Excellence means quality over quantity. Recruitment must get stricter. Check ability but also weaknesses. Family, desires, secrets. Only those who can be controlled can be used. Specialization means clear departments. Internal guards protect me, my mother, core figures, and key industries. External scouts spread out to gather intelligence and handle special missions. Dedicated analysts must sort the intelligence, remove noise, and turn scraps into strategy. Depth means long-term infiltration. Plant clever, loyal people into factions, unique residences, official households, and other power centers. They do not need to send major news immediately. They need to survive, gain footing, and wait. That is not a gang anymore. That is a state intelligence service wearing rough cloth. He also says Shadow personnel need excellent treatment and generous compensation. or loyalty will not hold. This can be tied to the new money channels. I authorize him to plan shadow with Chen Yue. Third question, the world. The court is chaotic, disasters keep coming, and the way of great peace is spreading. What should we do? This is the big one. Pei Zun grows serious and looks into the dark beyond the window. He says when a great building is about to collapse, one pillar cannot hold it up. The Great Han is full of deep sickness. The medicine needed may not be reform, but worldwide chaos. I already know the history, but hearing him judge it from inside this era hits differently. He says the way of great peace is a spark that may ignite the plains. Their uprising may shake the world and accelerate chaos, but in the end, they will likely only clear the road for others. Our strategy should be to follow the trend and profit from the chaos. Before chaos erupts, I must remain hidden, accumulate money and grain, forge sharp weapons, train death warriors, and treat industry and shadow as the foundation. When the world changes, my identity becomes my greatest advantage. I am Zhao Hong's eldest son, the orthodox bloodline of the Great Han. I can use names like protecting borders, pacifying the people, or punishing the disloyal to naturally obtain military power or control a key commandery as a base. With money, grain, elite shadow members, divine weapons, and righteousness, I can advance to compete for the world or retreat to rule a region. The initiative will be mine. That sentence settles into the room. This is the first time my scattered projects become a real root. Early stage, hide and develop. Middle stage, take legitimacy and territory. Late stage, decide whether to seek hegemony or rule a region. Then I ask what preparations we need now. Pei Zun lists them cleanly. Keep strengthening myself and core personnel. Use shadow to monitor the way of great peace. Place industries and informants early in provinces and commanderies likely to face turmoil. Fund promising generals from humble backgrounds and low-ranking officials. Cast a wide net. Then he adds one more idea. Use auspicious omens or filial piety to present useful things to Zhao Hong. High-yield seeds or formulas to prevent seasonal epidemics. That can secure imperial favor and win people's hearts before the chaos. Brilliant. That gives me a public path for future enhanced seeds or medicines without exposing the system. Not I have a cheat. Instead, Filial Prince offers blessing to father and people. I praise Pei Zun and tell him we will follow his strategy. From now on, internal industries, shadow structure, and external strategy are under his planning. Chen Yue and Gao Shuo handle execution. If the three cannot agree on major matters, they report to me. That is enormous authority. Pei Zun understands. He bows deeply and says he will not fail me. His loyalty rises to 75%. When he leaves to begin work, I finally breathe out. My development direction, once messy and ambitious in too many directions, is now clear. I have money, I have people, I have a route to territory, and now I have a top strategist to guide the whole board. By early 7th month, midsummer turns Luyang into a furnace. My surface life returns to normal. Reading, martial practice, and acting spoiled in front of noble Lady Shen like a clever but immature child. Underneath, everything is accelerating. My enhancement points pass 1,000 for the first time, 1,027. That number feels enormous, but I keep Pei Zun's warning in mind. Stay low, do not spend lightly, wait for critical moments. Under Pei Zun's coordination, Chen Yue and Gao Shuo begin executing the new strategy. Outside Luyang, the core process is split apart. The old craftsman who makes the strong lifer soap is moved with his family to a Yellow River village using fishing as cover. Gyogu, holding the core papermaking formulas, is placed beneath a seemingly ruined mountain god temple deep in the Mang Mountains, renovated with ventilation and tight security. Su Yang's distillation equipment and yeast research are dispersed across 3 separate manors, none of them knowing the others. No single captured site can destroy the system. At the same time, Pei Zun sets up the Four Seas Trading Company in Luyang's East Market. On the surface, it deals in general goods from north and south. In reality, it becomes one channel for money and materials. Part of Drunken Immortal Tower's profits flow through it as ingredient and utensil purchases, then turn into grain, cloth, and a small amount of untraceable pig iron, secretly stored in warehouses known only to core people. That is the shape of preparation. Not banners, not speeches, warehouses. Shadow also reorganizes. Following Pei Zun's rules of refinement, specialization, and depth, Chen Yue replans the personnel. Luo and his formerly appointed commander of the Internal Guard, responsible for my safety, noble Lady Shen's safety, and several core figures. He gathers dozens of loyal, skilled mainstays. External scouts begin penetrating official residences, military camp perimeters, and counties around the capital region. Their covers are ordinary, vendors, servants, traveling merchants. Shadow is no longer just people who can fight. It is becoming people who can disappear into daily life. All of this happens quietly. Meanwhile, Pei Zun sits over a crude map of the capital region, studying early shadow reports. Yu Province pestilence, Jai Province more refugees. The great teacher of virtue of the way of great peace is spreading wider, distributing talisman water and gathering crowds to preach. Nanyang Commandery of Jing Province, heavy taxes, public resentment. Eastern Commandery of Yan Province, small bandit groups active. Pieces that look separate begin connecting in his mind. With Intelligence 139, he writes the first situational analysis brief for me. His judgment is clear. The way of great peace is not simple religious activity. Its organization is tight, its spread rapid, and there is a massive plot behind it. In 1 year at the earliest, 2 years at the latest, a large-scale rebellion will break out across the world. The center will likely be places where the way of great peace is most active. Jai Province, Jing Province, and Yu Province. I read the coded brief from Chen Yue, and even though I know history, I still feel the pressure. Pei Zun has judged the storm from fragments. The Yellow Turban Rebellion is no longer a historical note in my head. It is approaching. I burn the silk after reading. Then I order Chen Yue to tell Pei Zun and Gao Shuo to focus on Julu Commandery in Jai Province, Nanyang Commandery in Jing Province, and Yingchuan Commandery in Yu Province. Find frustrated low-level officials or obscure scholars from humble backgrounds. Befriend them, fund them. The condition is simple. They secretly accept our money and grain and, if possible, provide convenience later. Deep pieces, not glorious, not dramatic, but when chaos comes, the people who open doors before the fire started will matter more than the people who shout after it. Chen Yue also reports that the shadow members sent to Nanyang to find Han Zhang and to Huayuan to find Wei Bu have been gone for over half a month with no news yet. I tell him not to rush. The journey is long. Safety first. If they cannot find them, stay low profile. History's wheels are turning forward, and I, the prince who was supposed to die young, am quietly collecting leverage under the summer heat. Meanwhile, noble Lady Chen still has not given up. After Drunken Immortal Tower and the Imperial Garden both failed, she tries another palace trick. She bribes a low-level eunuch in charge of purchasing for noble Lady Shen's palace, and has him mix coarse and slightly moldy fabric into noble Lady Shen's quota of palace silks. The plan is to spark rumors that noble Lady Shen is harsh to palace staff and lacks virtue. Old noble Lady Shen might have exploded, beaten the eunuch, and handed her enemies a weapon. Enhanced noble Lady Shen does not. She calmly accepts the fabric. No shouting, no punishment in public. Then during a casual conversation with Zhao Hong, she mentions that palace spending may be too extravagant. People outside the palace have difficult lives, and since some silks have slight flaws, perhaps they could cut expenses and award those fabrics to lower-ranked sisters and hardworking palace staff. It would show Zhao Hong's grace and fulfill her own compassion. That is gorgeous. She takes moldy fabric sabotage and turns it into thrift, benevolence, and imperial virtue. Zhao Hong is surprised and pleased. Noble Lady Shen is more beautiful now, more sensible, more benevolent. He agrees on the spot and praises her virtue. She glosses over the flawed fabric as slightly flawed, reorganizes palace expenses, wins favor from lower-ranked concubines and palace staff, and later quietly removes the bribed eunuch from his post, sending him far away to guard the imperial mausoleum. No scandal, no mess, clean counterattack. When noble Lady Chen hears, she smashes another tie set. Her punch landed on cotton, and somehow the cotton filed a report, collected praise, and got promoted. The deep palace, the court, the markets, the Jianghu, all of Luoyang looks calm on the surface. Underneath, forces are colliding everywhere. And I now have the enhancement system. A strengthened mother, loyal operators, a purged shadow, hidden industries, and Pei Zun guiding the undercurrent. The dam has not broken yet, but when it does, I plan to be the one deciding where the flood goes. By July, money and spies were no longer enough. I had businesses, I had shadow, I had loyal people quietly spreading through Luoyang. What I did not have was territory, and if the Great Han was going to fall apart, I would very much like some counties, soldiers, grain, doctors, and backup plans before the floor disappeared. Fortunately, my father had created the most corrupt solution imaginable. He was selling government offices. July hits Luoyang with thunder and rain, and I am sitting by the palace window thinking about Pei Zun's latest briefing. The phrases are not comforting. World in chaos, within a year at the earliest. Time waits for no one. I already have money, I have shadow, I have industries, but none of that gives me legal territory. If I want to settle refugees, train troops, and store grain, I need land where my orders are not just secret whispers in a back room. I need an actual foothold. Current enhancement points, 1127. Then I remember the most disgusting policy in the room. Zhao Hong is selling offices and titles through the Western Garden. Morally bankrupt? Absolutely. Useful, painfully, most bot offices are either weak, remote, or looked down on by pure stream officials. But for me, a remote county is not trash. It is an experimental base with a legal stamp on it. So once the rain eases, I send Chen Yue with a secret message and leave the palace to meet Pei Zun at the manor outside the city. Under the oil lamp, I tell him directly, my father is selling offices. What if we buy positions for our own people, make them look clean on the surface, and have them obey us from the shadows? Pei Zun's eyes sharpen immediately. He says this is the most stable and concealed shortcut available right now. High-ranking posts are too expensive and too loud, so we aim lower. County magistrates, commandery vice-governors, commandery commandants, military commandants, and border military posts with actual local influence. Then he lays out the map. First, small counties near Luoyang, especially in the capital region, so control and messages stay fast. Second, future chaos zones and transport hubs, including Jai Province, Yu Province, and Northern Jing Province. Third, remote but dangerous terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack, because sometimes the best backup plan is a place nobody wants until the world starts burning. And because Pei Zun has 139 intelligence, he does not just say buy office profit. He gives me the full operating manual. The candidates must be loyal above everything else. Their families should either be controlled or settled inside our sphere. The money has to come from business profits and pass through Gao Shuo without tracing back to me. Shadow must build clean identities that can survive imperial scrutiny. And once these people take office, Shadow needs hidden communication lines so orders can go out and reports can come back. That is the difference between a scheme and a machine. I tell him we will pick people from Shadow, the trading companies, and the workshops. They need basic culture, management ability, or military experience. Then I will enhance their loyalty and skills before they ever touch an official seal. Pei Zun suggests the first targets: Henne Commandery and Head-on Commandery for 1 or 2 county magistrate positions near Luoyang, plus lower military posts in places where the Way of Great Peace is active, like Wei Commandery in Jai Province and Nanyang Commandery in Jing Province. Military Marquis or Military Commandant under a Commandery Commandant would be enough. Not flashy, but it puts my people near troops before the storm arrives. I assign the work. Pei Zun oversees the whole plan. Gao Shuo handles money and Western Garden procedure. Chen Yue expands Shadow's external channels and candidate checks. A few days later, Gao Shuo receives the plan and nearly sees half a year's profits from soap and drunken immortal tower walk toward the exit. I respect the pain. That is not spending money. That is watching your cash flow get drafted into the army. But he does not hesitate. He uses old official connections and foresees trading company channels to quietly learn prices and procedures, then breaks the funds into smaller pieces so the purchase trail does not point at one tiny prince with suspiciously adult hobbies. Chen Yue, meanwhile, starts digging through candidate files. He checks loyalty, background, family ties, and weaknesses. The External Intelligence Department begins penetrating Henne, Hedong, Wei Commandery, Nanyang, and the other target regions. The plan is no longer an idea. It is moving. By the tail end of July, the first batch is ready. 30 people are chosen from Shadow and the industries around it. Some are humble, literate people with quick minds. Some are retired veterans who served as low-level officers and understand military affairs. Their backgrounds are clean enough, their families give us leverage, and their loyalty has passed the line. Current enhancement points: 1277. I leave the palace again under Chen Yue and Luo An's protection. In the manor hall, 30 men and women stand waiting in ordinary cloth clothes, nervous and excited, because they know they are about to meet their true lord but have no idea what kind of nonsense their 3-year-old boss is about to perform. I am wrapped in my black cloak. Pei Zun, Chen Yue, and Gao Shuo stand to the side. The 30 candidates bow and greet me in unison. I only say, step forward and let me see you one by one. The first man comes up. I pat his arm. Contact complete. View: loyalty 68%, intelligence 61, politics 55, enhancement rank +0. I enhance him 3 times in a row. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2 points. +2 to +3 costs 4 points. Total cost per person, 7 points. The warm current floods him. His body shakes. His eyes clear. His loyalty jumps from 68% to 85%. His intelligence rises from 61 to 81.1, and his politics goes from 55 to 73.2. That is not training. That is the system grabbing a middle manager and installing emergency firmware. The second candidate gets the same treatment. 7 points spent, loyalty from 71% to 88%, intelligence from 58 to 77.1. The third is a retired veteran. 7 points spent, loyalty from 65% to 82%, strength from 53 to 70.5. Then the fourth, the fifth, one by one. I pat shoulders, touch arms, shake hands, and each contact turns another normal subordinate into someone sharper, steadier, and more loyal. The hall stays quiet except for heavy breathing and the rustle of cloth. By the time I finish, their doubts are gone. They look at the little figure under the cloak like they have just seen a miracle with administrative paperwork attached. Pei Zun, Chen Yue, and Gao Shuo have seen my ability before, but 30 transformations in one hall still hits different. Pei Zun especially understands what this means. This is not just making strong people. This is manufacturing reliable nodes for an empire that has not admitted it is collapsing yet. 30 people, 7 points each, total cost 210 points. Current enhancement points, 1067. I tell them they have received my blessing, their abilities have increased, and next they will be sent out as officials. Pei Zun announces the arrangements. One will aim for County Magistrate of Hua County in Hene Commandery. Another for County Vice Magistrate of Zai County in Hedong Commandery. Another for Military Marquis under the Commandery Commandant of Wei Commandery in Jizhu. Another for County Lieutenant of Rang County in Nanyang Commandery, Jingzhou. The rest all receive disguised backgrounds, offices, contact methods, and family arrangements. Then I give them 3 rules. First, loyalty. Second, follow instructions, develop the people's livelihood, and secretly accumulate strength, especially food and usable soldiers. Third, preserve yourselves and wait for the opportunity. They swear to serve me to the death. And listen, I know everyone loves a dramatic speech, but this is the real power-up. Not one general swinging a weapon. 30 hidden officials about to step into counties and camps before the Yellow Turban Rebellion even begins. If half of them take root, I can react faster than the forces history remembers. Pei Zun says that within 1 month at most, the first batch can be in place. By then, our ears and eyes will truly extend into the local regions. The foundation is being cast brick by brick. Then August arrives. The fields outside Luoyang are golden with millet, but famine reports still come from different regions, and Zhao Hong's mood keeps rising and falling with the grain news. I look at my points. From 1067 after the July enhancements, plus 200 points accumulated over 20 days at 10 per day, I am back to 1267. So it is time for the next play, an auspicious omen. I summon Pei Zun and ask what I should present to deepen Imperial Father's impression of me. He says high-yield grain seeds are perfect. The court needs food, the people need food. And if the eldest prince just happens to offer optimized seeds in the name of a dream or divine sign, that strengthens my image as benevolent, filial, and blessed. The man says optimized like we are discussing farming. We are discussing supernatural crop editing. I have Chen Yue secretly fetch a small bag of millet seeds from the experimental fields near Guogu's estate. These are seeds I personally enhanced to +3. They are fuller, golden, and faintly full of vitality. The problem is presentation. I cannot walk up to Zhao Hong and say, Imperial Father, your 3-year-old son has discovered agricultural policy. That is how you get watched by every suspicious adult in Luoyang. Pei Zun already has the answer. Use noble Lady Shen. She guides the scene, and I act like an innocent child offering treasure. The more childish the words, the more believable the omen. Soon after, Zhao Hong is in a good mood and summons noble Lady Shen and me to dine with him. Noble Lady Chen does not attend, claiming physical discomfort, which is palace language for I am not emotionally available for this episode. After the meal, Zhao Hong plays with Prince Zhao Zai, while noble Lady Shen casually praises how much sturdier I have become. She says maybe the gods are protecting me. Then she tells him that a few days ago, while playing in the rear garden, I dreamed of an old man with a white beard who showed me a field of shimmering golden grain and gave me golden beans that could grow endless food. The timing is clean, the bait is soft, the hook is already in. Zhao Hong asks me if it is true, so I slide down from noble Lady Shen's side, run over on short legs, hold up the brocade pouch with both hands, and play my role with everything my tiny body has. Imperial Father, golden beans, Whitebeard Grandpa gave them. Said they can grow lots and lots of food. Everyone will have food to eat, and Imperial Father won't worry anymore. I deserve an acting award, preferably one not made of tax revenue. At first, Zhao Hong treats it like childhood play. Then I tug his hand and insist he look. He opens the pouch and pours the millet seeds into his palm. The seeds are round, full, golden, and faintly fragrant. Under the hall light, they look almost like they have a soft glow. Even Zhao Hong, who is not some farming expert, can tell they are far beyond ordinary millet. Noble Lady Shen lands the assist perfectly. She says she has never seen seeds this full and golden, not even among common folk, and asks if my dream could truly be real. I nod hard and say the Whitebeard Grandpa called it an auspicious omen and a gift for Imperial Father. Zhao Hong looks at the seeds, then at his suddenly healthier eldest son, then at noble Lady Shen, and his entire mood lifts. He has struggled with heirs. Many sons died young. Now his eldest son survives, grows stronger, and brings him miraculous grain in a famine-shadowed year. To him, this is not just seed. This is the mandate of heaven sending a receipt. He orders the seeds delivered to the Minister of Agriculture, planted in the best fields of the imperial estate and tracked carefully. The attendants kneel and congratulate him on a blessing for the great Han. Then he scoops me up, rubs his stubble against my cheek, and asks what reward I want. I hug his neck and say I do not want a reward. I want Imperial Father to be happy every day, and I want all the people in the world to have enough to eat. If an adult says that, everyone checks for political motive. If a 3-year-old says it with big eyes, the court melts like hot wax. Zhao Hong is moved. He rewards me with 1 peck of East Sea pearls and 10 bolts of shoe brocade. Noble Lady Shen receives a pair of jade rui scepters, and her fief increases by 300 households. We thank him. I am smiling like a child. Inside, I am watching the first stage of the Omen plan lock into place. The story spreads through Luyang's inner circles. The eldest prince dreamed of an omen and presented miraculous seeds to his majesty. Some people scoff, calling it noble Lady Shen's trick. Others, especially officials who care about agriculture, are half convinced. Cut to noble Lady Chen, who hears the news and slams her silk fan onto the floor. She calls it noble Lady Shen's doing. She calls me a sickly little ghost. And more importantly, she realizes noble Lady Shen and her son are becoming harder to deal with. Noble Lady Shen is shrewder now. I seem more perceptive. If this continues, Prince Zhao Zai loses space. That fear lands deep. Meanwhile, I am looking at the rewards being carried in and caring about none of them. Current enhancement points, 1267. Step 1 worked. Now I just need the seeds to become a real miracle in the imperial estate. By mid-August, the Ministry of Agriculture takes my auspicious millet seeds like priceless treasure and plants them in the best royal manner in the western suburbs of Luyang. Experienced old farmers mark out fertile land and sow them carefully. The palace temporarily calms down. Because of my offering, noble Lady Shen gains more favor from Zhao Hong, and the palace attendants treat her with more respect. Noble Lady Chen hates it, but she has no new excuse to attack, so she goes quiet for now. I return to reading, martial practice, and occasionally drawing sudden inspiration diagrams like better water wheels and improved curved shaft plow sketches, which I secretly hand to Pei Zun to study. Current enhancement points, 1417. One day, while Gu Yang has me reciting the Book of Songs, Chen Yue appears outside the hall and gives me a look. I use the classic royal escape technique, bathroom break. Outside, Chen Yue reports that the seeds have sprouted. Only 7 or 8 days after sowing, all of them have broken through the soil. The seedlings are emerald green and robust, nearly twice as tall as ordinary millet seedlings planted at the same time. The stalks are thicker. The old farmers at the royal manor are dumbfounded, calling it a miracle. The news has already gone to the Minister of Agriculture and Zhao Hong. It worked. At the seedling stage, it is already this obvious. Once the ears form and fill, the yield increase may be even more shocking. The title of auspicious sign is no longer just acting. It has roots in the ground. I order Shadow to keep watching and report any changes. Then Chen Yue gives me the other news. The Nanyang team found Han Zhang. He is in Wan City, serving as a low-level military officer in Nanyang Commandery. Shadow treated him with courtesy and said the eldest prince admired his bravery and wanted to invite him as an honored guest. Han Zhang politely refused, not because he is arrogant, not because he thinks I am beneath him. His only son Hansu is seriously ill and he cannot travel far. That changes the whole board. Chen Yue says the illness appears to be consumption. It has not been cured for a long time. Hansu is extremely weak, and Han Zhang has nearly exhausted his family fortune seeking physicians and medicine. Consumption in this era is almost a death sentence. I cannot just send random enhanced medicine through a merchant and expect a desperate father to trust it, especially not when the source is a 3-year-old prince whose life already looks suspicious from 15 angles. Force will not work on Han Zhang. Money alone will not work either. He values sentiment, so I order the Nanyang Shadow team not to act rashly and absolutely not to force him. They are to watch him track his son's condition, and if needed, provide financial help through the merchant group without exposing my connection. For someone like Han Zhang, you do not recruit the spear first. You save the heart holding it. As for Wei Bu and Weiyuan, there is still no definite news. Weiyuan is vast, information moves slowly, and his reputation for bravery is spreading locally, but his movements are uncertain. Sometimes he is in the army, sometimes at home. I nod. Finding a proud future monster of a general was never going to be a next-day delivery. Back in the lesson hall, Guo Yang continues teaching, but my mind has already left the palace. The auspicious grain strengthens my position, but Han Zhang's refusal reminds me that famous talents are not props waiting on a shelf. Every person has worries, weaknesses, pride, and a price that is not always money. At the Ministry of Agriculture, several white-haired officials examine emerald millet seedlings from the royal manor and nearly vibrate out of their robes. They have tended crops their whole lives and never seen seedlings this vigorous. The roots are developed. The stalks are thick. If this continues, they believe doubling the yield per mu may be possible. The phrase spreads quickly. The eldest prince's offering is a heaven-sent auspicious sign, the fortune of Zhao Hong and the fortune of the Great Han. Officials who previously doubted begin to waver. Pei Zun also receives the reports about the sprouting omen and Han Zhang's refusal. The successful grain does not surprise him anymore. At this point, my blessed destiny file is apparently very thick. He focuses on people. Han Zhang values sentiment and has a weakness, so that is the breakthrough point, but it cannot be rushed. Wei Bu is brave but lacks strategy and forgets righteousness when seeing profit, so he may need a different approach. Pei Zun writes a second analysis report, covering their character traits, recruitment strategies, party movements, industry progress, and once again, the need to accelerate the intelligence network. That is the quiet pressure under the good news. The millet is growing, the offices are moving, but talent recruitment is reminding me that the world does not simply hand over its best pieces, because I know their names. By late September, the autumn wind turns cold, and the auspicious millet at the imperial estate is already waist-high. Ears begin to appear. The grains are far fuller than ordinary crops. The Minister of Agriculture sends people to inspect it almost every day, and my reputation for profound fortune is thoroughly established among the Luoyang nobility. But my thoughts stay in Nenyang. Han Zhang's refusal because of Han Su's illness is still lodged in my mind. Am I really going to lose a future top-tier general because his son is dying and this era cannot treat him? Current enhancement points, 1817. With points close to 2,000, I feel much steadier. I summon Chen Yue and Pei Zun again, and tell them the Han Zhang matter cannot be abandoned. Han Su's consumption is almost incurable right now. Almost, but if we can find a divine physician of the era, there may still be a thread of hope. Pei Zun understands immediately. I want to seek out a famous doctor and use that favor to move Han Zhang. Exactly, I ask Chen Yue whether Shadow can find the great physicians active in the world. Mu Chuo, courtesy Yuanqing of Pei State, or Fan Jai, courtesy Zhang'an of Nenyang. Chen Yue says Mu Chuo's name is known in the Jianghu. He travels constantly to practice medicine, and recent rumors place him around Su Province and Yu Province. Fan Jai is from Niang County in Nanyang Commandery, born into an official family recommended as filial and incorrupt, and studying medicine, though his reputation is not as famous as Mu Chuo's. That is enough. I order more shadow agents dispatched. Search Su Province and Yu Province for Mu Chuo. Contact Fan Jai in Nenyang. Do not disturb them. Absolutely do not use force. Invite with courtesy, offer a generous consultation fee. And if they ask who is requesting, say it is an unnamed noble lady in Luoyang with a close relative suffering from a complicated illness. My identity stays hidden. An imperial prince looking for miracle doctors is too bright a target. Meanwhile, in a Su province village, Shadow finally finds Mu Chuo near Kaio Commandery. He is around 50, thin-faced, bright-eyed, wearing faded kudzu cloth, and giving free medical consultations to villagers. He focuses on acupuncture for an old farmer while two young disciples grind medicine and distribute simple medicinal soup. The villagers respect him deeply and call him Master Mu. Shadow members disguise themselves as passing merchants and watch long enough to confirm his skill. Common abdominal pains and colds ease after a few needles or a dose of medicine. This is the man. The Shadow team leader steps forward after a session and bows. He says his employer is a noble lady in Luoyang with a close relative suffering a malignant disease, coughing blood, wasting away, and beyond ordinary physicians. She is willing to offer 1,000 gold pieces as consultation fee and guarantees Mu Chuo freedom to come and go. Mu Chuo frowns. He dislikes noble family cases. Too many rules, too much suspicion, too much trouble. He prefers treating commoners who lack medicine and doctors. So he politely refuses, saying his skills are shallow and many patients are still waiting. Shadow does not force him. The leader presents an exquisite wooden box containing 100-year-old ginseng as a token of respect. He says the employer does not wish to compel him. If Mu Chuo ever comes near Luoyang, he can visit the villa address and contact method written on a coated silk cloth. Mu Chuo wants to refuse, but the ginseng is excellent and would help weak poor patients. He accepts it, tucks away the address, and continues on. That is enough for now. The mission was not to drag a famous physician into my wagon. It was to make contact and plant a seed. A few days later, I received the secret report, and I am genuinely happy. Finding Mu Chuo is already a win. Leaving contact information and a gift without offending him is better than trying to force a man whose entire value depends on goodwill and skill. I reward the team and order them to stay in Su province. They should not follow him too closely, only watch his general direction. If he comes north toward Luoyang, I must know in advance, and his journey should be made smooth. Chen Yue also reports from Nenyang. Fan Jai is at his old home in Niyang, organizing medical books and writing treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases. He is obsessed with medicine and not interested in official career. Shadow contacted him through medical discussion, and he was welcoming, but he has little interest in traveling far to Luoyang. That is fine. I order them to maintain contact. Sponsor him through the merchant guild with money and rare medicinal materials to support his writing. One divine physician may treat one person before us. A completed medical classic could save countless lives when chaos spreads. And that is when the shape of the board gets bigger in my head. Food is power, officials are power, soldiers are power, intelligence is power. But medicine is also power, because in a broken world, saving one dying son can move a general, and saving thousands from disease can hold a people together. The flood is coming. I cannot stop it yet. So I gather grain, offices, shadows, physicians, and every useful hand I can reach. Because when the sky starts falling over the great hand, I do not plan to stand there hoping someone else holds it up. October arrives with late autumn cold, and I am sitting in the warm pavilion with Guo Yang's schoolwork in front of me, pretending to be a normal student while my brain is fully in Nanyang Commandery. The search for Mu Chuo and Fan Jai is already moving. But divine physicians are not exactly waiting outside with appointment slots. Nobody knows when Shadow will find them, or whether they will agree to come once found. Meanwhile, Hansu's condition may not last much longer. Current enhancement points, 2017, so I decide we cannot just wait for miracle doctors. We need to stabilize Han Zhang first and give his son hope now. I summon Chen Yue and Pei Zun and lay out the plan. In the name of Four Seas Trading Company, someone will contact Han Zhang in Nanyang. The message says the owner is in Luoyang, has heard that strongman Han's son is gravely ill and was moved by it. It also says the owner has palace connections and learned that the eldest prince knows about the matter. That part is technically true. I am the palace connection. Very efficient staffing. The letter will say that I am benevolent, willing to help, and already searching the world for famous physicians like Mu Chuo and Fan Jai. It will also say I have secret methods or precious medicinal materials that may temporarily stabilize the young master's condition and delay the illness, buying time until the physicians are found. If Han Zhang is willing, he can bring Han Su to Luoyang. Travel, lodging, expenses, protection, all handled by the trading company. Once he arrives, I will personally look after them and find treatment. Pei Zun approves immediately. The plan does not expose too much, but using the title of eldest prince gives the offer weight. It also gives kindness before asking for service, and when a father is desperate, one real chance can outweigh every doubt. Chen Yue agrees and goes to arrange a reliable person with a personal letter, a token, and enhanced ordinary chi replenishing and foundation-building herbs. Nothing too flashy. We do not send a glowing miracle pill and ask a grieving father to pretend that is normal. Cut to Wan City in Nanyang Commandery. Han Zhang's home is a worn little courtyard with peeling walls and medicine smell hanging in the air. Inside, the burly officer carefully feeds medicine to his son Hansu. The boy is about 10, sallow-faced, thin, and coughing even in sleep. Han Zhang has spent his salary. He has sold nearly everything valuable in the house. The illness keeps getting worse anyway. There is no comedy in that room, just a strong man being forced to watch his child fade by the day. Then someone knocks at the gate. Outside stands a steady middle-aged manager from Four Seas Trading Company, with an inconspicuous carriage behind him. He presents a sealed letter and a small wooden box. Han Zhang has never heard of this company and does not know its owner, but he opens the letter. It praises his bravery, expresses regret over Han Su's illness, mentions that the owner can contact the eldest prince, and says I am searching for Mu Chuo, Fan Jai, and other divine physicians. It also says I may have a method to slow the illness, and if he is willing to come to Luoyang, the trading company will handle everything. Han Zhang's hands start trembling. The eldest prince, the 3-year-old prince recently famous for presenting an auspicious omen. That prince is willing to help someone like him. It sounds impossible, but the letter is too specific to feel empty. It names the physicians. It asks for no immediate reward. It offers medicine either way. The manager opens the wooden box and shows several wrapped packages of high-quality tonic herbs. He says they may help stabilize Hansu, and whether Han Zhang goes to Luoyang or not, he should accept them as a token of regard. If he decides to leave, the manager will wait at Yue Lie Inn and arrange everything. Then he leaves, clean, no pressure, no salesman lurking at the door asking him to sign his soul in triplicate. Han Zhang returns inside and looks at his son's weak breathing. Going to Luoyang sounds like fantasy. Trusting a prince he has never met sounds dangerous. But staying in Nanyang means watching Hansu walk toward death with his eyes open. After days of struggle, he makes the choice. He takes his son's cold hand and whispers that he will bring him to Luoyang. No matter what, they must try. 10 or so days later, Chen Yue brings me the news. Han Zhang accepted the letter and medicine. After several days of hesitation, he has decided to bring Hansu to Luoyang with our people. They should arrive in half a month. I stand up at once. This is the first top-tier historical general I am actually pulling toward my side. Not a name on a list. Not a target on Pei Zun's bamboo slips. A living person with a dying son coming toward Luoyang because I offered hope. I order Gao Shuo to prepare a quiet, secluded courtyard in the city with everything ready. Luo and will select clever, reliable inner guards to take over protection when they arrive. Han Zhang must be treated with courtesy, no negligence. Because once he arrives, I need to show the right amount of ability and kindness. Cure Hansu enough to win trust, but keep the process believable. My 2017 points are my confidence, and the divine physicians we may find are the public explanation. Mid-November brings Luoyang's first snow. Current enhancement points, 2317. Chen Yue reports that Han Zhang and Han Su have arrived. They entered quietly the previous evening and were placed in a secluded courtyard in the South City neighborhood. Luo and is already guarding them. Then comes the bad part. Han Su's condition is very poor. After the long journey, he is coughing blood constantly and barely breathing. His days may be numbered. I go immediately. The courtyard is covered in thin snow. Inside the main room, the charcoal brazier burns, but it cannot push away the medicine smell or the weight in the air. Han Zhang sits beside the couch like a statue, holding his son's ice-cold hand. Han Su lies unconscious, gray-blue in the face, each breath rough and broken, like the next one might not come. Chen Yue and Luo and escort me inside. Han Zhang stares at me, and I can see the question in his eyes. This is the prince. This is the child who is supposed to save my son. I do not waste time. I walk to the bed, stand on tiptoe, and press my small hand to Hansu's wrist. Contact complete. Inspect Hansu. Status: severe late-stage tuberculosis, complicated by multi-organ failure, critically ill. Vitality: 5 out of 100. Strength: 35 out of 89. Intelligence: 72. Stamina: 8 out of 95. Command: 68. Politics: 45. Charisma: 50. Enhancement rank +0. Combat power: 3.5 current, 8.9 potential. And the remark says that if he recovers, he can become a top-tier fierce general no less than his father. To completely clear the disease and stimulate his potential, he must be enhanced to +9. I nearly choke on my own thoughts. Not because the illness is bad. I expected bad, because the child is a buried powerhouse. Strength potential 89, stamina potential 95, command 68. This is not just Han Zhang's son. This is a future pillar being buried alive by sickness. Then I calculate the cost. +1 costs 1 point, +2 costs 2, +3 costs 4, +4 costs 8, +5 costs 16, +6 costs 32, +7 costs 64, +8 costs 128, +9 costs 256. Total 511 points. 511. That is not treatment. That is a budget meeting with fate. For one breath, I hesitate. With over 500 points, I could enhance many subordinates. I could forge sharp weapons. I could stockpile strategic materials. Then I look at Han Su's deathly face and Han Zhang's desperate eyes. Invest, not only to win Han Zhang's, to save a future general who should not die on a sickbed before the chaotic era even begins. I enhance Han Su twice first, just to pull him back from the edge. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2 points. Total consumed, 3. Current remaining enhancement points, 2314. 2 warm currents enter his exhausted body. The effect is visible. The gray-blue color fades from his face. The heavy, deathly layer around him weakens. His breathing becomes smoother, deeper, and less painful. He even lets out a faint sound from his throat. Han Zhang lunges to the bedside. He sees the spark of life returning, and this iron-boned man breaks. He turns to me, tears falling, and kowtows. He says my grace is like giving his son a second birth, and he is willing to serve me however I command to repay it. I withdraw my hand and let a little exhaustion show on my face, because a 3-year-old performing a life-saving secret method should not look like he just finished a snack. I tell Han Zhang to rise. His son is exceptionally gifted and a future pillar of the great Han. I cannot watch him be taken by illness. What I used just now was only a life-sustaining secret method bestowed by Imperial Father, temporarily protecting the heart meridians and dispelling part of the chronic ailment. Then I make the important part clear. Hansu is not cured. The illness is deeply rooted. Evil toxins remain. To clear them completely and stimulate the potential suppressed by years of suffering will take time, precious medicinal ingredients, and maybe the help of divine doctors like Mu Chu or Fan Jai. That explanation does 3 things at once. It explains why I cannot fix everything instantly. It gives the future enhancements cover, and it makes Han Zhang understand the weight of the favor. Han Zhang accepts all of it. He says no matter how long it takes or what is needed, he is willing to wait, search, and obey. His son's life and his own now belong to me. I settle them there and order Chen Yue to guarantee all future medicines and expenses. When I leave in the carriage, the snow is still falling. I have saved Han Su for now and pulled Han Zhang close, but the remaining 508-point treatment gap sits in my chest like a stone. I need more money. I need more points, and Han Zhang had better not make this investment look silly. Then, before I can even finish planning the 500-point medical crater in my budget, Chen Yue brings urgent news from Weiyuan. Shadow found Wei Bu. They treated him with courtesy and said the eldest prince appreciates his bravery and sincerely invites him. At first, Wei Bu did not care much, but when he heard the eldest prince was personally recruiting him, his attitude changed immediately. He is willing to come to Luoyang and join my service. That should be good news. It is also extremely suspicious. Wei Bu is the ceiling of personal martial strength in this era, but history does not exactly write Stable Employee of the Month under his name. If he agrees too easily, I need to know why. I ask if he mentioned conditions and who is traveling with him. Chen Yue says no conditions. Wei Bu only said he wanted to thank me in person for recognizing him. He is bringing a few old subordinates from Bing province, including a man named Meng Shun who seems highly trusted by him. They have already set out and should arrive in half a month. Meng Shun, now that is a surprise. A strict troop trainer, loyal, disciplined, and exactly the kind of person I need if I want guards who do not fold the first time the world gets loud. Still, Wei Bu's quick agreement bothers me. Pei Zun gives the cold answer. Wei Bu is brave, ambitious, and drawn to opportunity. My status as eldest prince is a path upward. My auspicious omen reputation makes me look lucky. And because I am 3 years old, he may not take me seriously at all. He might think I am a stepping stone, not a lord. Painful, yes. Useful, also yes, because now I know what posture to use. Pei Zun says Wei Bu cannot be turned away after agreeing to come. That would damage my reputation with other heroes. But if I want to tame him, I need bait and restraint. Show kindness, reveal divine wonders. Let him see that loyalty to me brings rank, wealth, sharp weapons, and fine horses. But also make him understand that betrayal has consequences. So the plan is simple. Give him sweetness, show him pressure. Give him no real power until he truly submits. On the northern road, Wei Bu travels through wind and snow with 7 or 8 fierce riders. He is about 20, over 9 spans tall, powerfully built, handsome and wild with confidence. Beside him rides Meng Shun, quiet and stern, already sensing something strange about this recruitment. Wei Bu asks how long until Luoyang. Shadow says around 10 days. Wei Bu is impatient. In his head, the eldest prince is still a 3-year-old child. The title is useful. The prince is favored. The omen reputation is interesting. If this child can give him troops, horses, money, and grain, he can temporarily follow. If not, Luoyang is full of powerful people, and maybe he can find a better patron. He even thinks of Gao Shuo, the powerful eunuch in court, without knowing Gao Shuo is already one of my loyal pieces. The man is not coming to kneel. He is coming to shop. When I hear Pei Zun's analysis of his likely mindset, I smile coldly. If Wei Bu wants to use me as a springboard, fine. But once he enters my territory, the initiative must stay in my hands. I order Chen Yue not to bring him directly to me. Wei Bu will be placed in a villa west of the city and treated as an honored guest. Security will be taken over by our people, with Luo and personally in charge. His companions, including Mengshun, are to be settled separately, fed well, and watched closely. I also prepare gifts. My +3 enhanced ordinary ring pommel saber and a +2 enhanced hexy steed. Give him a taste of what I can provide. But no troops, no office, no real authority before he declares loyalty and lets me touch him. Chen Yue worries about Wei Bu's bravery if he harbors ill intentions. I tell him that is why we prepare a unique welcoming ceremony. As the 12th lunar month approaches, Wei Bu is settled in a secluded West Luyang courtyard, treated like a VIP with fine wine and good meat every day. But he still has not met me, and his patience starts thinning. Meanwhile, Han Zhang stays in the South City courtyard day and night. Under my intermittent enhancements and the nourishment of precious enhanced herbs, Han Su is not cured yet, but his breathing grows steadier and his face slowly gains living color. Han Zhang's gratitude and awe deepen with every day his son does not die. Then I decide the timing is right. I summon Wei Bu and Han Zhang at the same time. The meeting is set in the small martial arts field of the West City courtyard. Snow has been cleared from the bluestone ground. Weapon racks stand around the edges. I sit in the main seat wrapped in thick mink fur, with Chen Yue behind me like a silent blade and Pei Zun watching from the side. Wei Bu arrives first in a clean martial robe, all height, muscle, and uncontrolled arrogance. He bows according to etiquette, but the disdain in his eyes is barely hidden. He greets the first prince. Almost at the same time, Han Zhang enters from the other side with Luo En. He wears a simple cotton robe, calm and steady. His aura is restrained, nothing like Wei Bu's open swagger but deeper. When he sees me, he wants to salute formally, and I stop him with a look, telling him to sit to the side. Wei Bu glances at him and decides he is probably just an older guard. Fantastic, the arrogance comes pre-installed. I praise Wei Bu for traveling so far and say I have heard he possesses the courage to face 10,000 men. He immediately swells with confidence and says he has trained since childhood, excels in archery and horsemanship. And with his painted halberd in hand, he has yet to meet an opponent. I smile and view him. Identity, native of Huayuan Commandery, Bing Province, wanderer. Loyalty, 15%, contemptuous and seeking to rise through opportunity. Strength, 100, stamina, 98, intelligence, 62, leadership, 85, politics, 38, charm, 90, enhancement rank, +0, combat power, 100, exactly as expected. Martial strength is peak. Loyalty is basically a shrug in armor. Then I view Han Zhang. Identity, Nanyang officer on leave. Loyalty, 75%, grateful to the point of tears and willing to serve unto death, though still observing slightly. Strength, 99, stamina, 95, intelligence, 70, leadership, 88, politics, 60, charm, 80, enhancement rank, +0, combat power, 99. His son Han Su has already been enhanced to +2. Han Zhang is only 1 point below Wei Bu in strength, but his loyalty is in a completely different world. At that moment, Wei Bu gets impatient. I have not handed him troops. I have not showered him in rank. So he offers to demonstrate his martial arts and prove his strength. Before I answer, Chen Yue steps forward. His restrained aura erupts. Not everywhere, not sloppily. It targets Wei Bu and Han Zhang directly, an invisible pressure crashing down over the martial field. Wei Bu's face changes at once. The air feels heavy, his breathing catches. The power he was so proud of suddenly feels small before the old guard standing silently behind a toddler prince. Han Zhang shudders too, but he steadies himself. He is shocked, not broken. He had already known Chen Yue was strong, but not like this. Then the pressure vanishes. Chen Yue steps back as if nothing happened. Silence covers the field. Wei Bu's arrogance is gone. Wariness and lingering fear replace it. For the first time, he understands that the child in the main seat is not sitting there unguarded. Han Zhang's awe deepens instead. If someone like Chen Yue serves me, then my depth is far beyond what outsiders can see. Only then do I speak. I say I believe in Wei Bu's bravery, and Han Zhang is also rare general material. If I want to achieve great things, I need heroes like them. Then I give the real lines. Fame, fortune, divine weapons, and legendary steeds are not difficult for me to provide. But what I want is absolute loyalty. I want arms I can entrust with my life and share wealth and honor with, not people who shift allegiance and forget righteousness when profit appears. Wei Bu's face changes colors, but he does not dare talk back. Good, that means the ceremony worked. I tell both of them to go back and consider carefully. If they serve me sincerely, I will not fail their talents. If they have other thoughts, I will not force them. I will provide travel expenses and send them off with courtesy. Then I leave with Chen Yue, Luo An, and Pei Zun. Wei Bu remains in the martial field, staring after me and reassessing everything. Han Zhang clenches his fists, already resolved. For Han Su, for my kindness, and for the strength I have shown, he is determined to follow me. The cold wind keeps blowing through Luyang, and I start planning the next move. Wei Bu can sit for now. His arrogance needs time under pressure. Two matters come first: forming an elite guard that obeys me completely, and continuing Han Su's treatment while officially bringing Han Zhang into the core. I summon Chen Yue and ask about Meng Shun. Chen Yue says Meng Shun is silent, resolute, strict with himself, close to the Bing province veterans and popular among them. He is a rare man of action, especially skilled at training troops. His loyalty is mostly toward Wei Bu, but he bears no ill will toward me and remains polite. That matches what I know, so I order Meng Shun brought to me secretly without alerting Wei Bu. In a palace side hall, Meng Shun salutes me with precise seriousness. I check him. Identity: Wei Bu's retainer. Loyalty to me, 45%, dutiful and here because of Wei Bu. Loyalty to Wei Bu, 85%. Power, 78. Intelligence, 70. Constitution, 82. Leadership, 89. Politics, 55. Charm, 65. Enhancement rank, +0. Combat power, 78. Special talent, training troops. There it is, leadership 89 and a training talent. His loyalty to me is not high yet, but he is not hostile and his foundation is excellent. I ask if he is good at training troops. He answers modestly that he knows a little and does not dare claim excellence. Very humble, very useful, very much about to have his entire career path rewritten. I step down, pat his calloused hand, and ask if he is willing to help me form a 1,000-man guard that needs strict training and absolute obedience. Contact complete. I enhance him 3 times. +0 to +1 costs 1. +1 to +2 costs 2. +2 to +3 costs 4. Total cost, 7. Current remaining enhancement points, 2777. Warm currents flood him. His power and endurance rise. More importantly, troop training methods open inside his mind. Selecting soldiers, forming ranks, tempering will, enforcing discipline, commanding a unit like it is one body. His loyalty to me jumps from 45% to 100%. Die-hard loyalty. His loyalty to Wei Bu drops from 85% to 30%. Leadership rises from 89 to 118.6. Power from 78 to 103.7. Intelligence from 70 to 93.1. That is not poaching, that is a hostile takeover with divine paperwork. Meng Shun drops to one knee and calls me my lord. He vows to train the strongest army, and if even one person slacks off, he will offer his head. I tell him he will be fully responsible for training. Chen Yue will provide manpower, venue, equipment, and provisions. He is to select clean background, strong-bodied people from shadows, outer circle, and refugees. What I want is an iron army. Absolutely loyal, strictly disciplined, and able to fight hard battles. He accepts. With Meng Shun arranged, I head back to Han Su's courtyard. Han Su looks better than before. He can lean against the couch and drink thin porridge. He is still frail, but there is light in his eyes now. Han Zhang looks at me like every breath his son takes is another debt engraved on his heart. I perform the 3rd treatment. Han Su goes from +2 to +3. Cost 4 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2773. This time the effect is stronger. His coughing almost stops. Color returns deeper into his face. He can even whisper, "Thank you, Your Highness." Han Zhang's eyes fill again. Then I turn to him and tell him his son's condition has stabilized, and recovery is near. Now I have a matter that needs his strength. He says if I command it, he will not shrink even from 10,000 deaths. I tell him I want him to lead my newly trained guard. Meng Shun is excellent at training troops, while Han Zhang has experience, bravery, and command ability. Han Zhang will be the commander-in-chief, overseeing the whole force and leading in battle when needed. Before he can fully respond, I place my hand on his arm. Contact complete. Enhance Han Zhang once. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. Current remaining enhancement points, 2772. A powerful warm current surges into him. Old wounds and hidden pains from years of military life vanish. His energy rises violently, his senses sharpen, his strength touches a new limit, and his understanding of battle formations becomes clearer. Loyalty rises from 75% to 95%. Power rises from 99 to 108.9. Constitution from 95 to 104.5. Leadership from 88 to 96.8. Han Zhang falls to his knees, overwhelmed. He vows that in this life, he is willing to be the sharp sword in my hand and sweep away every obstacle without regret, even after 9 deaths. I help him up and call him General Shengen. From now on, the guard is entrusted to Han Zhang and Meng Shun. Han Zhang will be commander-in-chief. Meng Shun will be deputy, responsible for daily training. They must cooperate sincerely. Han Zhang accepts with a voice full of strength, completely different from the desperate father I first met in that medicine-filled room. And just like that, my private corps military force finally has its bones. Meng Shun will train it. Han Zhang will command it. Han Su is recovering. Wei Bu is still being tested. The chaotic era is coming closer every day, but the cards in my hand are no longer scraps and wishes. Outside, storm clouds gather over the Great Han. Inside my small fist, the first shape of an army has begun to form. Early spring of the 3rd year of Guang's arrives, 180 AD. The snow in Luoyang melts, new green appears on the branches, and the biggest topic in the capital is not border trouble, famine reports, or the Qiang and Hu disturbances. It is noble Lady Shen. Ever since I secretly enhanced her to +3 last year, her intelligence, insight, and charisma have all started shining. She no longer survives in the palace on beauty and temper alone. Now she speaks gently, understands timing, shows compassion to palace servants, suggests frugality in imperial spending, and occasionally offers shallow political insight guided by me and Peizan. Translation: I upgraded my mother, gave her patch notes, and the harem meta changed overnight. Zhao Hong is already deeply fond of her. Now every conversation makes him feel refreshed, and even troubling political matters seem clearer after her soft, careful guidance. Compared to that, noble Lady Chen's jealousy and tantrums look worse by the day. One day in Jayad Hall, noble Lady Shen brews him clear tea, another little invention secretly supplied from drunken immortal tower and enhanced to +1 for taste. Then she naturally mentions the auspicious grain I presented last year, how well it is growing, and how the future yield may be astonishing after spring. Of course, she credits all of it to His Majesty's great fortune. Beautiful, polite, politically lethal. Then she talks about my progress in studies and martial arts with the pride of a mother, and the reverence of a concubine who knows exactly which emotional button she is pressing. Zhao Hong looks at her under the lamplight, elegant, charming, dignified, and suddenly the thought that has circled in his mind for a long time becomes firm. A few days later, the edict drops. Empress Song is removed for lacking virtue, failing to match her position and being childless for years. Noble Lady Shen, mother of the eldest imperial son, is established as empress and takes her place in the central palace as mother of the world. The court erupts, but when people think about it, the move makes sense. She has the eldest son. Her virtuous reputation has been rising. Zhao Hong favors her more every day. A few pure stream officials complain about her butcher family background, but imperial power and momentum drown them out fast. Empress Shen sits in ceremonial robes and a phoenix crown in the palace she once could only look up to. Eunuchs and maids kneel before her, calling long life to the empress. For her, it feels unreal. Just over a year ago, she was fighting noble Lady Chen for favor while her son was weak and nearly dying. Now she is empress. Her son has recovered, become clever and filial in her eyes, and somehow brought her one impossible turn after another. She does not know the system. She only knows the turning point came after I survived. Her love for me deepens. So does her reliance. Cut to noble Lady Chen's palace, where celebration is very much not on the schedule. She smashes another porcelain vase. Her face is pale with rage, her eyes full of poison. She screams that Shen Lion, a butcher's daughter, has no right to be empress. Prince Zhao Zai cries in the nurse's arms, which only makes her more irritated. All her schemes suddenly look ridiculous. The empress position is gone. Zhao Zai's future is now trapped under the shadow of Empress Shen and me. She says she is not reconciled, and her nails dig into her palms until they draw blood. Meanwhile, when I receive the news, I am listening to Chen Yue report on Meng Shun's troop training and Han Zhang's integration of the forces. I put on the right childlike joy and say, great. Now no one will dare bully Imperial Mother. Inside, calm, expected, if a +3 enhanced noble Lady Shen could not stand out in Zhao Hong's harem, I would ask the system for a refund. Chen Yue and Pei Zun congratulate me, but I wave it away and ask about the troops. Chen Yue says Meng Shun's training is extremely strict. The 1,000 men have started taking shape, obeying orders with strong discipline. General Han is integrating smoothly with him, and the personal guard's combat strength is rising quickly. Pei Zun adds the real strategic value. Empress Shen in the Central Palace gives us more benefit than danger. Things I could not touch directly before can now slowly be handled through the Empress's name. But noble Lady Chen will not let this go, so Empress Shen must be protected. I agree. Chen Yue is to assign capable people to protect my mother secretly, while Shadow watches noble Lady Chen and her family. Any unusual activity comes straight to me. My mother's promotion is not just palace gossip. It locks down my safety and gives me a legal channel deeper into court. In the storm outside, the palace is still coming. The next pressure point is sitting in a villa in western Luoyang. Wei Bu has been left hanging for nearly a month. He gets good food, good drink, and absolutely no meeting with me. Every day, he stares at the empty training ground while his initial impatience slowly becomes pressure. Chen Yue's aura from the last meeting is still carved into his memory. Wei Bu believed himself peerless in Bing province, but that quiet old guard made him feel small. Then there is me, the little prince who stayed calm in front of him. Then the auspicious sign rumors. Then Meng Shun's strange, renewed expression after being transferred. Then the +3 ring pommel saber that slices through iron like mud. And the +2 hexy steed with endurance and speed beyond ordinary horses. One detail could be luck. All of them together start looking like a door. Wei Bu realizes Luoyang is crowded with nobles and powerful people. Rising here alone would be painfully difficult, but I can offer status, power, weapons, steeds, and maybe something beyond the ordinary. So his inner scale begins shifting from contempt and utilization toward attachment and awe. That is when I visit the West City Villa again, with Chen Yue standing behind me. Wei Bu is let in, and the arrogance on his face has clearly faded. He salutes properly and calls me Your Highness. His voice is still loud, but now there is caution inside it. I check him. Identity, native of Huayuan Commandery, Bing Province, Wanderer. Loyalty, 55%, carefully considering and leaning toward allegiance. Strength, 100, stamina, 98, intelligence, 62, command, 85, politics, 38, charisma, 90, enhancement rank, +0, combat power, 100, perfect. He is wavering in the correct direction. I ask how he has considered things. Wei Bu kneels on one knee and says he is willing to pledge loyalty to me, only asking for a chance to display his abilities. Not full surrender yet, but enough for contact. I tell him opportunities will come. Divine weapons, fine steeds, achievements, fame, and wealth will not be lacking. But I want unreserved loyalty. A shoulder I can trust with my back. Then I ask him directly, can you do that? He grits his teeth and says since he has decided to pledge loyalty, he will exert his utmost. Good. I place my small hand on his arm. Contact complete. I enhance Wei Bu 5 times in a row. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2. +2 to +3 costs 4. +3 to +4 costs 8. +4 to +5 costs 16. Total consumed 31 points. Current remaining enhancement points 3441. 5 violent warm currents surge through him like bursting rivers. Wei Bu lets out a low roar. His bones crackle, his muscles swell and tighten. His strength breaks through the invisible ceiling of 100 and enters a new realm. His stamina becomes endless, and even his mind, never exactly built for politics, clears sharply. His battlefield intuition climbs by several levels. This is the part where an ambitious martial addict receives proof that following me does not just give him a job. It gives him transcendence. Loyalty jumps from 55% to 100%. Strength goes from 100 to 161.1. Stamina from 98 to 157.8. Intelligence from 62 to 99.9. Command from 85 to 136.9. Combat power from 100 to 161.1. Wei Bu drops from one knee to both knees and fully prostrates himself. He calls me my lord and swears to be the halberd in my hand, sweeping away all enemies. If he ever harbors disloyal thoughts, may heaven and earth destroy him. 31 points. For the world's #1 fierce general at 161.1 force and absolute loyalty. That is not a bargain. That is robbery with divine customer service. I appoint Wei Bu Deputy General of the Personal Guard, assisting Han Zhang in commanding the troops and proving his ability. He accepts with blazing battle intent. Now I have Han Zhang steady as a mountain, Meng Shun strict as iron, and Wei Bu swift as thunder. My 1,000-man personal guard has not fully bloomed yet, but its bones are terrifying. Then comes February 28 of the 3rd year of Guang. A light spring rain washes Luoyang clean, and a small warm banquet in the palace celebrates my 4th birthday. I sit in the carriage afterward, looking at the palace walls outside and thinking about the year that just passed. 1 year ago, I was a dying 3-year-old. Now I am a 4-year-old prince with businesses, shadow enhanced guards, hidden officials, 2 peerless generals, and a palace foundation protected by the empress. Every step looks steady from the outside. Inside, it was walking on thin ice with a system menu. Back in my hall, I dismiss the attendants and keep only Chen Yue and Pei Zun. I tell them I am a year older now and certain matters need to speed up. Pei Zun already knows the arrangements for Han Zhang and Wei Bu and Han Su's illness. Exactly. After several treatments, Han Su's foundation is stable. It is time to completely eradicate the root of his disease. As for Han Zhang and Wei Bu, both can fight 10,000 men. Keeping them inside my small personal guard in Luoyang wastes their talent and draws attention. I want to send them out to command troops, gain experience, and plant seeds for our future influence in the regions. Pei Zun approves. Since I am confident in curing Han Su, it removes Han Zhang's greatest worry. As for sending the generals out, the court is short on money, and Western Garden office selling is rampant. With their valor and enough bribe money, it may be possible to secure positions like cavalry commandant in a border or internal commandery, or even general of miscellaneous ranks. For Wei Bu especially, whose reputation for bravery is spreading, the arrangement may be easier. The issue is pretext and location. Pei Zun points to the map. Bing Province and Liang Province border the Qiang and Hu, with frequent battles and chances to gain merit. They are also far from Luoyang, so less attention. Yu Province borders tribes and nomadic peoples too, and internal regions like Yu Province and Jing Province could work if commandery commandant positions open. I understand the shape. Wei Bu suits Bing or Liang, where he can use his ferocity freely. Han Zhang is steadier and can go to Yu Province or an important internal commandery. But first, Han Su, we go to Yang's courtyard. Han Su can already walk slowly in the yard. He is still thin, but he no longer looks like a child being pulled toward death. Han Zhang greets me with deep respect. I tell him that today, I will completely cure his son. Han Zhang almost kneels on the spot, but I stop him. Then I place my small hand on Han Su's head. Contact complete. Check Han Su. Status, severe late-stage tuberculosis, significantly relieved, potential being stimulated. Vitality, 65 out of 100. Strength, 67, potential 89, still suppressed by illness. Intelligence, 72. Stamina, 58, potential 95, severely damaged. Command, 68. Politics, 45. Charisma, 60. Enhancement rank, +3. Combat power, 58.6 current, 77.7 potential. The note says the chronic illness is fading, and his talent is beginning to show. If the disease source is eliminated, he will become a fierce general. No more hesitation. I enhance Han Su from +3 to +9. +3 to +4 costs 8 points. Strength rises from 67 to 73.7. Stamina from 58 to 63.8. Vitality from 65 to 71.5. +4 to +5 costs 16 points. Strength 73.7 to 81.1. Stamina 63.8 to 70.2. Vitality 71.5 to 78.7. +5 to +6 costs 32 points. Strength 81.1 to 89.2. Stamina 70.2 to 77.2. Vitality 78.7 to 86.6. +6 to +7 costs 64 points. Strength 89.2 to 98.1. Stamina 77.2 to 84.9. Vitality 86.6 to 95.3. +7 to +8 costs 128 points. Strength 98.1 to 107.9. Stamina 84.9 to 93.4. Vitality 95.3 to 104.8. +8 to +9 costs 256 points. Strength 107.9 to 118.7. Stamina 93.4 to 102.7. Vitality 104.8 to 115.3. Total consumption from +3 to +9, 504 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2967. 6 enhancements hit him one after another. The disease in his lungs is completely eradicated. His pale complexion turns rosy and healthy. His frail body visibly strengthens, becoming balanced and powerful. He seems to grow taller. His eyes brighten with sharp vigor. Final check, healthy, disease source completely eliminated, potential superactivated. Vitality, 115.3 out of 115.3. Strength, 118.7. Intelligence, 79.2. Stamina, 102.7. Command, 74.8. Politics, 49.5. Charisma, 82.5. Enhancement rank, +9. Combat Power 118.7. Han Su swings his fists, and the air tears sharply. Then he jumps and easily rises nearly a person's height. The boy who was coughing blood weeks ago is now a top-tier fierce general. Han Zhang sees his son reborn, stronger than even his own peak had once been, and completely breaks down. He prostrates himself and says my grace is equal to rebirth. He and his son will serve me until death, witnessed by heaven and earth. Han Su kneels too overwhelmed to speak. I help them both rise. This investment has returned more than I expected. I did not just save a life. I forged a young general. Then I ask Han Zhang whether he is willing to take on a heavier burden. Leave Luyang, become a general outside, and command a division of troops for me. He agrees immediately. He will train elite troops and guard whatever territory I designate. Next, I summon Wei Bu. The moment he hears he may be sent out as a general to command his own army, his eyes light up. He is fully loyal now, so there is no hesitation. He says wherever I point, he will strike. I call Pei Zun and Gao Shuo forward and give the order. Spare no expense. Secure suitable positions and territories for Han Zhang and Wei Bu. Han Zhang is steady, so he can go to Yu Province or an important internal commandery. Wei Bu is fierce and brave, so send him to Bing Province or Liang Province where he belongs. Both Pei Zun and Gao Shuo accept. Standing alone at the hall entrance, looking at the cleared sky after rain, I feel the shape of the year behind me. I am 4 years old now. Han Su has recovered and surpassed his limits. Han Zhang and Wei Bu, two top fierce generals, are about to leave Luyang as commanders. My commercial network, shadow, and personal guard are all developing steadily. In 1 year, I have woven my own net from nothing. And for the first time, I look at the coming chaos and think, come faster. I am almost ready. Then comes the Shangxi Festival, the third day of the third lunar month. Luyang is full of nobles and ladies going on excursions, performing purification rituals, feasting, and pretending the empire is healthy because the weather is pleasant. But in a large manor south of the city, secretly purchased by Four Seas Trading Company and guarded by disguised elites, the atmosphere is solemn. For the first time since my faction began, all core members gather in one place. Deep inside the manor, the secret room is tightly closed and brightly lit. I sit in the main seat. I am still small, but when I look over the people before me, nobody treats this as a child's game. On the left stand Chen Yue at +5, deep and steady. Luoan at +2, sharper and more composed after a year of experience. Han Zhang at +1, resolute and powerful, and Han Su at +9, bright-eyed and full of heroic force. On the right stand Pei Zun at +4, calm and unreadable. Gao Shu at +6, controlling palace funds and official channels. Meng Shun at +3, silent and strict. And Wei Bu at +5, physically imposing and looking at me with fanatical loyalty. Civil and military, palace and outside, money, intelligence, guards, generals. My current core team is finally in the same room. I tell them the purpose of the meeting. First, everyone must know each other and work as one. Second, we need to discuss the next stage of our grand plan. Then I call Luo and Meng Shun and Han Zhang forward. They have been with me long enough, their loyalty is clear, and their abilities are outstanding. Today, I will lend them another hand. I start with Luo N, the young swordsman who followed Chen Yue and became one of my most reliable bodyguards. His loyalty is 100%, strength 85, enhancement rank +2. I enhance him from +2 to +5. +2 to +3 costs 4, +3 to +4 costs 8, +4 to +5 costs 16. Total 28 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2989. His strength, speed, reaction, and sword understanding rise to a new level. His eyes sharpen like they can cut through lies. After enhancement, his strength reaches 113.4, with stamina and agility rising too. He enters the ranks of first-class experts, worthy of being called a swordsmanship great master. He kneels and swears to protect me to the death. Next is Meng Shun, the cornerstone of my future army. Loyalty 100%, strength 103.7, leadership 118.6, enhancement rank +3. I enhance him from +3 to +5. +3 to +4 costs 8, +4 to +5 costs 16. Total 24 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2965. His understanding of tactics, formations, and soldiers' minds reaches a new height. If he trains a new army now, he can create frightening combat power in a short time. Estimated after enhancement, strength 125.5, leadership 144. His troop training ability reaches a transcendent level. He kneels and says he will train the world's strongest army for me. Finally, I go to Han Zhang's. Loyalty 95%, strength 108.9, enhancement rank +1. I enhance him from +1 to +5. +1 to +2 costs 2, +2 to +3 costs 4, +3 to +4 costs 8, +4 to +5 costs 16. Total 30 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2935. Majestic power surges into him. He feels not like he has returned to his peak, but like he has gone beyond every peak he ever had. Archery, horsemanship, battle, leadership, all of it broadens. Loyalty breaks through from 95% to 100%. His strength reaches 160, and his other attributes rise sharply, making him a peerless general not much inferior to Wei Bu. Han Zhang trembles with excitement and vows to die for me, even through mountains of blades and seas of fire. The 3 upgrades cost 82 points total, and the whole room feels the result. Wei Bu is not jealous. He only looks at them with deeper yearning and awe. Chen Yue and Pei Zun understand the boldness of the investment. Everyone in the room feels it. My faction just got sharper. Then I return to the main seat and turn to Pei Zun. Now it is his turn to tell everyone how we proceed. The room falls silent as Pei Zun walks to the map. He says the world appears peaceful, but disasters are constant. Refugees are increasing, and the way of great peace has already built momentum among the people. When a great building is about to collapse, one pillar cannot hold it. Luoyang is the center of the world, but also the eye of the storm. I live there with the protection of the empress and the status of a prince, but I am still constrained. So our power must project outward. Sending generals to external posts does 3 things. Accumulates military strength, establishes foundations, and lets us observe changes in the world so we can act when the opportunity comes. Then he points to Han Zhang. Han Zhang will go to Yu Province. Yu Province borders tribes and nomadic peoples to the north, and the Bohai Sea to the east. It is a vital border region and a source of elite Han cavalry and strong local men. Battles are frequent, so merit is easier to gain, and it is far from Luoyang's political traps. The target is a cavalry commandant position in a Yu Province commandery, or even a frontier commandery commandant position in places like Yuyang or Yaobeiping. When the time is right, Liaodong may become a backup base or surprise force. Han Zhang accepts. He will build an elite border army there for me. Then Pei Zun turns to Wei Bu and points west to Bing Province. Bing Province is Wei Bu's homeland. Its people are fierce and skilled in mounted archery. It borders the Qiang, Hu, and Xingnu with frequent warfare. It suits Wei Bu perfectly. The target is a cavalry commandant post in border commanderies like Yanmen, Yunzheng, or Huayuan, or even a higher general of miscellaneous title. There, Wei Bu can build iron cavalry and become the sharpest dagger in my hand thrust toward the north. Wei Bu is thrilled. Bing Province is home ground. He vows to train the world's strongest cavalry and make the Hu barbarians fear his name. Meng Shun will stay in Luoyang to continue training my personal guard. That foundation cannot move yet. Luo and will also stay, because guarding me is still a heavy responsibility. Then Pei Zun turns to Gao Shuo. The success of this plan depends on money and connections. These positions are not ordinary county offices. They require enormous funds and careful Western garden operation. Gao Shuo must use all his official contacts to buy the posts, forge passable resumes, and avoid suspicion. Gao Shuo accepts. Drunken Immortal Tower, Four Seas Trading Company, soap and paper are all bringing in profits. Supporting this operation should be possible. As for the palace and Western Garden channels, he will handle them. Finally, Shadow must follow the generals once they take office. Chen Yue will build intelligence networks in Yu Province and Bing Province, keeping communication with Luoyang smooth and watching local movements. Chen Yue says it is his duty. Pei Zun finishes the layout. Han Zhang's stability guards Yu Province. Wei Bu's sharpness cuts through Bing Province. Luoyang remains the core. Meng Shun trains the guards. Luo and protects me. Gao Shuo manages money and connections. Chen Yue controls Shadow. Pei Zun directs the whole board. Internal and external cooperation, waiting for the right time. I stand and approve the strategy. From this day forward, we are one, sharing honor and disgrace. Han Zhang and Wei Bu outside are my arms. The people inside are my foundation. I tell the 2 generals the road ahead is long and dangerous, and I will wait in Luoyang for their good news. Han Zhang and Wei Bu answer together that they will not fail my trust. And just like that, in one hidden room during a festival where Luoyang is laughing and drinking outside, the future world order quietly shifts. The generals are about to leave the cage. The power I built in secret is about to reach beyond the palace walls. When everyone disperses, I look at the empty chamber and the 2935 enhancement points still in the system. This is only the beginning. The road ahead is long, but now I have the system. loyal companions, money, intelligence, palace backing, and generals who can tear open the age ahead. Troubled times are coming, and this 4-year-old prince is no longer waiting empty-handed. March 15 of the 3rd year of Guang. Full moon night. At the foot of Mount Mang, north of Luyang, a sealed valley burns with firelight. This is the secret camp, where Meng Shun has been training my 1,000-man personal guard. I arrive quietly with Chen Yue, Lu En, and Pei Zun, then stand on a huge boulder above the valley and look down. Below me, 1,000 soldiers stand in neat black ranks, wearing uniform training clothes and simple leather armor. They are silent, strong, sharp-eyed, and already carry the pressure of an elite force. At the front stands Meng Shun, iron-faced and steady. Beside him are Han Zhang and Wei Bu, both carrying enough presence to make ordinary soldiers forget how knees work. Meng Shun jogs forward, kneels, and reports that the 1,000-man personal guard has completed training and is ready for inspection. I check the whole unit. Unit unnamed personal guard, size 1,000, average combat power 55 to 75, already beyond most commandery soldiers and comparable to border elites after strict training and enough nutrition. Morale 85. Equipment, standard ring pommel sabers, leather armor, spears, and a small number of bows and crossbows, all unenhanced. Enhancement level +0, can be enhanced. Meng Shun did not disappoint me, but this is not enough. I step to the edge of the rock so every soldier can see my small figure. My voice is not loud, but in the quiet valley, every word carries. I tell them they have trained bitterly for months and become elite warriors. They have not failed my expectations. Then I tell them the real truths. Chaotic times are coming. Elite is not enough. We need power that makes enemies shake before the fight even begins. Today, I will grant it. I open my arms and choose the entire personal guard. Enhance the whole unit to +1. The system confirms the target, 1,000 people. Cost 1,000 enhancement points. Proceed. Yes, consumed 1,000 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2055. In an instant, invisible power spreads from me and covers the entire valley. 1,000 soldiers feel warmth surge through their limbs, bones, muscles, and meridians. Hidden injuries from training vanish. Fatigue disappears. Strength rises. Speed sharpens. Reactions become faster. Their senses clear like the world just turned up its resolution. Their average combat power jumps by 10%. From 55 to 75 up to 60.5 to 82.5. That means even the weakest are now past 60, and the strongest are approaching the edge of second-rate generals. For one soldier, that would be impressive. For 1,000 soldiers at the same time, that is not a training result. That is a battlefield problem wearing matching armor. More importantly, the power touches their life origin, and every one of them feels the connection to the small figure on the rock. Someone kneels first and shouts long life to the Lord. Then 10, then 100, then the whole valley erupts. They swear their lives to me, and the sound hits the cliffs like thunder. Meng Shun, Han Zhang, and Wei Bu can feel the soldiers' strength rising. Even they are shaken. Pei Zun's hand pauses on his beard. Chen Yue and Luo and have seen miracles before, but large-scale enhancement still makes the blood run hot. I raise my hand, and the valley falls silent again. I tell them power has been granted. Now it is time to use that power to achieve great deeds. Then I call Han Zhang and Wei Bu. I order each of them to lead 500 personal guards and prepare to leave for their posts immediately. Han Zhang goes to Yu Province. Wei Bu goes to Bing Province. I want their names to resound across the frontier, and I want the troops they command to become a nightmare for our enemies. Both generals accept with voices like thunder. Then I call Meng Shun. He stays in Luyang and continues training more elites for me. Before leaving, I tell the 1,000 soldiers one thing. No matter where they go, they will always be my personal troops. Their glory stays with me. The valley answers with another wave of cheers. Under the night sky, the fire in Mount Mang looks like the first spark of something the world has not noticed yet. By April, spring is deep in Luyang, and Changqiu Palace is covered in blooming peonies. Empress Shen sits before the mirror while palace maids comb her hair. After being enhanced to +3, her intelligence, politics, and charm have made her frighteningly comfortable inside the palace. Current enhancement points. After the 2055 left from Mount Mang, about 15 days pass at 10 points per day, adding 150. Total 2205. Empress Shen calmly orders the kitchen to prepare light soup for Zhao Hong, whose stomach has been unsettled from state affairs. Her voice is gentle, but nobody misses the authority in it. She no longer needs to fight for favor by force. She simply gives care at the exact moment it matters, and Zhao Hong's heart stays firmly in her hand. Across the palace, noble Lady Chen is in the cold palace. She curls on a cold bed, hollow-eyed and full of resentment. Zhao Hong formally cast her there for lacking virtue and repeatedly causing trouble. Even Prince Zhao Zai has been taken away and given to lower-ranking concubines to raise. She lost the emperor's favor. She lost her son, and now all she can do is curse Empress Shen and me in an empty hall where nobody bothers to answer. Her fall is the first piece. The Chen family falls after her. General of the household, for all purposes, Chen Bao sits in his study with a pale face as impeachment memorials fly onto Zhao Hong's desk. Some accuse him of failing to control his household. Some dig up old mistakes. Some connect him to matters he hoped everyone forgot. When the wall starts cracking, every official with a grudge suddenly discovers civic responsibility. Chen Bao tries to contact former allies, but most avoid him. The family's palace support is gone, and now the big tree is starting to fall. He does not know that Gao Shuo is sitting behind the curtain, sipping +1 enhanced tea and directing the collapse with terrifying calm. With his intelligence raised to 132.9, manipulating a disgraced and panicked Chen Bao is almost too easy. Reports come in, Chen Bao was turned away at Yao Wei's manor. He tried to reach attendant Fan and was blocked. Several nephews under the magistrate of Luyang are restless. Gao Shuo smiles and starts the next step. He orders evidence about one nephew, an officer of thieves in Luyang who took bribes from merchants and let his servants bully the market, to be accidentally leaked to people under the Colonel Director of Retainers. Accidentally, of course, then he has information about Chen Bao seizing dozens of hectares of permanent farmland in his hometown, unintentionally, revealed to upright censors who love impeaching powerful men. This is not revenge in the simple sense. Gao Shuo is using rules, factions, ambition, and information to kill with borrowed blades. He never needs to step into the light. Through Chen Yue and Pei Zun, I know every movement inside and outside the palace. Chen Yue reports that Empress Shen's position is stable and unshakable. Pei Zun says Gao Shuo's methods against the Chen family are experienced and ruthless, and the Chen family has no hope of recovery. I nod. The Chen family is a minor ailment now. The real question is outside the palace. Pei Zun gives me the news that matters. Gao Shuo's operation with money and connections went smoothly. Han Zhang has been appointed commandant of Liaoxi Commandery in Yu Province. Wei Bu has been appointed cavalry commandant of Huayuan Commandery in Bing Province. Both have left the capital with 500 personal guards each, and shadow agents are traveling with them to build intelligence networks. Good, the generals have left Luyang. The pieces are in position. Now I need to look toward the places where beacon fires will soon rise. Pei Zun agrees. The way of great peace is growing fiercer. It will not be long now. In May, early summer wind moves across the lotus pond in the palace gardens. I sit in the pavilion as if I am watching fish, but my mind is all over the empire. Before the coming storm, every bit of accumulation matters. I summon Chen Yue and Pei Zun and ask about the 30 grassroots officials we sent out last year. Nearly half a year has passed. Have the seeds taken root? Pei Zun is prepared. All 30 have successfully taken office across the capital region, Yu Province, Jai Province, Jing Province, and other key places. Because they were enhanced to +3 and backed by Gao Shuo's money, most have established firm local footholds. One county magistrate in Henne has been clearing case backlogs and encouraging farming, using roughly 81 intelligence and strong administrative ability to bring the county into order. A county vice magistrate in Hedong has cleaned up old accounts, exposed 2 corrupt clerks, and built prestige. A military marquis in Wei Commandery has performed well in several small bandit suppression actions and caught the commandery commandant's attention. A county commandant in Nanyang has reorganized county soldiers, strengthened patrols, and improved public order with commandability far beyond his rank. Not every one of the 30 is moving fast. Local forces are tangled, and some personalities need time. But most have results. They are becoming real local forces. 30 nails driven into the Great Hands map. Through Shadow's channels, they send back reports about local conditions, official movements, and clues related to the Way of Great Peace. I order them to keep steady, deepen their roots, gather refugees, stockpile grain and fodder, and stay low profile. One day, they will have a chance to display everything. Then I switch topics. Soap, paper, and drunken immortal tower are profitable, but they are trade. In chaos, weapons and armor decide survival. I need craftsmen, iron ore, fuel, and workshops of my own. So I name 2 people. Jiangjai Courtesy Gongjai, a famous scholar from Nanyang, skilled in water conservancy and machinery, especially improving water-powered bellows that can raise iron smelting efficiency. And Mo Jun, courtesy Di Heng, from a poor background, probably still young, but with terrifying talent in mechanical devices. I order Shadow to find both and invite them to Luyang. Pei Zun immediately understands what I am building. Better smelting and better machinery means better weapons. Better weapons mean future military power does not depend only on brave generals swinging hard. Then I add the resource side. Find high-quality iron ore that is easy to mine. Also find a black mineral called Shitan coal. It burns longer and hotter than charcoal, and if used for iron smelting, the result is twice the work for half the effort. Coal exists in this era, but not widely in iron smelting. To Chen Yue and Pei Zun, it sounds like another strange idea from their tiny lord, which at this point means they take it very seriously. Chen Yue will send reliable shadow people to iron-producing regions like Bing Province and Yu Province, plus mountain areas, to look for ore and coal. Once found, they will secretly control veins or cooperate with local magnates. I warn them to keep it hidden. Do not alert the court iron officials. At first, buy ore through merchant guilds on a small scale, or set up small hidden workshops in remote places. Pei Zun adds that once craftsmen and resource sources are found, we should bring their families to Luyang and settle them properly. It shows sincerity, gives control, and lets them work without worry. That is why I keep this man close. I point at the future. He immediately asks how to secure the families. By the 6th month, the heat in Luyang is suffocating, but my thirst for technology is worse. Shadow moves fast. Jiang Jai is the first to be invited to Luyang. He is about 40, refined-faced, scholarly, but practical. He has been studying hydraulic machinery in Nanyang and is confused about being brought to the capital. But the hospitality, food, housing, and research environment are all excellent, so he settles down for now. Soon after, Mo Jun is found too. He is only around 20, plainly dressed, dull and quiet on the surface, but his eyes are bright with curiosity. He comes from humble circumstances and has been thinking about how to improve silk looms. Coming to Luyang and seeing more mechanical possibilities excites him more than it scares him. I do not meet them immediately. Pei Zun and Chen Yue observe them first. Once their character and ability are confirmed, I summon both future technical directors to the secret manor outside the city. Inside the secret room, the two men stand uneasily before a lord who is far too young but whose eyes do not feel young at all. I do not waste time. I walk to Jiangjai and tell him I want to promote water conservancy, reform agricultural tools, and strengthen smelting. I need his talent. Then I touch his wrist. Contact complete. Inspect Jiangjai. Identity, famous scholar of Nanyang, proficient in machinery. Loyalty 40%, confused, curious, slightly expectant. Intelligence 81, politics 65, technology 85, hydraulic engineering and machinery improvement. Enhancement level +0, technical talent with huge potential. I enhance him straight to +9. Costs 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. Total 511 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 2244. The 9 enhancements transform his body and mind. His thinking becomes clear and sharp. Old bottlenecks in hydraulic machinery and blast equipment dissolve. Ideas about gear transmission, hydraulic power, bellows structures, and early mechanical principles flood in. His hands gain the precision needed for fine work. Loyalty jumps from 40% to 100%. Intelligence rises from 81 to 171.4. Technology rises from 85 to 179.7. Jiang Jai trembles with excitement and says he is willing to spend the rest of his life creating the sharpest weapons and strongest machinery for me. Good, one technical director acquired. Then I walk to Mo Jun, who is still dazed. I tell him I have heard he is skilled in ingenious ideas and mechanical arts. I want to create devices that benefit the country and people, and I need his hands. Contact complete. Inspect Mo Jun. Identity, Fufeng craftsman, genius of mechanics. Loyalty 43%, nervous, curious, slightly fearful. Intelligence 78, politics 30, technology 88, enhancement level +0. A natural-born inventor with infinite potential. I enhance him to +9 too. Another 511 points consumed. Current remaining enhancement points, 1733. Mo Jun's mind explodes open. Vague instincts become clear structures. Mechanical transmission, structural design, material use, all of it turns specific and feasible. He feels like he can see the inner operation of machines and build blueprints in his head from nothing. Loyalty reaches 100%. Intelligence rises from 78 to 164.9. Technology rises from 88 to 185.4. The quiet young craftsman drops to his knees, suddenly overflowing with ideas. He says if I give him materials, he can make a wooden ox that walks on its own, a crossbow that fires 10 bolts in succession, and more he can barely get out fast enough. That is when I know the points were worth it. Over 1,000 enhancement points spent, yes. Painful, deeply, but generals win battles. Technology wins logistics, production, and the wars after the battles. I tell Pei Zun and Chen Yue to fully support both men. Give them people, money, and materials. Jiang Jai will focus on improving water-powered bellows, designing hydraulic hammer forging equipment, and increasing the temperature and efficiency of iron smelting furnaces. Mo Jun can research new looms, improved agricultural tools, mountain transport machinery, and more efficient siege and defense equipment. The two upgraded craftsmen are already mentally designing before I finish speaking. This is the true long game. When others use crude equipment, I want 100 refined steel sabers, sturdy armor, efficient curved shaft plows, better workshops, and production systems that make my faction feel like it is playing from another century. The new research base is placed under heavier shadow protection. Generals, strategists, money, intelligence, local officials, and now technology. The puzzle is filling in piece by piece. Then the 7th month arrives, hot enough that I sit with a small round fan while thinking about disease. Hansu is cured, but Mu Chuo and Fan Jai still weigh on my mind. In chaotic times, plague and injury can kill more brutally than blades. If I want stable territory, I need medical power too. So I summon Chen Yue and ask for news. Mu Chuo has appeared around Pei State in Yu Province, giving free consultations to the people. Shadow treated him with courtesy, offered medicinal herbs and travel expenses, and conveyed my invitation. He accepted the herbs to treat poor patients, but said he is used to wandering the countryside and fears he cannot live long in the capital. Fan Jai remains in Nanyang, studying medicine and writing treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases. Shadow has visited many times under medical discussion cover, bringing rare enhanced herbs. He liked the exchanges and even approved some of my basic ideas about quarantine, epidemic prevention, and boiling water for sterilization. But he still prefers staying in his hometown, writing books and treating neighbors. He politely refuses Luoyang too. So money is not enough. Power is not enough. These men are not hungry for rank. Mu Chuo wants to heal commoners. Fan Jai wants to write, preserve medical learning, and help people survive disease. If I want them, I have to speak to that. I change the message. Next time Shadow sees either doctor, they should not say I am inviting them to treat one illness or enjoy wealth. Tell them the eldest prince is young, but he understands the suffering of the people. Epidemics spread, doctors are few, and countless people die for lack of medicine. Then give them the real hook. The power of one doctor is limited. Even a divine physician can only save so many people in one lifetime. But if superb medical skills are spread throughout the world, if hundreds or thousands of skilled physicians are trained and sent across the commanderies, then countless lives can be saved. I want to establish a medical academy in Luoyang, not just to study medicine, but to gather proven techniques and prescriptions into books, print them widely, and teach disciples. Good doctors should no longer be rare. Medical knowledge should not wither because one master dies and takes half his skill with him. Tell Mu Chuo and Fan Jai that I am not inviting them for the illness of one person. I am inviting them for the common people and the future of medicine itself. If they come, I will treat them with the etiquette due to teachers, and fully support their research, writing, and disciples. Their skills could save 1,000 or 10,000 times more patients than they can reach alone. Chen Yue hears the plan and understands the sincerity behind it. He says he will convey the message exactly. I also order Shadow to keep watching their needs. If Mu Chuo lacks rare herbs during his travels, help him. If Fan Jai needs lost medical classics for his writing, find them. Help at the moment of need, not with noisy flattery. After Chen Yue leaves, I sit with the future blueprint forming in my mind. A medical academy, standardized doctor training, prepared medicines, hygiene concepts, quarantine, epidemic prevention, clean water, boiled tools, army medicine, civilian clinics. This is not as flashy as Wei Bu kneeling or 1,000 soldiers shouting in a valley, but it may save more lives than any saber I forge. And if I can enhance Mu Chuo and Fan Jai once they come, medical progress may explode just like machinery did with Jiang Jai and Mo Jun. Current enhancement points, 2033. So I wait and I keep sending sincerity across the empire. Luoyang has prepared the stage. The medical academy exists first as an idea, then as a promise, then as a door left open for the two greatest physicians of the age. The world outside still thinks power is soldiers, money, and titles. I am 4 years old and I am already learning that the future belongs to whoever can build the army, feed the people, forge the weapons, gather the intelligence, and keep everyone alive long enough to matter. July in Luoyang is steaming hot, and after arranging the divine doctor recruitment, my mind shifts to a different problem. intelligence, speed. In this era, messages rely on post stations, couriers, and men walking or riding through danger. Slow, risky, easy to intercept. If shadow is going to stretch across the Great Han, I need a faster and quieter communication method. So I summon Chen Yue and ask whether he has ever heard of using trained birds like hawks, falcons, or pigeons to send messages. Chen Yue actually has. When he traveled the Jianghu years ago, he met an eccentric from Shezhong who trained pigeons. His pigeons could recognize the way back to their nests and carry short letters over long distances. The man's surname is Lu, third in the family, so people call him Lu Sanj. These days, he is in Luoyang, surviving by training pigeons for street performances. Exactly what I need. I tell Chen Yue not to use force and not to reveal our identity. Say a noble lady appreciates his pigeon training skill and wants to hire him to train ornamental pigeons for a generous price. Bring him secretly to the base outside the city, and I will meet him myself. 2 days later, I see Lu San in a clean side room at the secret base. He is about 40, dark-skinned, thin, rough-fingered, and clearly terrified. Which fair? A commoner gets brought to a hidden base and finds a 4-year-old in fine clothes sitting in the main seat. That is not a normal job interview. That is how rumors about haunted noble families begin. He kneels and stammers a greeting. I smile gently and ask if his pigeons can really deliver letters over 1,000 li. Once we talk about his craft, he steadies a little. He explains that his family in Shezhong passed down the method. Trained pigeons recognize home, and after being familiarized with routes a few times, they can fly back from hundreds or thousands of li away. He performs in Luoyang, but when he misses home, he sometimes sends a few words back with the pigeons. I ask about accuracy and danger. He says 7 or 8 times out of 10, the message arrives. Pigeons fly high, so ordinary hawks and falcons are hard to deal with, but weather and natural enemies can still cause losses. Also, they only fly toward their home point. Good, not perfect, but usable, and usable means upgradable. I walk over, pat his back while praising his skill and make contact. Check Lu San. Identity, Shezhong pigeon trainer, street performer. Loyalty 39%, terrified, confused, slightly expectant. Strength 48, intelligence 62, stamina 55, command 20, politics 25, beast taming birds 75, enhancement rank +0, excellent bird trainer, potential worth tapping. I enhance him 3 times. +0 to +1 costs 1 point. +1 to +2 costs 2. +2 to +3 costs 4. Total 7 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 21-26. Warm currents enter him, and suddenly everything he used to do by instinct becomes structured knowledge. Pigeon habits, weather patterns, route selection, breeding, base stations, success rate improvement. It all organizes in his mind. Loyalty rises from 39% to 85%. Intelligence goes from 62 to 82.4. Beast taming for birds jumps from 75 to 109.6. Lu San realizes something impossible just happened and kneels for real this time. He asks if I am an immortal and says he will serve me, training the most obedient and capable messenger pigeons in the world. I tell him I am no immortal, just someone who values talent. Then I give him his mission: no more street performances. I will provide a hidden place, funds, manpower, and supplies. He will train carrier pigeons for me. What I want is a Feiyu army that can cover the major provinces and commanderies of the Great Han, delivering messages quickly and accurately. Lu San hears Feiyu army and lights up like I just promoted pigeon training into national strategy, which I did. Chen Yue will settle Lu San and his family, choose a hidden training base suitable for birds, and supply everything he needs. Other people's messages still depend on horses and tired legs. Mine will begin moving through the sky. In late July, I gather the core team again inside a secret manor outside Luoyang. Enhancement point settlement, 21-26 points remained after Lu San. About 18 days pass, adding 180 points at 10 per day. Current total 2306. The doors and windows are shut. Oil lamps burn dim yellow. I sit in the main seat, still small enough that the chair makes me look ridiculous if you forget everyone in this room would die before disobeying me. Present are Chen Yue, Pei Zun, Gao Xiu, Meng Shun, Luo, and Zhang Jai and Mo Jun. I ask the real question: have our roots gone deep enough to survive the future storm? First, I turn to Meng Shun and Luo, and Han Zhang and Wei Bu each took 500 personal guards with them. How many usable troops remain in our hands? Meng Shun reports fewer than 100 qualified personal guards, all backbone members guarding the base and protecting the core. Too few, so I order him to expand the personal guard to 3,000 men. The room freezes for a second. 3,000 is far beyond what a prince should secretly control. If the court discovers it, that is not a fine. That is a head-on-the-floor problem. Meng Shun does not hesitate, but he raises the real issue. Sources are easy, refugees and sons of good families can be recruited. Training, stationing, provisions, and secrecy are the hard parts. Pei Zun offers the method: break the whole into pieces. Station the 3,000 undercovers like caravan guards, mine sentries, and manor tenants. Disperse them across our properties around Luoyang and in different provinces and commanderies. Keep each location around 100 men under absolutely loyal grassroots officers. In normal times, they perform their cover duties. Meng Shun rotates them through centralized training. Hide the army inside the marketplace. Chen Yue adds that Shadow will monitor the areas around each strongpoint and screen recruits for clean backgrounds and simple histories. Good, we proceed with that. Meng Shun is responsible, with Pei Zun and Chen Yue assisting. By the end of the year, I want the framework set up, initial training completed, and the dispersed placements arranged. Funds and grain go through Gao Xiuo. Then I strengthen Shadow. I tell Chen Yue the Shadow Core backbone can expand to 200 people. When the time comes, I will personally select them and grant them a blessing. Peripheral personnel may expand as much as possible under loyalty or control, but the structure must use strict single-line contacts. The periphery must not know the core. The core must not know the full picture. Security first, curiosity later, preferably never. Next, I turn to Jiang Jai and Mo Jun. I ask about the concepts and blueprints I gave them. Blast furnaces, hydraulic bellows, bearings, gear sets. Jiang Jai practically vibrates. He says those few sketches opened a new world. He and Mo Jun have discussed them for days and already have improvement ideas. If mass production succeeds, iron smelting efficiency can rise by at least 50%, and the quality of agricultural tools and military equipment will leap. Mo Jun says little, but his eyes are bright enough to light the room, and his hands keep sketching invisible machines in the air. So I formally establish the Academy of Material Things. Jiang Jai becomes director. Mo Jun becomes deputy director. They can recruit artisan apprentices without caring about social rank, as long as they are skilled, loyal, and reliable. Initial scale, 100 people. Recruits and their families will move into manors under our control for unified management and strict secrecy. Their mission is simple: turn wild ideas into sharp weapons. Then medicine. Mu Chuo and Fan Jai have not agreed yet, but we cannot wait. I want to establish Jishi Hall. On the surface, it will be a charitable hall giving free consultations and medicine to the poor. Secretly, it will train our own physicians, especially military medical officers. In war, wounded soldiers are inevitable. If professional physicians follow the army and treat injuries quickly, countless elite veterans can survive. That is the foundation of a strong army. Jishi Hall will recruit poor orphans and local doctors. Hired physicians will teach battlefield first aid, wound management, herb identification, and plague prevention. Excellent students can enter the Academy of Material Things to help design medical tools, or join the army directly as medics. Pei Zun immediately sees the value. An army with trained medics has morale and endurance far beyond others. For public cover, we can use Empress Shen's benevolent reputation, or have a philanthropist backed by Gao Shuo appear in front. Gao Shuo accepts with confidence. Fame and profit. That man hears both words and starts smiling before the sentence ends. Then I ask about the Feiyu army. Chen Yue reports that Lu San has selected 37 pairs of excellent carrier pigeons and is establishing pigeon nests, meaning communication points. Links already exist inside Luoyang and with 3 surrounding manors, allowing short secret messages. For secrecy, pigeons are released and retrieved at night, and nest locations are hidden enough that outsiders will see only ordinary poultry. I order the scale expanded. Next target, Hanzhonganyou Province and Weibu in Bing Province. Finally, I ask Gao Shuo if our money and grain can support everything. He says yes. Drunken Immortal Tower earns gold daily. Soap and strong liquor are in high demand. Four Seas Trading Company spans the provinces. Glass, new furniture, and other goods are highly profitable. Current monthly net profit can support existing expenses, the 3,000 guard expansion, and the initial Academy of Material Things and Jishi Hall, with surplus left. If the army gets bigger or a huge emergency appears, things may tighten. But for now, no problems. The whole room breathes easier. Before the meeting ends, I raise education. We have military, intelligence, industry, medicine, and money, but weak cultural training. I want an academy to cultivate practical talents loyal to us. I ask whether my teacher, the great scholar Guo Yang, could come forward to preside over it. Pei Zun advises caution. Guo Yang's name is known throughout the world, but he is upright and loyal to the Han. Pulling him into our camp too early may expose clues. Better to build contact through scholarship and organizing classics first, influence him slowly and plan later. I accept that. Then I stand and tell everyone the matters discussed today concern our survival and rise. Before the storm arrives, we must deepen our roots and sharpen our blades. Everyone accepts the order. When they leave, I sit alone under the dim light, looking at 2306 enhancement points and calculating the next target. Peaceful days are numbered. Far away in Nanyang, Fan Jai receives a secret letter from Luyang. It lays out the grand plan of a medical academy, spreading medical arts widely and training thousands of physicians to aid the world. His hand trembles as he reads it. In early August, I return to the Feiyu Army Base. Enhancement point settlement. 2306 points from late July plus about 12 days at 10 points per day, adding 120. Current total 2426. I stand before a modified, well-ventilated pigeon loft. Dozens of separated nests line the inside. Messenger pigeons with smooth feathers and lively eyes pace, preen, and coo. Lu San stands nearby, excited and tense. He explains that these 37 pairs of breeding pigeons were selected from more than 1,000. The males have strong endurance, the females incubate eggs steadily, and they are familiar with routes between Luyang and 3 secret outposts. Current success rate, 70%. For this era, excellent. For intelligence that may decide life or death, unacceptable. I tell him I do not want 70%. I want 99%. Faster, farther, more accurate, able to return in nearly any weather. Then I touch a proud white male pigeon and order the system to enhance all 74 breeding pigeons. Target, messenger pigeons, breeding pigeons times 74. Single enhancement increases flight speed, endurance, direction sense, environmental adaptability, and reproductive ability by 10%. First enhancement to +1 costs 1 point per pigeon. Total 74 points. Remaining 2352. Invisible energy sweeps the loft. The pigeons pause, their eyes brighten, feathers look more lustrous, and even their coos sound stronger. Lu San feels their vitality rise. Second enhancement to +2 costs 2 points per pigeon, total 148. Remaining 2204. More energy pours in. The pigeons flutter excitedly. Their muscles become sleeker, bones lighter and stronger. Lu San's connection to them sharpens until he can almost sense their emotions. Third enhancement to +3 costs 4 points per pigeon, total 296. Remaining 1908. The whole loft rings with clear cries. The pigeons grow larger, their wings stronger. Their claws and beaks faintly gleaming, their eyes almost intelligent. They look at me and Lu San with visible closeness. Total cost 518 points. Lu San kneels with tears in his eyes, calling it a miracle. He says they can now fly 800 li in a day. Their endurance can support travel from Luyang to Yu Province. Unless they encounter extremely severe thunderstorms, they will not lose their way. They are also more attuned to people. That is exactly what I wanted. I order him to care for them, breed the next generation quickly, and guard secrecy with his life. These pigeons must never reveal their miraculous traits to outsiders. He swears. I leave the loft happy and prepare to check on the Academy of Material Things. Then Chen Yue arrives with a grave expression. Urgent report from Shadow. One of our peripheral outposts in Julu Commandery Jiju was wiped out last night. My mood drops instantly. 3 peripheral personnel, 2 dead, 1 missing. The missing person knows several Luyang contact points, though not the base or my existence. The attackers were clean and precise, like skilled military hands but strange. They left a wooden plaque at the scene. Chen Yue hands it to me. On it is a bizarre pattern. A fierce tiger entwined with a sword blade, crimson eyes carved into the wood. Neither of us recognizes it. The question is ugly. Did someone stumble onto us? Was there a traitor? Or has another hidden force noticed Shadow? I order a full investigation. Trace the wooden plaque. Find the missing person, alive or dead. Conduct internal screening, especially around everyone involved with Jiju intelligence. The joy from the pigeon upgrade is gone. My enemies may not be limited to visible clans and future warlords. The undercurrents are arriving early. In the 9th month, I sit in a secret chamber with a thick roster of Shadow members spread before me. The number is 1321, and the sand inside the organization is worse than expected. Chen Yue kneels and asks for punishment, but I tell him this is not the time for blame. Since we found the problem, we clean it out and make what remains stronger. Starting tomorrow, I will personally meet every one of them. For the next month, my life becomes painfully routine. By day, I study and practice martial arts in the palace, playing the intelligent prince. By night, I go to the base outside the city under strict protection from Chen Yue and Luo An, receiving batch after batch of Shadow members. They come into the secret chamber under pressure, knowing only that this is the highest loyalty review by the mysterious young lord. I do not say much. They approach, report simple tasks, or stand before me. Then contact, view. One peripheral member in Luyang's Eastern District shows loyalty 32%, fears authority, covets wealth, and has close ties with a grain merchant family. He is suspected of accepting benefits and leaking procurement information about drunken immortal tower. Dismissed. Another core minor leader on the Jiju intelligence line shows loyalty 89%, grateful for promotion and willing to work hard. Good. Again and again, I use the system as a human lie detector and loyalty scanner, sifting more than 1,000 shadow members like grain through a sieve. The results are ugly but useful. When the purge review ends, I summon Chen Yue and Pei Zun. I push the final list to Chen Yue. 68 people are marked red. Loyalty below 40. Some are nails planted by other great families, and 2 may even be connected to the Jiju outpost attack. They are to be disposed of secretly, cleanly. Use reasonable pretexts like dying in the line of duty or accidents. For non-spy cases, give compensation and settle families so the rest of Shadow does not chill. 136 are marked yellow. Loyalty between 40 and 60, wavering and mediocre. Dismiss them, give money, send them far away, and make them sign confidentiality agreements. If they leak anything, Chen Yue knows what to do. 689 are marked blue. Loyalty between 60 and 80. They are the foundation of Shadow. I will personally grant them +1 and encourage them. Then there are 256 people with loyalty above 80. Those are the true backbone. On the training ground, the 689 blue-marked Shadow members stand in neat rows. I stand on a high platform, torchlight around me, and tell them they are the foundation of Shadow. Today, I grant them strength. I enhance all 689 to +1. Cost 689 points. Remaining enhancement points, 1519. Warm current sweeps through them. Fatigue vanishes, thinking sharpens, senses clear, strength rises. Nearly 700 people feel the blessing at once, and gratitude surges across the training ground. Then the 256 backbone members are brought indoors. I enhance them to +3. Cost per person, 1 + 2 + 4 totals 7 points. For 256 people, that is 1792 points. Small problem, I only have 1519. The system says insufficient enhancement points. And this is the moment where my 4-year-old budget commits treason against arithmetic. I order the system to prioritize completion and allow temporary overdraft from future daily income. Command confirmed. Overdraft 273 points. Enhancement completed. Current enhancement points, -273. Daily automatic income will repay the debt before positive growth resumes. The 256 core members receive 3 consecutive enhancements. Their muscles strengthen, bones crack faintly, eyes sharpen, and their thinking speed surges. If they were elites before, now each one is a terrifying field operative for this era. They kneel and swear to die for me. Loyalty breaks past 90%, with most reaching 100%. Debt hurts, but a purified, upgraded Shadow hurts my enemies more. I tell Chen Yue that after this purge, Shadow is a tempered blade. Impurities removed, tougher and sharper. Now take them and dig to the ends of the earth for the details of that sword-entwined blood tiger. Also strengthen infiltration across the provinces and commanderies, especially areas like Julu where the Way of Great Peace is active. Chen Yue accepts with renewed confidence. By early October, the overdraft finally clears. The previous debt was 273. 27 days at 10 points per day repays 270, leaving -3. 3 more days add 30, clearing the debt and bringing me to 27 points. Finally, free from system student loans. Then Chen Yue comes in with the investigation results. The sword-entwined blood tiger symbol belongs to the Blood Blade Gang, a Jianghu gang from Jiju. Outwardly, they run escort agencies and gambling houses. Secretly, they sell women and children, force good people into prostitution, and traffic humans. Their leader is Bloodclaw Lu Bio. My face goes cold. Human trafficking is one of those crimes where there is no clever political framing. There is only removal. Chen Yue continues. Behind the Blood Blade Gang stands a distant collateral branch of the Yao family of Runnan Commandery. They are basically a dirty work blade for that great clan, with much of the money flowing back to them. The Yao family, 4 generations, 3 ducal posts, respected across the land and secretly feeding parasites like this. Fine, I order Shadow to move. The Blood Blade Gang is to be removed from the Jianghu forever. Lu Bio, alive or dead. Rescue as many abducted people as possible. Mid-October, Jiju, a manor outside Yi City, headquarters of the Blood Blade Gang. Night is black, wind cuts cold. Inside the manor, lights blaze, gambling shouts rise, and faint cries come from deeper rooms. Liu Biao sits in the hall drinking, holding a kidnapped woman, his demon-headed blade nearby. Then the sentries die first. Crossbow bolts take the watchtowers silently. Dozens of black-clad shadow operatives slip over the walls in teams of 3, moving with the coordination only +3 bodies and disciplined killing practice can give. One patrolman barely opens his mouth before a blade cuts the warning short. Liu Biao hears the disturbance and grabs his weapon. He reacts fast because he is not some tavern thug. He is a hardened criminal who has survived bloodshed. It does not save him. 5 shadow members storm the hall. 2 seal off escape routes. 1 attacks head-on, 2 move for the minor leaders. Liu Biao swings hard, but the lead operative taps the blade aside with terrifying strength. The next attacks hit from the flanks, tearing through his defense. In only a few breaths, the leaders in the hall are down. Liu Biao dies in a pool of blood, eyes open, never understanding what force he provoked. Outside, the rest ends even faster. With surprise, superior strength, and clean teamwork, the resisting gang members fall before they understand the shape of the attack. Less than an incense stick of time. The Blood Blade gang headquarters is eliminated. Then Shadow searches the rear courtyard and finds locked rooms and cellars. Inside are dozens of abducted young women with haggard faces and terrified eyes, along with several children. One Shadow member tries to soften his voice and tells them not to be afraid. They are here to save them. At the same time, 2 ordinary-looking carriages enter Luoyang under elite, disguised escort, and stop at the back door of Jishi Hall. I am already waiting inside with Pei Zun and Chen Yue. The door opens. Mu Chuo enters first, thin, vigorous, bright-eyed like he can see through a person. Behind him is Fan Jai, refined, scholarly, and carrying the melancholy of someone who worries about the people before he worries about himself. Both are startled when they see how young I am, even though they were prepared. The prince who proposed establishing a medical academy and spreading medical arts is actually this small. They salute. I jump down immediately and help them rise. I tell them I am young and do not deserve such ceremony. For them to accept my invitation and come here is a blessing for the common people of the world. Mu Chuo asks directly whether my plan is real. Establishing a medical academy, spreading medical arts, training tens of thousands of doctors to benefit the world. Is this truth or a child's momentary fantasy? Fan Jai says nothing, but his eyes ask the same thing. If I only want fame, he will live. This is the Kai moment. So I speak plainly. Human life is paramount. Epidemics spread. Medicine is scarce. The people suffer because doctors are too few. One divine physician can save 10 people, 100 people, maybe more, but one person's reach is always limited. But if the medical arts of Mu Chuo and Fan Jai can be organized, compiled into books, and taught through a school to people with pure hearts and real ambition, then one generation can train 10, a decade can train hundreds or thousands, and good doctors can spread across prefectures and counties. The warmth of the medical world should reach humble households, not just noble courtyards. I tell them I am willing to use all my strength to help them build this cause. Heaven and earth can bear witness. That lands exactly where I hoped. Mu Chuo's life has been spent wandering to save people. Fan Jai wants to write books and establish medical theory to relieve suffering. What I offer is not a salary. It is a platform that can multiply their life's work. Mu Chuo bows first. He is willing to follow and do his part for the legacy of medicine. Fan Jai bows too. He is willing to impart all his learning, help establish the academy, compile medical books, and train doctors to relieve the suffering of the people. Done. The 2 pillars of medicine have entered Jishi Hall. Then Chen Yue receives a pigeon message and whispers the Jeju report to me. I nod, then tell the 2 doctors to rest and familiarize themselves with the environment. The academy and Jishi Hall will depend on them. As for scum who harm the people, they will be dealt with where they belong. They do not know the details, but they feel the hidden sharpness behind the words, and their evaluation of me rises again. After they leave, I look out the window. News from Jeju is confirmed. The Blood Blade gang has been annihilated. Dozens of abducted women and children have been rescued. The Yao family sits behind the curtain, and this is only the beginning. I have cleared a tumor and welcomed 2 pillars. My power is growing in different directions now. Information in the sky, blades in the dark, doctors in Jishi Hall, soldiers in hidden camps, and enemies finally starting to bleed when they touch my web. The path ahead is still dangerous, but tonight it is clearer.